Why philosophical teachings as to nature and man? The unity of all in all. Inc. Having told me what God the soul, and man are not, in your views, can you inform me what they are, according to your teachings? Theo. In their origin and in eternity the three, like the universe and all therein, are one with the absolute unity, the unknowable deific essence I spoke about some time back. We believe in no creation, but in the periodical and consecutive appearances of the universe from the subjective onto the objective plane of being, at regular intervals of time, covering periods of immense duration. Inc. Can you elaborate the subject? Theology take as a first comparison, and a help towards a more correct conception, the solar year, and as a second, the 2 halves of that year, producing each a day and a night of 6 months duration at the North Pole. Now imagine, if you can, instead of a solar year of 365 days, eternity. Let the sun represent the universe, and the polar days and nights of 6 months each days and nights lasting each 182 trillions and quadrillions of years, instead of 182 days each. As the sun rises every morning on our objective horizon out of its, to us, subjective and antipodal space, so does the universe emerge periodically on the plane of objectivity, issuing from that of subjectivity the antipodes of the former. This is the cycle of life. And as the sun disappears from our horizon, so does the universe disappear at regular periods, when the universal night sets in. The Hindus call such alternations the days and nights of Brahms, or the times of Manvantara and Pralaya, dissolution. The Westerns may call them universal days and nights if they prefer. During the latter, the nights, all is in all, every atom is resolved into one homogeneity. Evolution and illusion. Inc. But who is it that each time creates the universe? Theology no one creates it. Science would call the process evolution, the pre-Christian philosophers and the Orientalists called it emanation, we, occultists and theosophists, see in it the only universal and eternal reality casting a periodical reflection of itself on the infinite spatial depths. This reflection, which you regard as the objective material universe, we consider as a temporary illusion and nothing else. That alone which is eternal is real. Inc. At that rate, you and I are also illusions. Theo. As flitting personalities, today one person, tomorrow another we are. Would you call the sudden flashes of the aurora borealis, the northern lights, a reality, though it is as real as can be while you look at it? Certainly not, it is the cause that produces it, if permanent and eternal, which is the only reality, while the effect is but a passing illusion. Inc. All this does not explain to me how this illusion called the universe originates, how the conscious to be, proceeds to manifest itself from the unconsciousness that is. Theology it is unconsciousness only to our finite consciousness. Verily may we paraphrase St. John, I5, and say, and absolute light which is darkness to us shineth in darkness which is illusionary material light, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. This absolute light is also absolute and immutable law. Whether by radiation or emanation we need not quarrel over terms. The universe passes out of its homogeneous subjectivity onto the first plane of manifestation, of which planes there are 7, we are taught. With each plane it becomes more dense and material until it reaches this, our plane, on which the only world approximately known and understood in its physical composition by science is the planetary or solar system, one sui generis, we are told. Inc. What do you mean by sui generis? I mean that, though the fundamental law and the universal working of laws of nature are uniform, still our solar system, like every other such system in the millions of others in cosmos and even our Earth, has its own program of manifestations differing from the respective programs of all others. We speak of the inhabitants of other planets and imagine that if they are men, thinking entities, they must be as we are. The fancy of poets and painters and sculptors never fails to represent even the angels as a beautiful copy of man plus wings. We say that all this is an error and a delusion, because, if on this little earth alone one finds such a diversity in its flora, fauna, and mankind, from the seaweed to the cedar of Lebanon, from the jellyfish to the elephant, from the bushman and negro to the Apollo, Belvedere, alter the conditions, cosmic and planetary, and there must be as a result quite a different flora, fauna, and mankind. The same laws will fashion quite a different set of things and beings even on this our plane, including in it all our planets. How much more different then must be external nature in other solar systems, and how foolish is it to judge of other stars and worlds and human beings by our own, as physical science does. Inc. But what are your data for this assertion? Theology. What science in general will never accept as proof the cumulative testimony of an endless series of seers who have testified to this fact. Their spiritual visions, real explorations by, and through, psychic and spiritual senses untrammeled by blind flesh, have been systematically checked and compared one with the other and their nature sifted. All that was not corroborated by unanimous and collective experience was rejected, while that only was recorded as established truth which, in various ages, under different climes, and throughout an untold series of incessant observations, was found to agree and receive constantly further corroboration. The methods used by our scholars and students of the psycho-spiritual sciences do not differ from those of students of the natural and physical sciences, as you may see. Only our fields of research are on two different planes, and our instruments are made by no human hands, for which reason perchance they are but the more reliable. The retorts, accumulators, and microscopes of the chemist and naturalist may get out of order, the telescope and the astronomer's horological instruments may get spoiled. Our recording instruments are beyond the influence of weather or the elements. Inc. And therefore you have implicit faith in them. Theology. Faith is a word not to be found in theosophical dictionaries. We say knowledge based on observation and experience. There is this difference, however, that while the observation and experience of physical science lead the scientists to about as many working hypotheses as there are minds to evolve them, our knowledge consents to add to its lore only those facts which have become undeniable, and which are fully and absolutely demonstrated. We have no two beliefs or hypotheses on the same subject. Inc. Is it on such data that you came to accept the strange theories we find in esoteric Buddhism? Theology. Just so. These theories may be slightly incorrect in their minor details, and even faulty in their exposition by lay students. They are facts in nature, nevertheless, and come nearer the truth than any scientific hypothesis. On the septenary constitution of our planet. Inc. I understand that you describe our Earth as forming part of a chain of Earths Theo. We do. But the other 6 Earths or globes, are not on the same plane of objectivity as our Earth is, therefore we cannot see them. Inc. Is that on account of the great distance? Theology. Not at all, for we see with our naked eye not only planets but even stars at immeasurably greater distances, but it is owing to these 6 globes being outside our physical means of perception, or plane of being. It is not only that their material density, weight, or fabric are entirely different from those of our Earth and the other known planets, but they are, to us, in an entirely different layer of space, so to speak, a layer not to be perceived or felt by our physical senses. And when I say layer, please do not allow your fancy to suggest to you layers like strata or beds laid one over the other, for this would only lead to another absurd misconception. What I mean by layer is that plane of infinite space which by its nature cannot fall under our ordinary waking perceptions, whether mental or physical, but which exists in nature outside of our normal mentality or consciousness, outside of our 3-dimensional space, and outside of our division of time. Each of the 7 fundamental planes or layers, in space of course as a whole, as the pure space of Locke's definition, not as our finite space has its own objectivity and subjectivity, its own space and time, its own consciousness and set of senses. But all this will be hardly comprehensible to one trained in the modern ways of thought. Inc. What do you mean by a different set of senses? Is there anything on our human plane that you could bring as an illustration of what you say, just to give a clearer idea of what you may mean by this variety of senses, spaces, and respective perceptions? Theology none, except, perhaps, that which for science would be rather a handy peg on which to hang a counter-argument. We have a different set of senses in dream life, have we not? We feel, talk, hear, see, taste and function in general on a different plane, the change of state of our consciousness being evidenced by the fact that a series of acts and events embracing years, as we think, passes ideally through our mind in one instant. Well, that extreme rapidity of our mental operations in dreams, and the perfect naturalness, for the time being, of all the other functions, show us that we are on quite another plane. Our philosophy teaches us that, as there are 7 fundamental forces in nature, and 7 planes of being, so there are 7 states of consciousness in which man can live, think, remember, and have his being. To enumerate these here is impossible, and for this one has to turn to the study of Eastern metaphysics. But in these 2 states, the waking and the dreaming, every ordinary mortal, from a learned philosopher down to a poor untutored savage, has a good proof that such states differ. Inc. You do not accept, then, the well-known explanations of biology and physiology to account for the dream state. Theology we do not. We reject even the hypotheses of your psychologists, preferring the teachings of Eastern wisdom. Believing in 7 planes of cosmic being and states of consciousness, with regard to the universe or the macrocosm, we stop at the 4th plane, finding it impossible to go with any degree of certainty beyond. But with respect to the microcosm, or man, we speculate freely on his 7 states and principles. Inc. How do you explain these? Theology we find, first of all, 2 distinct beings in man, the spiritual and the physical, the man who thinks, and the man who records as much of these thoughts as he is able to assimilate. Therefore we divide him into 2 distinct natures, the upper or the spiritual being, composed of 3 principles or aspects, and the lower or the physical quaternary, composed of 7 in all. The septenary nature of man. Inc. Is this the same as the division we call spirit and soul / and the man of flesh? Theology it is not. That is the old Platonic division. Plato was an initiate, and therefore could not go into forbidden details, but he who is acquainted with the archaic doctrine finds the 7 in Plato's various combinations of soul and spirit. He regarded man as constituted of 2 parts, one eternal, formed of the same essence as the absoluteness, the other mortal and corruptible, deriving its constituent parts from the minor created gods. Man is composed, he shows, of I, a mortal body, 2, an immortal principle, and 3, a separate mortal kind of soul. It is that which we respectively call the physical man, the spiritual soul or spirit, nous, and the animal soul, psyche. This is the division adopted by Paul, another initiate, who maintains that there is a psychical body which is sown in the corruptible, astral or physical body, and a spiritual body that is raised in incorruptible substance. Even James, 3:15, corroborates the same by saying that the wisdom, of our lower soul, descendeth not from above, but is terrestrial, psychical, demoniacal, vide Greek text, while the other is heavenly wisdom. Now so plain is it that Plato and even Pythagoras, while speaking but of 3 principles, give them 7 separate functions, in their various combinations, that if we contrast our teachings, this will become quite plain. Let us take a cursory view of these 7 aspects by drawing a table. The upper imperishable triad. The tower quaternary. 53. Theosophical division. Sanskrit terms. La, Rupa, or Stindla Sharira. Pound, Prana. C, Linga Slyarira. D, Kamarayapa. I, E, Manas a dual J principle M its functions. If, Buddhi. G, Atma exoteric meaning. A, physical body. D, life, or vital principle. C. Astral body. D. The seat of animal desires and passions. E. Mind, intelligence, the higher human mind, whose light, or radiation links the monad, for the lifetime, to the mortal man. The spiritual soul. And the functions of the lower manas, which embrace all those limited to the physical brain. C. The double, the phantom body. D. This is the center of the animal man, where lies the line of demarcation which separates the mortal man from the immortal entity. E. The future state and the karmic destiny of man depend on whether manas gravitates more downward to Kamarupa, the seat of the animal passions, or upwards to Buddhi, the spiritual ego. In the latter case, the higher consciousness of the individual spiritual aspirations of mind, manas, assimilating Buddhi, are absorbed by it and form the ego, which goes into devachanic bliss if, the vehicle of pure universal spirit. F. One with the Absolute, as ILS radiation. Now what does Plato teach? He speaks of the interior man as constituted of two parts, one immutable and always the same, formed of the same substance as deity, and the other mortal and corruptible. These two parts are found in the upper triad, and the lower quater asterisk in Mr. Sinnott's Esoteric Buddhism. D, E, and F are respectively called the animal, the human, and the spiritual semis, which answers as well. Though the principles in Esoteric Buddhism are numbered, th and is, strictly speaking, useless. The dual monad alone, and Buddhi, is susceptible of being thought of as the two highest numbers, the sixth and seventh, as to all others, since that principle only which is predominant in man has to be considered as the first and foremost, no numera. Shin is possible as a general rule. In some men it is the higher intelligence manas or the fifth, which dominates the rest, in others it is the animal soul, Kamarupa, that reigns supreme, exhibiting the most bestial instincts, etc. Nary of our table. He explains that when the soul, J$uk, allies herself to the nous, divine spirit or substance black diamond, she does everything aright and felicitously, but the case is otherwise when she attaches herself to Anoya, folly, or the irrational animal soul. Here, then, we have manas, or the soul in general, in its two aspects, when attaching itself to Anoya, Rknma Rupa, or the animal soul in Esoteric Buddhism, it runs towards entire annihilation, as far as the personal ego is concerned. When allying itself to the nous, Atma Buddhi, it merges into the immortal, imperishable ego, and then its spiritual consciousness of the personal ego that was, becomes immortal. The distinction between soul and spirit. Inc. Do you really teach, as you are accused of doing by some spiritualists and French spiritists, the annihilation of every personality? Theo. We do not. Our opponents have started the nonsensical charge, because this question of duality, the individuality of the divine ego, and the personality of the human animal, involves that of the possibility of the real immortal ego appearing in stance rooms as a materialized spirit, which we deny, as already explained. Inc. You have just spoken of psuchi running towards its entire annihilation if it attaches itself to Anoya. What did Plato, and what do you mean by this? Theo. The entire annihilation of the personal consciousness, as an exceptional and rare case, I think. The general and almost invariable rule is the merging of the personal into the individual or immortal consciousness of the ego, a transformation or a divine transfiguration, and the entire annihilation only of the lower quaternary. Would you expect the man of flesh, or the temporary personality, his shadow, the astral, his animal instincts, and even physical life, to survive with the spiritual ego and become sempiternal? Naturally all this ceases to exist, either at, or soon after corporeal death. It becomes in time entirely disintegrated and disappears from view, being annihilated as a whole. Inc. Then you also reject resurrection in the flesh? Theo. Most decidedly we do. Why should we, who believe in the asterisk Paul calls Plato's nous spirit, but as this spirit is 44 substance / then of course, Buddhi and not Zimt is meant, as the latter cannot philosophically be called 44 substance under any circumstance. We include JTTMA among the human 44 principles in order not to create additional confusion * in Nati it is no AMS principle but the universal absolute principle of which Buddhi, the soul spirit, law the carrier. Archaic esoteric philosophy of the ancients, except the philosophical speculations of the later Christian theology, borrowed from the Egyptian and Greek exoteric systems of the Gnostics. Inc. The Egyptians revered nature spirits, and deified even onions. Your Hindus are idolaters, to this day. The Zoroastrians worshipped, and DT still worship, the sun, and the best Grec philosophers were either Dratanan or materialists, witness Plato and Democritus. How can you compare Theo? It may be so in your modern theological and even scientific catechisms, it is not so for unbiased minds. The Egyptians revered the one only one, as Naut, and it is from this word that Anaxagoras got his denomination nous, or as he calls it, Vod. Avror Paragis, the mind or spirit self-potent, APXVRFSI Averjo OS the leading motor, or primum mobile of all. With him the nous was God, and the logos was man, his emanation. The nous is the spirit, whether in cosmos or in man, and the logos, whether universe or astral body, the emanation of the former, the physical body being merely the animal. Our external powers perceive phenomena, our nous alone is able to recognize their noumena. It is the logos alone, or the noumenon, that survives, because it is immortal in its very nature and essence, and the logos in man is the eternal ego, that which reincarnates and lasts forever. But how can the evanescent or external shadow, the temporary clothing of that divine emanation which returns to the source whence it proceeded, be that which is raised in incorruptibility? Inc. Still you can hardly escape the charge of having invented a new division of man's spiritual and psychic constituents, for no philosopher speaks of them, though you believe that Plato does. Theology and I support the belief. Not only Plato, but also Pythagoras followed the same division * he described the soul as a self-moving unit, monas, composed of three elements, the nous, spirit, the phrin, mind, and the thumos, life, breath, or the nefesh of the Kabbalists, which three correspond to our Atma Buddhi, higher spirit soul. To manas, the ego, and to Kamarupa in conjunction with the lower reflection of manas. That which the ancient Greek philosophers Plato and Pythagoras, says Plutarch, distribute the soul into two parts, the rational noetic and irrational soul agnota, that part of the soul of man which is rational is eternal, for though it be not God, yet it is the product of an eternal deity, but that part of the soul which is divested of reason the agnoia dies. The modern term agnostic comes from agnostikos, a word cognate with agnoia. We wonder why Mr. Huxley, the author of the word, should have connected his great intellect with the soul. Divested of reason, one which dies? Is it the exaggerated humility of the modern materialist? Hendid stol it Geharal, we call spirit, dr spiritual soul, Buddhi, as the vehicle bf aten the tu agatkan, of Plato d Spreen deity. The fact that Pythagoras and others state that Pkrnt and Ihutkos are shared by us with the brutes, proves that in this case the lower Mnasic reflection, instinct, and Kaphamarupa, animal living passions, are meant. And as Socrates and Plato accepted the clue and followed it, if to these five, namely, to Agathon, deity or Atma, Psuchi, soul in its collective sense, nous, spirit or mind, Phrcn, physical mind, and Tkumos, Ksma rupa or passions, we add the eidolon of the mysteries, the shadowy form or human double, and the physical body, it will be easy to demonstrate that the ideas of both Pythagoras and Plato were identical with ours. Even the Egyptians held to the septenary division. They taught that the soul, ego, in its exit, had to pass through its 7 chambers, or principles, both those it left behind, and those it took along with itself. The only difference is that, ever bearing in mind the penalty of revealing mystery doctrines, which was death, they gave out the teaching in broad outline, while we elaborate it and explain it in its details. But though we do give out to the world as much as is lawful, even in our doctrine more than one important detail is withheld, which those who study the esoteric philosophy and are pledged to silence, are alone entitled to know. The Greek teachings. Inc. We have magnificent Greek and Latin, Sanskrit, and Hebrew scholars. How is it that we find nothing in their translatio, is that would afford us a clue to what you say through, because your translators, their great learning notwithstanding, have made of the philosophers, the Greeks especially, misty instead of mystic writers. Take as an instance Plutarch, and read what he says of the four principles of man. What he describes is accepted literally and attributed to metaphysical superstition and ignorance. Let me give you an illustration in point from this author. Man is compound, and they are mistaken who think him to be compounded of two parts only. For they imagine that the understanding brain intellect is a part of the soul, the upper triad, but they err in this no less than those who make the soul to be a part of the body 9. Those who make of the HIAD part of the corruptible mortal quaternary asterisk. For the understanding nous as far exceeds the soul, as the soul is better and diviner than the body. Now this composition of the soul psyche with the understanding nous makes reason, and with the body orthmos, the animal soul passion, of which the one is the beginning or principle of pleasure and pain, and the other of virtue and vice. Of these three parts conjoined and dopofted together, the earth has given the body, the ihoodt the aol, and the on the under, standing to the generation of man. This last sentence is purely allegorical, and will be comprehended only by those who are versed in the esoteric science of correspondences and know what planet is related to every principle. Plutarch divides the principles into 3 groups, and makes of the body a compound of physical fratny percent astral shadow and breath, or the triple lower part, which from earth was taken and to earth returns, of the middle principt and the instinctual soul / the second part, derived from and through, and ever influenced by the moon, asterisk, and only of the higher part or the spiritual soul, buddhi, with the amic and manasic elements in it, does he make a direct emanation of the sun, who stands here for to Agathon the supreme deity. This is proven by what he says further as follows: now of the deaths we die, the one makes man 2 of 3 and the other 1 of, out of 2. The former is in the region and jurisdiction of Demeter, whence the name given to the mysteries, RCXCTV, resembled that given to death, TC The Athenians also heretofore called the deceased sacred to Demeter. As for the other death, it is in the moon or region of Persephone. Here you have our doctrine, which shows man a septenary during life, a quintile just after death, in Kamaloka, and a triad, ego, spirit soul, and consciousness in Devachan. This separation, first in the meadows of Hades, as Plutarch calls the Knmaloka, then in Devachan, was pi and parcel of the performances during the sacred M/Stries, when the candidates for initiation enacted the whole drama of death, and the resurrection as a glorified spirit, by which name we mean consciousness. This is what Plutarch means when he says, and as with the one, the terrestrial, so with the other celestial Hermes doth dwell. This suddenly and with violence plucks the soul from the body, but Proserpina mildly and in a dong time disjoins the understanding from the soul. For this reason she is called monogenes, only begotten, or rather begetting one. Alone, for the better part of man becomes alone when it is separated by her. Now both the one and the other happens thus according to nature. It is ordained by fate fatum or karma that every soul, whether with or without understanding mind, when gone out of the body, should wander for a tune, though not all for the same, in the region lying between the earth and moon Cade Maloka 44 *. The Kabbalists who know the relation of Jehovah, the lift and children giver, to the moon, and the influence of the latter on generation, will again see the point as much as will some astrologers. Proserpina, or Persephone, stands here for post-mortem karma, which is said to regulate the separation of the lower from the higher principles, the soul, as nefesh, the breath of animal life, which remains for a time in Kimaloka, from the higher compound ego, which goes into the state of Devachan, or bliss. Until the separation of the higher, spiritual principle * from the lower principles, which remain in Knmaloka until disintegrated. Those who have been unjust and dissolute suffer then the punishment due to their offences, but the good and virtuous are there detained till they are purified, and have, by expiation, purged out of them all the infections they might have contracted from the contagion of the body, as if from foul health, living in the mildest part of the air, called the meadows of Hades, where they must remain for a certain prefixed and appointed time. And then, as if they were returning from a wander * pilgrimage or long exile into their country, they have a taste of joy, such as they principally receive who are initiated into sacred mysteries, mixed with trouble, admiration, and each one's proper and peculiar hope. This is nirvanic bliss, and no theosophist could describe in plainer though esoteric language the mental joys of Devachan, where every man has his paradise around him, created by his consciousness. But you must beware of the general error into which too many even of our theosophists fall. Do not imagine that because man is called septenary, then quintuple, and a triad, he is a compound of 7, 5, or 3 entities, or, as well expressed by a theosophical writer, of skins to be peeled off like the skins of an onion. The principles, as already said, save the body, the life, and the astral eidolon, all of which disperse at death, are simply aspects and states of consciousness. There is but one real man, enduring through the cycle of life and immortal in essence, if not in form, and this is Manas, the mind-man or embodied consciousness. The objection made by the materialists, who deny the possibility of mind and consciousness acting without matter, is worthless in our case. We do not deny the soundness of their argument, but simply ask our opponents, are you acquainted with all the states of matter, you who knew hitherto but of 3? And how do you know whether that which we refer to as absolute consciousness or deity forever invisible and unknowable, be not that which, though it forever eludes our human finite conception, is still universal spirit matter or matter spirit in its absolute infinitude? It is then one of the lowest, and in its manvantaric manifestations fractioned aspects of this spirit. Matter, which is the conscious ego that creates its own paradise, a fool's paradise, it may be, still a state of bliss. Inc. But what is Devachan? Through the land of gods, literally, a condition, a state of mental bliss. Philosophically, a mental condition analogous to, but far more vivid and real than, the most vivid dream. It is the state after death of most mortals. On the various post-mortem states. The physical and the spiritual man. Inc. I am glad to hear you beliro in the immortality of the soul. Theology not of the soul, but of the divine spirit, or rather in the immortality of the reincarnating ego. Eno. What is the difference? Tin.o. A very great one in our philosophy, but this is too abstruse and difficult a question to touch lightly upon. We shall have to analyze them separately, and then in conjunction. We may begin with spirit. We say that the spirit, the Father in secret of Jesus or Atman, is no individual property of any man, but is the divine essence which has no body, no form, which is imponderable, invisible and indivisible, that which does not exist and yet is, as the Buddhists say of nirvana. It only overshadows the mortal, that which enters into him and pervades the whole body, being but its omnipresent rays, or light, radiated through Buddhi, its vehicle and direct emanation. This is the secret meaning of the assertions of almost all the ancient philosophers, when they said that the rational part of man's soul * never enters wholly into the man, but only overshadows him more or less through the irrational spiritual soul, or Buddhi. Inc. I labored under the impression that the animal soul alone was irrational, and not the divine soul. Theology. You have to learn the difference between that which is asterisk in its generic sense, the word rational meaning something emanating from the eternal wisdom. Irrational in the sense that as a pure emanation of the universal mind it can have no individual reason of its own on this plane of matter, but like the moon, who borrows her light from the sun and her life from the earth, so Buddha, receiving its light of wisdom from Atm4, gets its rational qualities from manas. As something homogeneous, however, it is devoid of attributes per se. Negatively, or passively irrational because undifferentiated, and that which is irrational because too active and positive. Man is a correlation of spiritual powers, as well as a correlation of chemical and physical forces, brought into function by what we call principles. Inc. I have read a good deal upon the subject, and it seems to me that the notions of the older philosophers differed a great deal from those of the mediaeval Kabbalists, though they do agree in some particulars. The most substantial difference between them and us is this. While we believe with the Neoplatonists and the Eastern teachings that the spirit, Atma, never descends hypostatically into the living man, but only showers more or less its radiance on the inner man, the psychic and spiritual compound of the astral principles, the Kabbalists maintain that the human spirit, detaching itself from the ocean of light and universal spirit, enters man's soul, where it remains throughout life imprisoned in the astral capsule. All Christian Kabbalists still maintain the same, as they are unable to break quite loose from their anthropomorphic and biblical doctrines. Inc. A.I.D. What do you say? Thpa. We say that we only allow the presence of the radiation of spirit, or Atma, in the astral capsule, and so far only as that spiritual radiancy is concerned. We say that man and soul have to conquer their immortality by ascending towards the unity with which, if successful, they will be finally linked and into which they are finally, so to speak, absorbed. The individualization of man after death depends on the spirit, not on his soul and body. Although the word personality, in the sense in which it is usually understood, is an absurdity if applied literally to our immortal essence, still the latter is, as our individual ego, a distinct entity, immortal and eternal per se. It is only in the case of black magicians or of criminals beyond redemption, criminals who have been such during a long series of lives, that the shining thread, which links the spirit to the personal soul from the moment of the birth of the child, is violently snapped, and the disembodied entity becomes divorced from the personal soul, the latter being annihilated without leaving the smallest impression of itself on the former. If this union between the lower, or personal manas, and the individual reincarnating ego, has not been effected during life, then the former is left to share the fate of the lower animals, to gradually dissolve into ether, and have its personality annihilated. But even then the spiritual ego remains a distinct being. It only loses after TFCPT special, APDIP, that case indeed useless, life one devachanic state which it would otherwise have enjoyed as that idealized personality, and is reincarnated almost immediately, after enjoying for a short time its freedom as a planetary spirit. Inc. It is stated in Isis Unveiled that stick planetary spirits or angels, the gods of the pagans or the archangels of the Christians, will never be men on our planet. Theology quite right. Not such planetary spirits, but some classes of higher planetary spirits. They will never be men on this planet, because they are liberated spirits from a previous, earlier world, and as such they cannot re-become men on this earth. Yet all these will live again in the next and far higher Mahamanvantara, after this great age and its Brahmic pralaya, a little period of 16 figures or so, are over. For you must have heard, of course, that Eastern philosophy teaches us that mankind consists of such spirits imprisoned in human bodies. The difference between animals and men is this: the former are ensouled by the principles potentially, the latter actually. Do you now understand the difference? Inc. Yes, but this specialization has been in all ages the stumbling block of metaphysicians. Theology it has. The whole esotericism of the Buddhistic philosophy is based on this mysterious teaching, understood by so few, and so totally misrepresented by many of the most learned modern scholars. Even metaphysicians are too inclined to confound the effect with the cause. An ego who has won his immortal life as spirit will remain the same inner self throughout all his rebirths on earth, but this does not imply necessarily that he must either remain the Mr. Smith or Mr. Brown he was on earth, or lose his individuality. Therefore, the astral soul and the terrestrial body of a man may, in the dark hereafter, be absorbed into the cosmical ocean of sublimated elements, and he may cease to feel his last personal ego, if it did not deserve to soar higher. And yet his divine ego may still remain the same unchanged entity, though this terrestrial experience of its emanation may be totally obliterated at the instant of separation from the unworthy vehicle. Inc. If the spirit or the divine portion of the soul, is pre-existent as a distinct being from all eternity, as Origen, Saint-Sus, and other semi-TTYF are fully explained in the Commentary * of the Econ volume of the Secret PPCTNTF. Christians and semi-Platonic philosophers taught, and if it is the same, and nothing more than the metaphysically objective soul, how can it be otherwise than eternal? And what matters it in such a case, whether man leads a pure or an animal life, if, do what he may, he can never lose his individuality? This doctrine, as you have stated it, is just as pernicious in its consequences as that of vicarious atonement. Had the latter dogma, in company with the false idea that we are all immortal, been demonstrated to the world in its true light, humanity would have been bettered by its propagation. Me repeat to you again. Pythagoras, Plato, Tamzes of Eacris, and the old Alexandrian school, derived the soul of man, or his higher principles and attributes, from the universal world soul, the latter being, according to their teachings, I et Lyre, Pater Zeus. Therefore, none of these principles can be the unalloyed essence of the Pythagorean monas, or our ATMs, because the anima mundi is but the effect, the subjective emanation or rather radiation, of the monas. Both the human spirit, or the individuality, the reincarnating spiritual ego, and buddhi, the spiritual soul, are pre-existent. But, while the former exists as a distinct entity, an individualization, the soul exists as pre-existing breath, a nescient portion of an intelligent whole. Both were originally formed from the eternal ocean of light, but as the fire philosophers, the medieval theosophists, expressed it, there is a visible as well as invisible spirit in fire. They made a difference between the anima bruta and the anima divina. Empedocles firmly believed all men and animals to possess two souls, and in Aristotle we find that he calls one the reasoning soul, Yovk, and the other, the animal soul. According to these philosophers, the reasoning soul comes from within, the universal soul, and the other from without. Inc. Would you call the soul, i.e., the human thinking soul, or what you call the ego matter theo? Not matter, but substance assuredly, nor would the word matter, if prefixed with the adjective, primordial, be a word to avoid. This matter, we say, is co-eternal with spirit, and is not our visible, tangible, and divisible matter, but its extreme sublimation. Pure spirit is but one remove from the superspirit down to the grossest matter. How can we ever come to regard the inner man as immortal, and at the same time as a spiritual entity and a mortal man? Inc. 77/#. Why should you not believe in God as such an entity? Because that which is infinite and unconditioned can have no form, and cannot be a being, not in any Eastern philosophy worthy of the name, at any rate. An entity is immortal, but is so only in its ultimate essence, not in its individual form, when at the last point of its cycle, it is absorbed into its primordial nature, and it becomes spirit, when it loses its name of entity. Its immortality as a form is limited only to its life cycle or the Mad Manvantara, after which it is one and identical with the universal spirit, and no longer a separate entity / as to the personal soul, by which we mean the spark of consciousness that preserves in the spiritual Ego, the idea of the personal I of the last incarnation. This lasts, as a separate distinct recollection, only throughout the Devacleanic period, after which time it is added to the series of other innumerable incarnations of the ego, like the remembrance in our memory of one of a series of days, at the end of a year. Will you bind the infinitude you claim for your God to finite conditions? That alone which is indissolubly cemented by Atma, viz., Buddhaimanas, is immortal. The soul of man, i.e. of the personality, per se is neither immortal, eternal nor divine. Says the Zohar, the soul, when sent to this earth, puts on an earthly garment, to preserve herself here, so she receives above a shining garment, in order to be able to look without injury into the mirror, whose light proceeds from the Lord of light. Moreover, the Zohar teaches that the soul cannot reach the abode of bliss, unless she has received the holy kiss, or the reunion of the soul with the substance from which she emanated spirit. All souls are dual, and, while the latter is a feminine principle, the spirit is masculine. While imprisoned in body, man is a trinity, unless his pollution is such as to have caused his divorce from the spirit. Woe to the soul which prefers to her divine husband's spirit the earthly wedlock with her terrestrial body, records a text of the Book of the Keys, a Hermetic work. Woe indeed, for nothing will remain of that personality to be recorded on the imperishable tablets of the ego's memory. Inc. How can that which, if not breathed by God into man, is yet on your own confession of an identical substance with the divine, fail to be? Thqre atom and speck of matter, not of substance only, is in its essence, but not in its individual consciousness. Immortality is but one's unbroken consciousness, and the personal consciousness can hardly last longer than the personality itself. And such consciousness, as I have already told you, survives only throughout Devachan, after which it is reabsorbed, first, in the individual, and then in the universal consciousness. Better inquire of your theologians how it is that they have so sorely jumbled up the Jewish scriptures. Read the Bible, if you would have a good proof that the writers of the Pentateuch, Genesis especially, never regarded nephesh, that which God breathes into Adam Gen. 2:7, as the immortal soul. Here are some instances, and God created every life nefske, that moveth, General I-21, meaning animal. And man became a living soul nephesh, General 2:7, which shows that the word nephesh was indifferently applied to immortal man and to mortal beast. And surely your blood of your lives nepheshim, will I require, at the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man Gen. 9:5. Escape for thy life nephesh, General 1917. Let us not kill him, General XXXVII 21. Let us not kill his nephesh, is the Hebrew text. Nephesh for nephesh, says Leviticus. He that killeth any man shall surely be put to death, literally he that smite the nephesh of a man lef. XXIV 17. And he that killeth a beast nephesh, shall make it good, beast for beast ibid, 18, whereas the original text has it nephesh for nephesh. How could man kill that which is immortal? This explains also why the Sadducees denied the immortality of the soul, and also affords another proof that very probably the Mosaic Jews, the uninitiated at any rate, never believed in the soul's survival at all, on eternal reward and punishment, and on nirvana. Inc. It is hardly necessary, suppose, to ask you whether you believe in the Christian dogmas of paradise and hell, or in future rewards and punishments as taught by the Orthodox churches. Through as described in your catechisms, we reject them absolutely, least of all would we accept their eternity. But we believe firmly in what we call the law of retribution, and in the absolute justice and wisdom guiding this law, or karma. Hence we positively refuse to accept the creedal and unphilosophic belief in eternal reward or eternal punishment. We say with Horace, "It rules be phi *ed that may our rage contain, and punish faults with a proportion d pain, but do not flay him who deserves alone a whipping for the fault that he has done." This is a rule for all men, and a just one. Have we to believe that God, of whom you make the embodiment of wisdom, love, and mercy, is less entitled to these attributes than mortal man? Inc. Have you any other reasons for rejecting this dogma? Thpo. Our chief reason for so doing is the fact of reincarnation. As already stated, we reject the idea of a new soul created for every newly born babe. We believe that every human being is the bearer, or vehicle, of an ego coeval with every other ego, because all egos are of the same essence and belong to the primeval emanation from one universal infinite ego. Plato calls the latter the Logos, or the second manifested God, and we, the manifested divine principle, which is one with the universal mind or soul, not the anthropomorphic, extracosmic, and personal God in which so many theists believe. Pray do not confuse. Inc. But where is the difficulty, once you accept a manifested principle, in believing that the soul of every new mortal is created by that principle, as all the souls before it have been so created? Theo. Because that which is impersonal can hardly create, plan and think, at its own sweet will and pleasure. Being a universal law, immutable in its periodical manifestations, those of radiating and manifesting its own essence at the beginning of every new cycle of life, it is not supposed to create men, only to repent a few years later of having created them. If we have to believe in a divine principle at all, it must be in one which is as absolute harmony, logic, and justice, as it is absolute love, wisdom, and impartiality, and a God who would create every soul for the space of one brief span of life, regardless of the fact whether it has to animate the body of a wealthy, happy man, or that of a poor suffering wretch, hapless from birth to death, though he has done nothing to deserve his cruel fate, would be rather a senseless fiend than a God. Why, even the Jewish philosophers, believers in the Mosaic Bible, esoterically, of course, have never entertained such an idea. Moreover, they believed in reincarnation, as we do. Enq. Can you give me some instances as a proof of this? Trmivt *rtsngygrgrrsssrrr. See further, 41 on the reward and punishment of the ego. Go. Most decidedly I can. Philo-Judaeus says, the air is full of them, of souls, those which are nearest the earth, descending to be tied to mortal bodies, Irakivspafloafafdis, return to other bodies, being desirous to live in them. In the Zohar, the soul is made to plead her freedom before God. Lord of the universe, I am happy in this world, and do not wish to go into another world, where I shall be a handmaid, and be exposed to all kinds of politicians. The doctrine of fatal necessity, the everlasting immutable law, is asserted in the answer of the deity. Against thy will thou becomest an embryo, and against thy will thou art born. Light would be incomprehensible without darkness to make it manifest. By contrast, good would be no longer good without evil to show the priceless nature of the boon, and so personal virtue could claim no merit, unless it had passed through the furnace of temptation. Nothing is eternal and unchangeable, save the concealed deity. Nothing that is finite, whether because it had a beginning, or must have an end, can remain stationary. It must either progress or recede, and a soul which thirsts after a reunion with its spirit, which alone confers upon it immortality, must purify itself through cyclic transmigrations onward toward the only land of bliss and eternal rest, called in the Zohar, the Palace of Love, Mrinsth, in the Hindu religion, moksha, among the Gnostics, the pleroma of eternal light, and by the Buddhists, nirvana. And all these states are temporary, not eternal. Inc. Yet there is no reincarnation spoken of in all this. Theology: a soul which pleads to be allowed to remain where she is, must be pre-existent, and not have been created for the occasion. In the Zohar, however, there is a still better proof. Speaking of the reincarnating egos, the rational souls, those whose last personality has to fade out entirely, it is said, all souls which are not guiltless in this world, have already alienated themselves in heaven from the Holy One, blessed be He. they have thrown themselves into an abyss at their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend, once more, on earth. DC Gignat, P222C, DT Somfs, 455D. Plus Zohar, 2. 96% Mchna, Aboth, 4. 29/3. 61H. The above quotations are from K.R.H. Mackenzie's Masonic Cyclopedia, Art. Kabbalah. The Holy One means here, esoterically, the Atman, or Atm and Buddha. Inc. Moreover, it is very strange to find nirvana spoken of as some iking synonymous with the kingdom of heaven, or paradise / since according to every Orientalist of note nirvana is a synonym of annihilation / theology taken literally, with regard to the personality and differentiated matter, but not otherwise. These ideas on reincarnation and the Trinity of man were held by many of the early Christian fathers. It is the jumble made by the translators of the New Testament and ancient philosophical treatises between soul and spirit, that has occasioned the many misunderstandings. It is also one of the many reasons why Buddha, Plotinus, and so many other initiates are now accused of having longed for the total extinction of their soul's absorption into the deity, or reunion with the universal soul, meaning, according to modern ideas, annihilation. The personal soul must, of course, be disintegrated into its particles, before it is able to link its purer essence forever with the immortal spirit. But the translators of both the Acts and the Epistles, who laid the foundation of the kingdom of heaven, and the modern commentators on the Buddhist Sutta of the foundation of the kingdom of righteousness, have muddled the sense of the great apostle of Christianity as of the great reformer of India. The former have smothered the word psuchikos, /frvxt koi, so that no reader imagines it to have any relation with soul, and with this confusing together of soul and spirit, Bible readers get only a perverted sense of anything on the subject. On the other hand, the interpreters of Buddha have failed to understand the meaning and object of the Buddhist 4 degrees of dhyana. Ask the Pythagoreans, can that spirit, which gives life and motion and partakes of the nature of light, be reduced to nonentity? Can even that sensitive spirit in brutes, which exercises memory, one of the rational faculties, die and become nothing? Observe the occultists. In Buddhistic philosophy, annihilation means only a dispersion of matter, in whatever form or semblance of form it may be, for everything that has form is temporary, and is, therefore, really an illusion. For in eternity the longest periods of time are as the wink of an eye. So with form. Before we have time to realize that we have seen it, it is gone like an instantaneous flash of lightning, and passed forever. When the spiritual entity breaks loose forever from every particle of matter, substance, or form, and re-becomes a spiritual breath, then only does it enter upon the eternal added unchangeable nirvana, lasting as long as the cycle of life has lasted an eternity, truly. And then that breath, existing in spirit, is nothing because it is all, as a form, a semblance, a shape, it is completely annihilated, a non-absolute spirit it still is, for it has become, to coin a word, beingness itself. The very phrase, absorbed in the universal essence, when used of the soul as spirit, means union with it can never mean annihilation, for that would mean eternal separation. KNQ. Do you not lay yourself open to the accusation of preaching annihilation by the language you yourself use? You have just spoken of the soul of man returning to its primordial elements. But you forget that I have given you the differences between the various meanings of the word soul, and shown the loose way in which the term spirit has been hitherto translated. We speak of an animal, a human, and a spiritual soul, and distinguish between them. Plato, for instance, calls rational soul that which we call buddhi, adding to it the adjective of spiritual, however, but that which we call the reincarnating ego, manas, he calls spirit, nous, etc., whereas we apply the term spirit, when standing alone and without any qualification, to ATM and only Pythagoras repeats our archaic doctrine when stating that the ego, nous, was eternal with deity, that the soul only passed through various stages to arrive at divine excellence, while Thumus returned to the earth, and even the phrin, the lower manas, was eliminated. Again, Plato defines soul, buddhi, as the motion that is able to move itself. Soul, he adds, laws, x, is the most ancient of all things, and the commencement of motion, thus calling it nabuddhi soul, and manas spirit, which we do not. Soul was generated prior to body, and body is posterior and secondary, as being according to nature, ruled over by the ruling soul. The soul which administers all things that are moved in every way, administers likewise the heavens. Soul then leads everything in heaven, and on earth, and in the sea, by its movements, the names of which are, to will, to consider, to take care of, to consult, to form opinions true and false, to be in a state of joy, sorrow, confidence, fear, hate, love, together with all such primary movements as are auid to these. Being a goddess herself, she ever takes as an ally nous, a god, and disciplines all things correctly and happily, but when with anoia not nous, it works out everything the contrary. In this language, as in the Buddhist texts, the negative is treated as essential existence. Annihilation conies under a similar exegesis. The positive state is essential being, but no manifestation as stick. When the spirit, in Buddhistic parlance, enters nerve and na, it loses objective existence, but retains subjective being. To objective minds this is becoming absolute nothing, to subjective, no thing nothing to be displayed to sense. Thus, their nerve sna means the certitude of individual immortality in spirit, not in soul, which, though the most ancient of all things, is still along with all the other gods a finite emanation, in forms and individuality, if not in substance. Inc. I do not quite seize the idea yet, and would be thankful to have you explain this to me by some illustrations. Theology no seubd it is very difficult to understand, especially to one broadly up in the regular orthodox ideas of the Christian Church. Moreover, I must tell you one thing, and this is that unless you have studied thoroughly well the separate functions assigned to all the human principles and the state of all these after death, you will hardly realize our Eastern philosophy. On the various principles in man Inc. I have heard a good deal about this constitution of the inner man as you call it, but could never make head or tail on T as the translator of L. E. Comte de Gabalis expresses it. Theology, of course, it is most difficult, and, as you say, puzzling to understand correctly and distinguish between the various aspects, called by us the principles of the real ego. It is the more so as there exists a notable difference in the numbering of these principles by various Eastern schools, though at the bottom there is the same identical substratum of teaching. Inc. Do you mean the Vedantins, as an instance? Do they, divide your 7 principles into 5 only? Theology they do, but though I would not presume to dispute the point with a learned Ved and Entin, I may yet state as my private opinion that they have an obvious reason for it. With them it is only that compound spiritual aggregate which consists of various mental aspects that is called man at all, the physical body being in their view something beneath contempt, and merely an illusion. Nor is the Ved and Enta the only philosophy to reckon in this manner. Lao Tzu, in his Tao Tef Poundig mentions only 5 principles, because he, like the Ved and Entins, omits to include 2 principles, namely, the spirit, etmfeet, and the physical body, the latter of which moreover, he calls the cadaver. Then there is the Tarakaraja Yoga school. Its teaching recognizes only 3 principles in fact, but then, in reality, their sthulopati, or physical body, in its waking conscious state, their sukshmopat, the same body in svapna, or the dreaming state, and their karanopati or causal body, or that which passes from one incarnation to another, are all dual in their aspects, and thus make 6. Add to this Atma the impersonal divine principle or the immortal element in man, undistinguished from the universal spirit, and you have the same 7 again. They are welcome to hold to their division, we hold to ours. KNQ then it seems almost the same as the division made by the mystic Christians, body, soul, and spirit. Theology just the same. We could easily make of the Ijoti the vehicle of the vital double, of the latter the vehicle of life or prana, of Knma rupa, or animal soul, the vehicle of the higher and the lower mind, and make of this 6 principles, crowning the whole with the one immortal spirit. In occultism every qualificative change in the state of our consciousness gives to man a new aspect, and if it prevails and becomes part of the living and acting ego, it must be, and is, given a special name, to distinguish the man that particular state from the man he is when he places himself in another state. KNQ it is just that which it is so difficult to understand. Theology it seems to me very easy, on the contrary, once that you have seized the main idea, i.e. that man acts on this or another plane of consciousness, in strict accordance with his mental and spiritual condition. But such is the materialism of the age that the more we explain the less people seem capable of understanding what we say. Divide the terrestrial being called man into 3 chief aspects, if you like, and unless you make of him a pure animal you cannot do less. Take his objective body, the thinking principle in him which is only a little higher than the instinctual element in the animal or the vital conscious soul, and that which places him so immeasurably beyond and higher than the animal, i.e., his reasoning soul or spirit. Well, if we take these 3 groups or representative entities, and subdivide them, according to the occult teaching, what do we get? First of all, spirit in the sense of the absolute, and therefore, indivisible M. Or ATMT. As this can neither be located nor limited in seconds, for a clearer explanation, the secret Doctichu, I 157, 1st ed., I. Asterisk 8j, 3rd ed. Philosophy, being simply that which is in eternity, and which cannot be absent from even the tiniest geometrical or mathematical point of the universe of matter or substance, it ought not to be called, in truth, a human principle at all. Rather, and at best, it is in metaphysics, that point in space which the human monad and its vehicle man occupy for the period of every life. Now that point is as imaginary as man himself, and in reality is an illusion, a maya, but then for our asterisk selves, as for other personal egos, we are a reality during that fit of illusion called life, and we have to take ourselves into account, in our own fancy at any rate, if no one else does. To make it more conceivable to the human intellect, when first attempting the study of occultism, and to solve the ABC of the mystery of man, occultism calls the 7th principle the synthesis of the 6th, and gives it for vehicle the spiritual soul, Buddhi. Now the latter conceals a mystery, which is never given to anyone, with the exception of irrevocably pledged chalice, or those, at any rate, who can be safely trusted. Of course, there would be less confusion, could it only be told, but, as this is directly concerned with the power of projecting one's double consciously and at will, and as this gift, like the ring of Gyges, would prove very fatal to man at large and to the possessor of this faculty in particular, it is carefully guarded. But let us proceed with the principles. This divine soul, or Buddhi, then, is the vehicle of the spirit. In conjunction, these two are one, impersonal and without any attributes, on this plane, of course, but make 2 spiritual principles. If we pass on to the human soul, manas, or mens, every one will agree that the intelligence of man is dual to say the least, e.g., the high-minded man can hardly become low-minded, the very intellectual and spiritual-minded man is separated by an abyss from the obtuse, dull, and material, if not animal-minded, man. Inc. But why should not man be rather represented by 2 principles or 2 aspects? Theology every man has these 2 principles in him, one more active than the other, and in rare cases, one of them is entirely stunted in its growth, so to say, or paralyzed by the strength and predominance of the other aspect, in every direction. These, then, are what we call the two principles or aspects of manas, the higher and the lower, the former, the higher manas, or the thinking, conscious ego gravitating toward the spiritual soul, buddhi, and the latter, or its instinctual principle, attracted to knma, the seat of animal desires and passions in man. Thus, we have four principles justified, the last three being, I, the double, which we have agreed to call protean, or plastic soul, the vehicle of, 2, the life principle, and, 3, the physical body. Of course no physiologist or biologist will accept these principles, nor can he make head or tail of them. And this is why, perhaps, none of them to this day understand either the functions of the spleen, the physical vehicle of the protean double, or those of a certain organ on the right side of man, the seat of the above-mentioned desires, nor yet do they know anything of the pineal body, which is described as a gland with a little sand in it, whereas it is in truth the very seat of the highest and divinest consciousness in man, his omniscient, spiritual and all-embracing mind. And this shows you still more plainly that we have neither invented these 7 principles, nor are they new in the world of philosophy, as we can easily prove. Inc. But what is it that reincarnates, in your belief? Thpa. The spiritual thinking ego, the permanent principle in man, or that which is the seat of manas. It is not Atm and, or even Atmabuddhaya, regarded as the dual monad, which is the individual, or divine inan, but manas, for Atman is the universal m*, and becomes the higher self of man only in conjunction with buddhi, its vehicle, which links it to the individuality, or divine man. For it is the buddhi manas, the united fifth and sixth principles, which is called the causal body by the Vedantins, and which is isiousness, that connects it with every personality it inhabits on earth. Therefore, soul being a generic term, there are in men 3 aspects of soul: 1, the terrestrial, or animal; 2, the human soul; and 3, the spiritual soul. These, strictly speaking, are one soul in its 3 aspects. Now of the first aspect, nothing remains after death; of the second, nous or manas, only its divine essence, if left unsoiled, survives, while the third, in addition to being immortal, becomes consciously divine, by the assimilation of the higher manas. But to make it clear, we have to say a few words first of all about reincarnation. Inc. You will do well, as it is against this doctrine that your enemies fight the most ferociously. But you mean the spiritualists? I know, and many are the absurd objections laboriously spun by them over the pages of their journals. So obtuse and malicious are some of them, that they will stop at nothing. One of them recently found a contradiction, which he gravely discusses in a letter to Light, in 2 statements picked out of Mr. Sinnett's lectures. He discovers this grave contradiction in the 2 sentences: premature returns to earth life, in the cases when they occur, may be due to karmic complication, and there is no accident in the supreme act of divine justice guiding evolution. So profound a thinker would surely see a contradiction of the law of gravitation if a man stretched out his hand to stop a falling stone from crushing the head of a child. On reincarnation or rebirth. What is memory according to theosophical teaching Inc.? The most difficult thing for you will be to explain give reasonable grounds for such a belief. No theosophist has ever yet succeeded in bringing forward a single valid proof to shake my skepticism. First of all, why you have against this theory of reincarnation the fact that no single man has yet been found to remember that he has lived, why least of all Ivanhoe he was, during his previous life. Why our argument, I see, tends to the same old objection, the loss of memory in each of us of our previous incarnation. You think it invalidates our doctrine? My answer is that it does not, or that at any rate such an objection cannot be final. Inc. Would like to hear your arguments. They are short and few. Yet when you take into consideration the utter inability of the best modern psychologists to explain to the world the nature of mind, and their complete ignorance of its potentialities, and higher states, you have to admit that this objection is based on an a priori conclusion drawn from prima facie and circumstantial evidence more than anything else. Now what is memory in your conception, pray? Inc. That which the generally accepted definition explains, the faculty % in our mind of remembering and of retaining the knowledge of previous thoughts, deeds and events. Theology please add to it that there is a great difference between the three accepted forms of memory. Besides memory in general you have remembrancy, recollection and reminiscence, have you not? Have you ever thought over the difference? Memory, remember, is a generic name. Inc. Yet, all these are only synonyms. Theology indeed, they are not in philosophy, at all events. Memory is simply an innate power in thinking beings, and even in animals, of reproducing past impressions by an association of ideas principally suggested by objective things or by some action on our external sensory organs. Memory is a faculty depending entirely on the more or less healthy and normal functioning of our physical brain, and remembrance and recollection are the attributes and handmaidens of this memory. But reminiscence is an entirely different thing. Reminiscence is defined by the modern psychologist as something intermediate between remembrance and recollection, or, a conscious process of recalling past occurrences, but without that full and varied reference to particular things which characterizes recollection. Locke, speaking of recollection and remembrance, says, when an idea again recurs without the operation of the like object on the external sensory, it is remembrance, if it be sought after by the mind, and with pain and endeavor found and brought again into view, it is recollection. But even Locke leaves reminiscence without any clear definition, because it is no faculty or attribute of our physical memory, but an intuitional perception apart from and outside our physical brain, a perception which, being called into action by the ever-present knowledge of our spiritual ego, covers all those visions in man which are regarded as abnormal from the pictures suggested by genius to the ravings of fever and even madness, and are classed by science as having no existence outside of our fancy. Occultism and Theosophy, however, regard reminiscence in an entirely different light. For us, while memory is physical and evanescent and depends on the physiological conditions of the brain, a fundamental proposition with all teachers of mnemonics, who have the researches of modern scientific psychologists to back them, reminiscence is the memory of the soul. And it is this memory which gives the assurance to almost every human being, whether he understands it or not, of his having lived before and having to live again. Indeed, as Wordsworth has it, our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting, the soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath elsewhere had its setting, and cometh from afar. Ec. If it is on this kind of memory poetry and abnormal feignes, on your own confession that you base your doctrine, then you will convince very few, I am afraid. Theology, I did not confess it was a fancy. I simply said that physiologists and scientists in general regard such reminiscences as hallucinations and fancy, to which learned conclusion they are welcome. We do not deny that such visions of the past and glimpses far back into the corridors of time, are not abnormal, as contrasted with our normal daily life experience and physical memory. But we do maintain with Professor W. Knight, that, the absence of memory of any action done in a previous state cannot be a conclusive argument against our having lived through it. And every fair-minded opponent must agree with what is said in Butler's lectures on Plato, Ike Philosophy, that the feeling of extravagance with which it pre-existence affects us has its secret source in materialistic or semi-materialistic prejudices. Besides which, we maintain that memory is, as Olympiodorus called it, simply fantasy, number, and the most unreliable thing in us. Ammonius Saccas asserted that the only faculty in man directly opposed to prognostication, or looking into futurity, is memory. Furthermore, remember that memory is one thing and mind or thought is another. Memory is a recording machine, a register which very easily gets out of order, but thoughts are eternal and imperish. Abel. Would you refuse to believe in the existence of certain things or men only because your physical eyes have not seen them? Would not the collective testimony of past generations who have seen Julius Caesar be a sufficient guarantee that he once lived? Why should not the same testimony of the psychic senses of the masses be taken into consideration? Inc. But do you not think that these are too fine distinctions to be accepted by the majority of mortals? Theology say rather by the majority of materialists. And to them we say, behold, even in the short span of ordinary existence, memory is too weak to register all the events of a lifetime. How frequently do even most important events lie dormant in our memory until awakened by some association of ideas, or aroused to function and activity by some other link. This is especially the case with people of advanced 40, for the fantasy says Olympiodorus, in Plato's Phaedo, is an impediment to our intellectual conceptions, and hence, when we are agitated by the inspiring influence of the divinity, if the fantasy intervenes, the enthusiastic energy ceases, for enthusiasm and the ecstasy are contrary to H6ther. Should it be asked whether the soul is able to energize without the fantasy, we reply, that its perception of universals proves that it is able. It has perceptions, therefore, independent of the fantasy. At the same time, however, the fantasy attends in its energies, just a storm pursues him who sails on the sea. Age, who are always found suffering from feebleness of recollection. When, then, we bear in mind what we know about the physical and the spiritual principles in man, it is not the fact that our memory has failed to record our precedent life and dollar lives that ought to surprise us, but the contrary, were it to happen. Why do we not remember our past lives? Inc. You have given me a bird's eye view of the 7 principles. How do you account for our complete loss of any recollection of having lived before, in the light of what you have said concerning these principles? Theology. Very easily. Those principles which we call physical are disintegrated after death together with their constituent elements, and memory along with the brain. This vanished memory of a vanished personality, can consequently neither remember nor record anything in the subsequent reincarnation of the ego. Reincarnation means that the ego will be furnished with a new body, a new brain, and a new memory. Therefore it would be as absurd to expect this new memory to remember that which it has never recorded as it would be to examine under a microscope a shirt which had never been worn by a murderer, and seek on it for the stains of blood which are to be found only on the clothes he has worn. It is not the clean shirt that we have to question, but the clothes worn during the perpetration of the crime, and if these are burnt and destroyed, how can you get at them? Inc. How can you get at the certainty that the crime was either committed at all or that the man in the clean shirt ever lived before? Theo. Not by physical processes, most assuredly, nor by relying on the testimony of that which exists no longer. But there is such a thing as circumstantial evidence, since our wise laws accept it, more, perhaps, even than they should. To get convinced of the fact of reincarnation and past lives, one must put oneself en rapport with one's real permanent ego, not with one's evanescent memory. Inc. But how can people believe in that which they do not know nor have ever seen, far less put themselves en rapport with it? th. If people, and they the most learned, will believe in the namely, the body, lift, passional and animal instincts, and the astral eidolon of every man, whether perceived in thought or our mind's eye, or objectively and separate from the physical body, which principles we call sthla prina, kamarftpa, and I4nga sharfra. None of these is denied by science, though it calls them by different names. Gravity, ether, force, and what not of science, abstractions, and working hypotheses, which they have neither seen, touched, smelled, heard, nor tasted. Why should not other people believe, on the same principle, in the permanent ego, a far more logical and important working hypothesis than any other? Inc. What is, finally, this mysterious eternal principle Can you explain its nature so as to make it comprehensible to all? Both. The ego which reincarnates is the individual not personal and immortal I, the vehicle, in short, of the ATM's Buddhic monad, that which is rewarded in Devachan and punished on earth, and that, finally, to which the reflection only of the skandhas, or attributes asterisk of every incarnation attaches itself. Inc. What do you mean by skandhas? Thpa. Just what I said, attributes, among which is memory. All of these perish like a flower, leaving behind them only a feeble perfume. Here is another paragraph from Colonel H.S. Alcott's Buddhist Catechism / which bears directly upon the subject. It deals with the question as follows: the aged man remembers the incidents of his youth, despite his being physically and mentally changed. Why, then, is not the recollection of past lives brought over by us from our last birth into the present birth? Because memory is included within the skandhas, and the skandhas having changed with the new existence, a memory, the record of that particular existence, develops. Yet the record or reflection of all the past lives must survive, for, when Prince Siddhartha became Buddha, the full sequence of his previous births were seen by him. And anyone who attains to the state of Jhana can thus retrospectively trace the line of his lives. This proves to you that while the undying qualities of the personality such as love, goodness, charity, etc., attach themselves to the immortal ego, photographing on it, so to speak, a permanent image of the divine aspect of the man who was, his material skandhas, those which generate the most marked karmic effects, are as evanescent as a flash of lightning, and cannot impress the new brain of the new. There are 5 skandhas or attributes in the Buddhist teachings: rupa, form or body; material qualities; vedana, sensation; sana, abstract ideas; samkara, tendencies of mind; vijnana, mental powers. Of these we are formed, by them we are conscious of existence, and through them communicate with the world about us. Plus by Henry S. Alcott, President and founder of the Theosophical Society. The accuracy of the teaching is sanctioned by the Reverend H. Sumangala, High Priest of the Sriputa and Gaul, and Principal of the Vidyadaya Parivina College, at Colombo, as being in agreement with the canon of the Southern Buddhist Church. Personality, yet their failing to do so impairs in no way the identity of the reincarnating ego. Inc. Do you mean to infer that that which survives is only the soul memory, as you call it, that soul or ego being one and the same, while nothing of the personality remains asterisk? Theology: not quite, something of each personality, unless the latter was an absolute materialist with not even a chink in his nature for a spiritual ray to pass through, must survive, as it leaves its eternal impress on the incarnating permanent self or spiritual ego asterisk. The personality with its skandhas is ever changing with every new birth. It is, as said before, only the part played by the actor, the true ego, for one night. This is why we preserve no memory on the physical plane of our past lives, though the real ego has lived them over and knows them all. Inc. Then how does it happen that the real or spiritual man does not impress his new personal / with this knowledge? Theology: how is it that the servant girls in a poor farmhouse could speak Hebrew and play the violin in their trance or somnambulic state, and knew neither when in their normal condition? Because, as every genuine psychologist of the old, not your modern school, will tell you, the spiritual ego can act only when the personal ego is paralyzed. The spiritual I in man is omniscient and has every knowledge innate in it, while the personal self is the creature of its environment and slave of the physical memory. Could the former manifest itself uninterruptedly, and without impediment, there would be no longer men on earth, but we should all be gods. Inc. Still there ought to be exceptions, and some ought to remember Theo. And so they do. But who believes in their report? Such sensitives are generally regarded as hallucinated hysteriacs, as crack-brained enthusiasts, or humbugs, by modern materialists. E.T. them read, however, works on this subject, preeminently Reincarnation, a study of forgotten truth, by E.D. Walker, FTS, and see in it the mass of proofs which the able author brings to bear on this vexed question. Speak to some people of soul, and they ask, what is soul? Have you ever proved its existence? Of course it is useless, or the spiritual, in contradistinction to the personal self. The student must not confuse this spiritual ego with the HXQHBR self, which is Atma, the God within us, and inseparable from the universal spirit. See section 9, on post-mortem and postnatal consciousness. To argue with those who are materialists. But even to them I would put the question, can you remember what you were or what you did when a baby? Have you preserved the smallest recollection of your life, thoughts, or deeds, or that you lived at all during the first 18 months or 2 years of your existence? Then why not deny that you have ever lived as a babe, on the same principle? When to all this we add that the reincarnating ego, or individuality, retains during the devachanic period merely the essence of the experience of its past earth life or personality, the whole physical experience evolving into a state of impotentia, or being, so to speak, translated into spiritual formula, when we remember further that the term between two rebirths is said to extend from 10 to 15 centuries, during which the physical consciousness is totally and absolutely inactive, having no organs to act through, and therefore no existence. The reason for the absence of all remembrance in the purely physical memory is apparent. Inc. You just said that the spiritual ego was omniscient. Where, then, is that vaunted omniscience during its devachanic life, as you call it? Theo. During that time it is latent and potential, BKU.se. First of all, the spiritual ego, the compound of buddhaimanas, is not the higher self, which being one with the universal soul or mind is alone omniscient, and, secondly, because Devachan is the idealized continuation of the terrestrial life just left behind, a period of retributive adjustment, and a reward for unmerited wrongs and sufferings undergone in that special life. The spiritual ego is omniscient only potentially in Devachan, it enjoys actual omniscience in nirvana alone, when the ego is merged in the universal mind-soul. Nevertheless the ego becomes quasi-omniscient during those hours on earth when certain abnormal conditions and physiological changes in the body make it free from the trammels of matter. Thus the examples cited above of somnambulists, a poor servant speaking Hebrew, and another playing the violin, give you an illustration of the case in point. This does not mean that the explanations of these two facts offered us by medical science have no truth in them, for one girl had, years before, heard her master, a clergyman, read Hebrew works aloud, and the other had heard an artist playing a violin at their farm. But neither could have done so as perfectly as they did had they not been ensouled by that which, owing to the sameness of its nature with the universal mind, is omniscient. In the former case the higher principle acted on the skandhas and moved them, in the latter, the personality being paralyzed, the individuality manifested itself. Pray do not confuse the two. On individuality and personality. Inc. But what is the difference between the two? I confess that am still in the dark. Theology. In his Buddhist catechism, Colonel Olcott, forced by the logic of esoteric philosophy, found himself obliged to correct the mistakes of previous Orientalists who made no such distinction, and gives the reader his reasons for it as follows: the successive appearances upon one or many earths, or descents into genera. Of the 10 hyclocoherent parts, skandhas, of a certain being, are a succession of personalities. In each birth the personality differs from that of the previous or next succeeding birth. Karma, the dens ex machind, masks, or, shall we say, reflects, itself now in the personality of a sage, again as an artisan, and so on throughout the string of births. But though personalities ever shift, the one line of life along which they are strung, like beads, runs unbroken, it is ever that particular line, never any other. It is therefore individual, an individual vital undulation, which began in nerve and na, or the subjective side of nature, as the light or heat undulation through ether began at its dynamic source, is careering through the objective side of nature under the impulse of karma and the creative direction of tanha, the unsatisfied desire for existence, and leads through many cyclic changes back to nerve and na. Mr. Rhys Davids calls that which passes from personality to personality along the individual chain character, or doing. Since character is not a mere metaphysical abstraction, but the sum of one's mental qualities and moral propensities, would it not help to dispel what Mr. Rhys Davids calls the desperate expedient of a mystery, Buddhism, p. 101, if we regarded the life undulation as individuality, and each of its series of natal manifestations as a separate personality? The perfect individual, Buddhistically speaking, is a Buddha, I should say, for Buddha is but the rare flower of humanity, without the least supernatural admixture. And, as countless generations, 4 Asankeyas and 100,000 cycles, Fosbull and Rhys Davids' Buddhist birth stories, p. 13, are required to develop a man into a Buddha, and the iron will to become one runs throughout all the successive births. What shall we call that which thus wills and perseveres? Character, or individuality, an individuality but partly manifested in any one birth, but built up of fragments from all the births? I have long tried to impress this distinction between the individuality and personality on people's minds, but alas, it is harder with some than to make them feel a reverence for childish impossibilities, only because they are orthodox, and because orthodoxy is respectable. To understand the idea well, you have to first study the dual sets of principles, the spiritual, or those which belong to the imperishable ego, and the material, or those principles which make up the ever-changing bodies or the series of personalities of that ego. Let us fix permanent names to these, and say that, I, Atmfi, the higher self, is neither your spirit nor mine, but like sunlight shines on all. It is the universally diffused divine principle, and is inseparable from its one and absolute superspirit, as the sunbeam is inseparable from sunlight. 2. Buddhi, the spiritual soul, is only its vehicle. Neither ATMs nor Buddhi separately, nor the two collectively, are of any more use to the body of man than sunlight and its beams are for a mass of granite buried in the earth, unless the divine duad is assimilated by, and reflected in, some consciousness. Neither ATMs nor Buddhi are ever reached by karma, because the former is the highest aspect of karma, the working agent of itself in one aspect, and the latter is unconscious on this plane. This consciousness or mind is 3. Manas *, the derivation, or product in a reflected form, of ahamkara, the conception of I, or egoship. It is, therefore, when inseparably united to the first two, called the spiritual ego, and tejasa, the radiant. This is the real individuality, or the divine man. It is this ego which, having originally incarnated in the senseless human form animated by, but unconscious of, the presence in itself of the dual monad, since it had no consciousness made of that human-like form a real man. It is this ego, this causal body, which overshadows every personality into which karma forces it to incarnate. It is this ego which is held responsible for all the sins committed through, and in, every new body or personality, the evanescent masks which hide the true individual through the long series of rebirths. Inc. But is this just? Why should this ego receive punishment as the result of deeds which it has forgotten? Thpa. It has not forgotten them, it knows and remembers its misdeeds as well as you remember what you have done yesterday. Is it because the memory of that bundle of physical compounds called alpha aai or the universal mind is the source of manas? The latter is makat, mind, in man. Manas is also called jk kshetrajana, embodied spirit, because it is, according to our philosophy, the M and Nasaputras are or sons of the universal mind, who created, or rather produced, the thinking man, by incarnating in the third race mankind in our round. It is manas, therefore, which is the real incarnating and permanent spiritual ego, the individuality, and our various and numberless personalities only its external mask s. Body does not recollect what its predecessor, the personality that was, did, that you imagine that the real ego has forgotten them. As well say it is unjust that the new coat on the back of a boy, who is flogged for stealing apples, should be punished for that of which it knows nothing. Inc. But are there no modes of communication between the spiritual and human consciousness or memory? Theology, of course there are, but they have never been recognized by your modern scientific psychologists. To what do you attribute intuition, the voice of conscience, premonitions, vague undefined reminiscences, etc., if not to such communications? Would that the majority of educated men, at least, had the fine spiritual perceptions of Coleridge, who shows how intuitional he is in some of his comments. Hear what he says with respect to the probability that all thoughts are in themselves imperishable. If the intelligent faculty sudden revivals of memory should be rendered more comprehensive, it would require only a different and appropriate organization, the body celestial instead of the body terrestrial, to bring before every human soul the collective experience of its whole past existences, rather. And this body celestial is our empougnasic ego. On the reward and punishment of the ego. Inc. I have heard you say that the ego, whatever the life of the person he incarnated in may have been on earth, is never visited with post-mortem punishment. Theology never, save in very exceptional and rare cases of which we will not speak here, as the nature of the punishment in no way approaches any of your theological conceptions of damnation. Inc. But if the ego is punished in this life for the misdeeds committed in previous lives, then it ought to be rewarded also, whether here or when disincummated. Theology, and so it is. If we do not admit of any punishment outside of this earth, it is because the only state the spiritual self knows of, hereafter, is that of unalloyed bliss. Inc. What do you mean? Theology, simply this: crimes and sins committed on a plane of objectivity S&D in a world of matter, cannot receive punishment in a world of pure subjectivity. We believe in no hell or paradise as localities, in no objective hellfires and worms that never die, nor in any Jerusalems with streets paved with sapphires and diamonds. What we believe in is a post-mortem state or mental condition, such as we are in during a vivid dream. We believe in an immutable law of absolute love, justice, and mercy. And believing in it, we say, whatever was the sin and whatever were the dire results of the original karmic transgression of the now incarnated egos *, no man or the outer material and periodical form of the spiritual entity can be held, with any degree of justice, responsible for the consequences of his birth. He does not ask to be born, nor can he choose the parents that will give him life. In every respect he is a victim to his environment, the child of circumstances over which he has no control, and if each of his transgressions were impartially investigated, it would be found that in 9 out of every 10 cases he was the one sinned against, rather than the sinner. Life is at best a heartless play, a stormy sea to cross, and a heavy burden often too difficult to bear. The greatest philosophers have tried in vain to fathom and find out its raison d'etre, and except those who had the key to it, namely, the Eastern sages, have all failed. Life is, as Shakespeare describes it, but a walking shadow, a poor player, that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Nothing in its separate parts, yet of the greatest importance in its collectivity or series of lives. In any case, almost every individual life is, in its full development, a sorrow. And are we to believe that poor, helpless man, after being tossed about like a piece of rotten timber on the angry billows of life, is, if he proves too weak to resist them, to be punished by a sempiternity of damnation, or even a temporary punishment? Never. Whether a great or an average sinner, good or bad, guilty or innocent, once delivered of the burden of physical life, it is on this transgression that the cruel and illogical dogma of the fallen angels has been built, which is explained in the 2nd volume of the Secret Doctrine. All our egos are thinking and rational entities, Manasaputras, who had lived, whether under human or other forms, in the precedent life cycle, Manvantara, and whose karma it was to incarnate in the man of this one. It was taught in the mysteries that, having delayed in complying with this law, or having refused to create as Hinduism says of the Kumdras and Christian legend of the Archangel Michael, having failed to incarnate in due time, the bodies predestined for them became defiled. Hence the original sin of the senseless forms and the punishment of the egos. What is meant by the rebellious angels being hurled down into hell is simply explained by these pure spirits or egos being imprisoned IP bodies of unclean matter, flesh. Tired and worn out Manu, or thinking ego * has won the right to a period of absolute rest and bliss. The same unerringly wise and just, rather than merciful, law, which inflicts upon the incarnated ego the karmic punishment for every sin committed during the preceding life on earth, has provided for the now disembodied entity a long lease of mental rest, and the entire oblivion of every sad event, to the smallest painful thought, that took place in its last life as a personality, leaving in the soul memory nothing but the reminiscence of that which was bliss, or which led to happiness. Plotinus, who said that our body was the true river of Lethe, for souls plunged into it forget all, meant more than he said. For, as our terrestrial body on earth is like Lethe, so is our celestial body in Devachan, and much more. KNQ then to understand that the murderer, the transgressor /law divine and human in every shape, is alive to go punished? Whoever said that? Our philosophy has a doctrine of punishment as stern as that of the most rigid Calvinist, only far more philosophical and consistent with absolute justice. No deed, no sinful thought even, will go unpunished. In fact the latter are even more severely punished than the former, as a thought is far more potent in creating evil results than deeds. We believe in an unerring law of retribution, called karma, which asserts itself in a natural concatenation of causes and their unavoidable results. And how, or where, does it act? Taiyo. Every laborer is worthy of his hire, saith wisdom in the gospel, every action, good or bad, is a prolific parent, saith the wisdom of the ages. Put the two together, and you will find the why. After allowing the soul, when escaped from the pangs of personal life, a sufficient, a hundredfold compensation, karma, with its army of skandhas, waits at the threshold of Devachan, whence the ego re-emerges to assume a new incarnation. It is at this moment that the future destiny of the now arrested ego trembles in the scales of just retribution, as it now falls once again under the sway of active karmic law. It is in this rebirth which is ready for it, a rebirth selected and prepared by this mysterious, inexorable but, in the equity and wisdom of its decrees, infallible law, that the sins of the previous life of the ego are punished. Only it is into no imaginary hell, with theatrical * but I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust alter her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Molly, v. 8. Flames and ridiculous-tailed and homed devils, that the ego is cast, but verily onto this earth, the plane and region of his sins, where he will have to atone for every bad thought and deed. As he has sown, so will he reap. Reincarnation will gather round him all those other egos who have suffered, whether directly or indirectly, at the hands, or even through the unconscious instrumentality, of the past personality. They will be thrown by Nemesis in the way of the new man, concealing the old, the eternal ego, and Inc. But where is the equity you speak of, since these new personalities are not aware of having shined or been sinned against? Theo. Has the coat torn to shreds from the backly of the man who stole it, by another man who was robbed of it and recognizes his property, to be regarded as fairly dealt with? The new personality is no better than a fresh suit of clothes with its specific characteristics, color, form, and qualities, but the real man who wears it is the same culprit as of old. It is the individuality which suffers through its personality. And it is this, and this alone, that can account for the terrible seeming injustice in the distribution of lots in life to man. When your modern philosophers will have succeeded in showing us good reason why so many apparently innocent and good men are born only to suffer during a whole lifetime, why so many are born poor unto starvation in the slums of great cities, abandoned by fate and men, why, while these are born in the gutter, others open their eyes to the light in palaces, why a noble birth and fortune seem often given to the worst of men and only rarely to the worthy, why there are beggars whose inner selves are peers to the highest and noblest of men, when this, and much more, is satisfactorily explained by either your philosophers or theologians, then only, but not till then, you will have the right to reject the theory of reincarnation. The highest and grandest poets have dimly perceived this truth of truths. Shelley believed in it, Shakespeare must have thought of it when writing on the worthlessness of birth. Remember his words, "Why should my birth keep down my mounting spirit? Are not all creatures subject unto time? There's legions now of beggars on the earth, that their original did spring from kings. And many renarchs now, whose fathers were the riffraff of their age. Alter the word fathers into egos and you will have the truth." On Kamaloka and Devachan. On the fate of the lower principles. Inc. You spoke of Kamaloka, what is it? Theology. When the man dies, his three lower principles leave him forever, i.e., body, life, and the vehicle of the latter, the astral body or the double of the living man. And then, his four principles, the central or middle principle, the animal soul or Kamarupa, with what it has assimilated from the lower manas, and the higher triad find themselves in Kama-loka. The latter is an astral locality, the limbus of scholastic theology, the Hades of the Anseites, and, strictly speaking, a locality only in a relative sense. It has neither a definite area nor boundary, but exists within subjective space, 9, is beyond our sensuous perceptions. Still it exists, and it is there that the astral eidolons of all the beings that have lived, animals included, await their second death. For the animals it comes with the disintegration and the entire fading out of their astral particles to the last. For the human eidolon it begins when the Sitnid Buddhi monastic triad is said to separate itself from its lower principles, or the reflection of the X-personality, by falling into the devachanic state. Inc. And what happens after this? Theology. Then the Kamarupic phantom, remaining bereft of its informing thinking principle, the higher manas, and the lower aspect of the latter, the animal intelligence, no longer receiving light from the higher mind, and no longer having a physical brain to work through, collapses. Inc. In what way? Theo. Well, it falls into the state of the frog when certain portions of its brain are taken out by the vivisector. It can think no more. Even on the lowest animal plane. Henceforth it is no longer even the lower manas, since this lower is nothing without the higher. Inc. And is it this nonentity which we find materializing in seance rooms with mediums? Theo. It is this nonentity. A true nonentity, however, only as to reasoning or cogitating powers, still an entity, however astral and fluidic. This is shown in certain cases when this entity, being magnetically and unconsciously drawn toward a medium, is revived for a time and lives in him by proxy, so to speak. This spook, or the Ksma rupa, may be compared with the jellyfish, which has an ethereal gelatinous appearance so long as it is in its own element, or water, the medium's specific aura. No sooner is it thrown out of the water, however, than it dissolves in the hand or on the sand, especially in sun light. In the medium's aura, it lives a kind of vicarious life, and reasons and speaks either through the medium's brain or those of other persons present. But this would lead us too far, and upon other people's grounds, whereon I have no desire to trespass. Let us keep to the subject of reincarnation. Inc. What of the latter? How long does the incarnating ego remain in the devachanic state? Theology. This, we are taught, depends on the degree of spirituality and the merit or demerit of the last incarnation. The average time is from 10 to 15 centuries, as I have already told you. Inc. But why could not this ego manifest and communicate with mortals as spiritualists tell I have it? What is there to prevent a mother from communicating with the children she left on earth, a husband with his wife / and so on? It is a most consoling belief, I must confess, nor do I wonder that those who believe in it are so averse to give it up. Theology, nor are they forced to, unless they happen to prefer truth to fiction, however consoling. Uncongenial our doctrines may be to spiritualists, yet, nothing of what we believe in and teach is half as selfish and cruel as idiot they preach. Inc. I do not understand you. What is selfish? Theology, their doctrine of the return of spirits, the real personalities as they say, and I will tell you why. If Devachan call it paradise if you like, a place of bliss and of supreme felicity, if it is anything is such a place, or say state, logic tells us that no sorrow, nor even a shade of pain can be experienced therein. God shall wipe away all the tears from the eyes of those in paradise, we read in the Book of Many Promises. And if the spirits of the dead are able to return and see all that is going on earth, and especially in their homes, what kind of bliss can be in store for them? Why the OSOPHs do not believe in the return of pure spirits? Inc. What do you mean? Why should this interfere with their bliss? Theology, it is quite simple. Let us take an instance. A mother dies, leaving behind her little helpless children, whom she adores, perhaps a beloved husband also. We say that her spirit or ego, that individuality which is now wholly impregnated, for the entire devachanic period, with the noblest feelings held by its late personality, with love for her children, pity for those who suffer, and so on, is now entirely separated from the foreveil of tears, that its future bliss consists in the blessed ignorance of all the woes it left behind. Spiritualists, on the contrary, say that it is as vividly aware of them, and more so than before, for spirits see more than mortals in the flesh do. We say that the bliss of the devachani consists in its complete conviction that it has never left the earth, and that there is no such thing as death at all, that the post-mortem spiritual consciousness of the mother will cause her to think that she lives surrounded by her children and all those whom she loved, that no gap, no link, will be missing to make her disembodied state the most perfect and absolute happiness. The spiritualists deny this point blank. According to their doctrine, unfortunate man is not liberated even by death from the sorrows of this life. Not a drop from the life cup of pain and suffering will miss his lips, and nolens volens, since he sees everything then, shall he drink it to the bitter dregs. Thus, the loving wife, who during her lifetime was ready to save her husband's sorrow at the price of her heart's blood, is now doomed to see, in utter helplessness, his despair, and to register every hot tear he sheds for her loss. Worse than that, she may see the tears dry too soon, and another beloved face smile on him, the father of her children, find another woman replacing her in his affections, doomed to hear her children give the holy name of mother to one indifferent to them, and to see those little ones neglected, if not ill treated. According to this doctrine, the gentle wafting to immortal life becomes the way into a new path of mental suffering without any transition. And yet, the columns of the Banner of Light, the veteran journal of the American spiritualists, are filled with messages from the dead, the dear departed ones, who all write to say how very happy they are. Is such a state of knowledge consistent with bliss? Then bliss stands in such a case for the greatest curse, and orthodox damnation must be a relief in comparison to it. Inc. But how does your theory avoid this? How can you reconcile the theory of the soul's omniscience with its blindness to that which is taking place on earth? Theo. Because such is the law of love and mercy. During every devachanic period the ego, omniscient as it is per se, clothes itself, so to say, with the reflection of the personality that was. I have just told you that the ideal efflorescence of all the abstract, and therefore undying and eternal qualities or attributes such as love and mercy, the love of the good, the true, and the beautiful which ever spoke in the heart of the living personality, after death, cling to the ego, and therefore follow it into Devachan. For the time being, then, the ego becomes the ideal reflection of the human being it was when last on earth, and that is not omniscient. Were it that, it would never be in the state we call Devachan at all. Inc. What are your reasons for it? Theology. If you want an answer on the strict lines of our philosophy, then I would say that it is because everything is illusion, maya. Outside of eternal truth, which has neither form, color, nor limitation. He who has placed himself beyond the veil of MDYD and such are the highest adepts and initiates can have no Devachan. As to the ordinary mortal, his bliss in Devachan is complete. It is an absolute oblivion of all that gave it pain or sorrow in the past incarnation, and even oblivion of the fact that such things as pain or sorrow exist at all. The Devachani lives its intermediate cycle between two incarnations surrounded by everything it had aspired to in vain, and in the companionship of everyone it loved on earth. It has reached the fulfillment of all its soul yearnings. And thus it lives throughout long centuries an existence of unalloyed happiness, which is the reward for its sufferings in earth life. In short, it bathes in a sea of uninterrupted felicity spanned only by events of still greater felicity in degree. Inc. But this is more than simple delusion, it is an existence of insane hallucinations. Theology. From your standpoint it may be, not so from that of philosophy. Besides, is not our whole terrestrial life filled with such delusions? Have you never met men and women living for years in a fool's paradise? And because you should happen to learn that the husband, whom a wife adores and believes herself loved in turn by him, is untrue to her, would you go and break her heart and beautiful dream by rudely awakening her to the reality? I think not. I say it again, such oblivion and hallucination, if you call it so, are only a merciful law of nature and strict justice. At any rate, it is a far more fascinating prospect than the orthodox golden harp with a pair of wings. The assurance that the soul that lives ascends frequently and runs familiarly through the streets of the heavenly Jerusalem, visiting the patriarchs and prophets, saluting the apostles, and admiring the army of martyrs may seem of a more pious character to some. Nevertheless, it is a hallucination of a far more delusive character, since mothers love their children with an immortal love, we all know, while the personages mentioned in the heavenly Jerusalem are still of a rather doubtful nature. But I would, still, rather accept the New Jerusalem, with its streets paved like the show windows of a jeweler's shop, than find consolation in the heartless doctrine of the spiritualists. The idea alone that the intellectual CO, Isaiah souls of one's father, mother, daughter, or brother find their bliss in a summerland only a little more natural, but just as ridiculous as the New Jerusalem in its description would be enough to make one lose every respect for one's departed ones. To believe that a pure spirit can feel happy while doomed to witness the sins, mistakes, treachery, and, above all, the sufferings of those from whom it is severed by death and whom it loves best, without being able to help them, would be a maddening thought. Inc. There is something in your argument. I confess to having never seen it in this light. Theology just so, and one must be selfish to the core and utterly devoid of the sense of retributive justice, to have ever imagined such a thing. We are with those whom we have lost in material form, and far, far nearer to them now, than when they were alive. And it is not only in the fancy of the Devachani, as some may imagine, but in reality. For pure divine love is not merely the blossom of a human heart, but has its roots in eternity. Spiritual holy love is immortal, and karma sooner or later brings all those who loved each other with such a spiritual affection to incarnate once more in the same family group. Again we say that love beyond the grave, illusion though you may call it, has a magic and divine potency which reacts on the living. A mother's ego filled with love for the imaginary children it sees near itself, living a life of happiness, as real to it as when on earth, will ever cause that love to be felt by the children in flesh. It will manifest in their dreams, and often in various events in providential protections and escapes, for love is a strong shield, and is not limited by space or time. As with this devachanic mother, so with the rest of human relationships and attachments, save the purely selfish or material. Analogy will suggest to you the rest. Inc. In no case, then, do you admit the possibility of the communication of the living with the disembodied spirit? Theology. Yes, there are even two exceptions to the rule. The first case is during the few days that immediately follow the death of a person and before the ego passes into the devachanic state. But whether any living mortal has derived much benefit from the return of the spirit into the objective plane is another question. Perhaps it may be so in a few exceptional cases, when the intensity of the desire in the dying person to return for some purpose forced the higher consciousness to remain awake, and therefore it was really the individuality, the spirit that communicated. But in general the spirit is dazed after death and falls very soon into what we call pre-devachanic unconsciousness. The second exception is found in the Nirmnikayas. Inc. What of them? What does the name signify for you? Theology. It is the name given to those who, though they have won the right to nirvana and cyclic rest *, yet out of pity for mankind and those they have left on earth, renounce this nirvasanic state. Such an adept, or saint, or whatever you may call him, believing it a selfish act to rest in bliss while mankind groans under the burden of misery produced by ignorance, renounces nirvana, and determines to remain invisible in spirit on this earth. Nirmnikayas have no material body, for they have left it behind, but otherwise they remain with all their principles even in astral life in our sphere. And such can and do communicate with a few elect ones, but surely not with ordinary mediums. Not Devachan, as the latter is an illusion of our consciousness, a happy dream, and as those who are fit for nirvana must have lost entirely every desire or possibility of desire for the world's illusions. Inc. I have put you the question about Nirm and Nak and Yas because I read in some German and other works that it was the name given in northern Buddhistic teachings to the terrestrial appearances or bodies assumed by Buddhas. Theology. This is so, only the Orientalists have confused this terrestrial body by understanding it to be objective and physical instead of purely astral and subjective. Inc. And what good can these Nirm and Nakcs do on earth? Theology. Not much, as regards individuals, as they have no right to interfere with karma, and can only advise and inspire mortals for the general good. Yet they do more beneficent actions than you imagine. Inc. To this Sims would never subscribe, not even modem psychology. For science and psychology, 710 portion of intelligence can survive the physical brain. What would you answer to this? Theology. I would not even go to the trouble of answering, but would simply say, in the words given to M.A. Oxon, intelligence is perpetuated after the body is dead. Though it is not a question of the brain only. It is reasonable to propound the indestructibility of the human spirit from what we know *. Inc. But M.A. Oxon is a spiritualist. Theology. Quite so, and the only true spiritualist I know of, though we may still disagree with him on many a minor question. Apart from this, no spiritualist comes nearer to the occult truths than he does. Like any one of us, he speaks incessantly of the surface dangers that beset the ill-equipped, feather-headed muddler with the occult, who crosses the threshold without counting the cost. Our only disagreement rests in the question of spirit identity. Otherwise, I, for one, almost entirely agree with him, and accept the three propositions he embodied in his address of July, 1884. It is this eminent spiritualist, rather, who disagrees with us, not we with him. Inc. What were these propositions? Theology. Are as follows: 1. That there is a life coincident with, and independent of the physical life of the body. Spirit identity, p. 69. Some things that I do know of spiritualism and some that I do not. B2. That, as a necessary corollary, this life extends beyond the life of the body. We say it extends throughout Devachan. 3. That there is communication between the denizens of that state of existence and those of the world in which we now live. All depends, you see, on the minor and secondary aspects of these fundamental propositions. Everything depends on the views we take of spirit and soul, or individuality and personality. Spiritualists confuse the two into one. We separate them, and say that, with the exceptions above enumerated, no spirit will revisit the earth, though the animal soul may. But let us return once more to our direct subject, the skandhas. Inc. Begin to 7 Indersta, id better now. It is the spirit, so to say, of those skandhas that are the most ennobling, which, attaching itself to the incarnating Tugo, survives and is added to the stock of its angelic experiences. And it is the attributes connected with the material skandhas, with selfish and personal motives, which, disappearing from the field of action between two incarnations, reappear at the subsequent incarnation as karmic results to be atoned for, and therefore the spirit will not leave Devachan. Is it so? Tko. Very nearly so. If you add to this that the law of retribution, or karma, rewarding the highest and most spiritual attributes in Devachan, never fails to reward them again on earth by giving them a further development, and by furnishing the ego with a body fitted for it, then you will be quite correct. A few words about the skandhas. Inc. What becomes of the other, the lower skandhas of the personality, after the death of the body? Are they quite destroyed? Theo. They are, and yet they are not a fresh metaphysical and occult mystery for you. They are destroyed as the working stock in hand of the personality. They remain as karmic effects, as germs, hanging in the atmosphere of the terrestrial plane, ready to come to life, as so many avenging fiends, to attach themselves to the new personality of the ego when it reincarnates. Inc. This really passes my comprehension, and is very difficult to understand. Theology not once that you have assimilated all the details. For then Ro will see that for logic, consistency, profound philosophy, divine mercy and equity, this doctrine of reincarnation has not its equal on earth. It is a belief in a perpetual progress for each incarnating ego, or divine soul, in an evolution from the outward into the inward, from the material to the spiritual, arriving at the end of each stage at absolute unity with the divine principle. From strength to strength, from the beauty and perfection of one plane to the greater beauty and perfection of another, with accessions of new glory, of fresh knowledge and power in each cycle, such is the destiny of every ego, which thus becomes its own savior in each world and incarnation. Inc. But Christianity teaches the same. It also preaches progression. Theology, yes, only with the addition of something else. It tells us of the impossibility of attaining salvation without the aid of a miraculous Savior, and moreover dooms to perdition all those who will not accept the dogma. This is just the difference between Christian theology and theosophy. The former enforces belief in the descent of the spiritual ego into the lower self, the latter inculcates the necessity of endeavoring to elevate oneself to the Christos, or Buddhai state. Inc. By teaching the annihilation of consciousness high case of failure, however, do you not think that this amounts to the annihilation of self, in the opinion of the non-metaphysite? Theo. From the standpoint of those who believe in the resurrection of the body literally, and insist that every bone, every artery, and atom of flesh will be raised bodily on the judgment day, of course it does. If you still insist that it is the perishable form and finite qualities that make up immortal man, then we shall hardly understand each other. And if you do not understand that, by limiting the existence of every ego to one life on earth, you make of deity an ever-drunken Indra of the Puranic dead letter, a cruel Moloch, a god who makes an inextricable mess on earth, and yet claims thanks for it, then the sooner we drop the conversation the better. Inc. But let us return, now that the subject of the skandhas is disposed of, to the question of the consciousness which survives death. This is the point which interests most people. Do we possess more knowledge in Devachan than we do in earth life? Theology, in one sense, we can acquire more knowledge, that is, we can develop further any faculty which we loved and strove after during life, provided it is concerned with abstract and ideal things, such as music, painting, poetry, etc., since Devachan is merely an idealized and subjective continuation of earth life. Inc. But if in Devachan the spirit is free from matter, why should it not possess all knowledge? Theo. Because, as I told you, the ego is, so to say, wedded to the memory of its last incarnation. Thus, if you think over what I have said, and string all the facts together, you will realize that the devachanic state is not one of omniscience, but a transcendental continuation of the personal life just terminated. It is the rest of the soul from the toils of life. Inc. But the scientific materialists assert that after the death of man nothing remains, that the human body simply disintegrates into its component elements, and that what we call soul is merely a temporary self. Consciousness produced as a byproduct of organic action, which will evaporate like steam. Is not theirs a strange state of mind? Theology not at all strange, as far as I see. If they say that self-consciousness ceases with the body, then in their case they simply utter an unconscious prophecy, for once they are firmly convinced of what they assert, no conscious afterlife is possible for them. For there are exceptions to every rule. On post-mortem and postnatal consciousness *. But if human self-consciousness survives death as a rule, why should there be exceptions? Theo. In the fundamental principles of the spiritual world no exception is possible. But there are rules for those who see, and rules for those who prefer to remain blind. Inc. Quite so, I understand. This is but an obermlion of the blind man, who denies the existence of the sun because he does not see it. But after death his spiritual eyes will certainly compel him to see. Is this what you mean? Theology, he will not be compelled, nor will he see anything. Having persistently during life denied the continuance of existence after death, he will be unable to see it, because his spiritual capacity, having been a few portions of this chapter and of the preceding, were published in Lucifer in the shape of a dialogue on the mysteries of the after L4FE, in the January number, 1889. The article was unsigned, as it were written by the editor, but it came from the pen of the author of the present. Toy stunted in life cannot develop after death, and he will remain blind. By insisting that he must see it, you evidently mean one thing and I another. You speak of the spirit from the spirit, or the flame from the flame of Atma, in short, and you confuse it with the human soul manas. You do not understand me, let me try to make it clear. The whole gist of your question is to know whether, in the case of a downright materialist, the complete loss of self-consciousness and self-perception after death is possible? Is it not so? I answer, it is possible. Believing firmly in our esoteric doctrine, which refers to the post-mortem period, or the interval between two lives or births, as merely a transitory state, I say, that whether that post-mortem interval between two acts of the illusionary drama of life lasts 1 year or a million, it may, without any breach of the fundamental law, prove to be just the same state as that of a man in a dead faint. Inc. But since you have just said that the fundamental laws of the after-death state admit of no exceptions, how can this be? Theo. Nor do I say now that it does admit of an exception. But the spiritual law of continuity applies only to things which are truly real. To one who has read and understood Mundaka Upanishad and Vedanta Sara, all this becomes very clear. I will say more, it is sufficient only to understand what we mean by buddhi and the duality of manas to gain a clear perception why the materialist may fail to have a self-conscious survival after death. Since manas, in its lower aspect, is the seat of the terrestrial mind, it can, therefore, give only that perception of the universe which is based on the evidence of that mind. It cannot give spiritual vision. It is said in the Eastern school, that between Buddhi and Manas, the ego, or Ishvara and Prajnas*, there is in reality no more difference than between a forest and its trees, a lake and its waters, as the Mundaka teaches. 1 or 100 of trees dead from loss of vitality, or uprooted, are yet incapable of preventing the forest from being still a forest. Inc. But, as I understand it, Buddhi represents in the simile the forest, and Manas Tejasa / the trees. And if Buddhi is immortal, how * Ishvara is the collective consciousness of the manifested deity, Brahma, star. Wisdom. Plus Tejasa means the radiant in consequence of its union with Buddhi, T /E, Manas, the human soul, illuminated by the radiance of the divine soul. Therefore, Manas Tejasa may be described as radiant mind, the human reason lit by the light of the spirit, and Buddhi Manas is the revelation of the divine plus human intellect and self-consciousness. Can that which is similar to it, i.e., Manas Tejasa, entirely lose its consciousness till the day of its new incarnation? I cannot understand it. But you cannot, because you will mix up an abstract representation of the whole with its casual changes of form. Remember that if it can be said of Buddhi Manas that it is unconditionally immortal, the same cannot be said of the lower Manas, still less of Tejasa, which is merely an attribute. Neither of these, neither Manas nor Tejasa, can exist apart from Buddhi, the divine soul, because the first, Manas, is, in its lower aspect, a qualificative attribute of the terrestrial personality, and the second, Tejasa, is identical with the first, because it is the same Manas only with the light of Buddhi reflected in it. In its turn, Buddhi would remain only an impersonal spirit without this element which it borrows from the human soul, which conditions and makes of it, in this elusive universe, as it were something separate from the universal soul for the whole period of the cycle of incarnation. Say rather that Buddhi Manas can neither die nor lose its united self-consciousness in eternity, nor the recollection of the previous incarnations in which the two, i.e., the spiritual and the human soul, had been closely linked together. But it is not so in the case of a materialist, whose human soul not only receives nothing from the divine soul, but even refuses to recognize its existence. You can hardly apply this axiom to the attributes and qualifications of the human soul, for it would be like saying that because your divine soul is immortal, therefore the bloom on your cheek must also be immortal, whereas this bloom, like Tejasa, is simply a transitory phenomenon. Inc. Do I understand you to say that we must not confuse in our minds, phenomenon with the phenomenon, the cause with its effect? Theo. I do say so, and repeat that, limited to Manas or the human IOL alone, the radiance of Tejasa itself becomes a mere question of IME, because both immortality and consciousness after death become, or the terrestrial personality of man, simply conditioned attributes, as they depend entirely on conditions and beliefs created by the human soul itself during the life of its body. Karma acts incessantly, we reap in our afterlife only the fruit of that which we have ourselves sown in his. Inc. But if my ego can, after the destruction of my body, become dunged in a state of entire unconsciousness, then where can be the punishment for the sins of my past life? Theology or philosophy teaches that karmic punishment reaches the ego only in its next incarnation. After death it receives only the reward for the unmerited sufferings endured during its past incarnation. The whole punishment after death, even for the materialist, consists, therefore, in the absence of any reward and the utter loss of the consciousness of one's bliss and rest. Karma is the child of the terrestrial ego, the fruit of the actions of the tree which is the objective personality visible to all, as much as the fruit of all the thoughts and even motives of the spiritual eye, but karma is also the tender mother, who heals the wounds inflicted by her during the preceding life, before she begins to torture the ego by inflicting new wounds. If it may be said that there is not a mental or physical suffering in the life of a mortal which is not the direct fruit and consequence of some sin in a preceding existence, on the other hand, since the man does not preserve the slightest recollection of it in his actual life, feels himself not deserving of such punishment, and therefore thinks he suffers for no guilt of his own, he is thus sufficiently entitled to the fullest consolation, rest, and bliss in his post-mortem existence. Death ever comes to our spiritual selves as a deliverer and friend. For the materialist, who, notwithstanding his materialism, was not a bad man, the interval between the two lives will be like the unbroken and placid sleep of a child, either entirely dreamless, or filled with pictures of which he will have no definite perception, while for the average mortal it will be a dream as vivid as life, and full of realistic bliss and visions. Inc. Then the personal man must always go on suffering blindly the karmic penalties which the ego has incurred? Theology not quite so. At the solemn moment of death every man, even when death is sudden, sees the whole of his past life marshaled before him, in its minutest details. For one short instant the personal becomes one with the individual and all-knowing ego. But this instant is enough to show him the whole chain of causes which have been at work during his life. He sees and now understands himself as he is, unadorned by flattery or self-deception. He reads his life, some theosophists have taken exception to this phrase, but the words are those of Master, and the meaning attached to the word unmerited is that given above. In the Theosophical Siftings, Volume I number 6, a phrase, criticized subsequently in Lucifer, was used which was intended to convey the same idea. In form, however, it was awkward and open to the criticism directed against it, but the essential idea was that men often suffer from the effects of the actions done by others, effects which thus do not strictly belong to their own karma, and for these sufferings they of course deserve compensation. Meaning as a spectator looking down into the arena he is quitting, he feels and knows the justice of all the suffering that has overtaken him. Inc. Does this happen to everyone? Theology without any exception. Very good and holy men see, we are taught, not only the life they are leaving, but even several preceding lives in which were produced the causes that made them what they were in the life just closing. They recognize the law of karma in all its majesty and justice. Inc. Is there anything corresponding to this before rebirth? Theology there is. As the man at the moment of death has a retrospective insight into the life he has led, so, at the moment he is reborn onto earth, the ego, awaking from the state of Devachan, has a perspective vision of the life which awaits him, and realizes all the causes that have led to it. He realizes them, and sees futurity, because it is between Devachan and rebirth that the ego regains his full mnasic consciousness, and becomes for a short time the God he was, before, in compliance with karmic law, he first descended into matter and incarnated in the first man of flesh. The golden thread sees all its pearls and misses not one of them. What is really meant by annihilation? Inc. Have heard some Theosophists speak of a golden thread on which air lives were strung. What do they mean by this? Theology in the hind flow sacred books it is said that that which undergoes periodical incarnation is the Suttardharma, which means literally the thread soul. It is a synonym of the reincarnating ego manas konoined with buddhi which absorbs the mnasic recollections of all or preceding lives. It is so called, because, like the pearls on a thread, O is the long series of human lives strung together on that one thread, and one of the Upanishads these recurrent rebirths are likened to the Ifa of a mortal which oscillates periodically between sleep and waking. Inc. This, I must say, does not seem very clear, and I will tell you why. For the man who awakes, another day commences, but he is the same in soul and body as he was the day before, whereas at every incarnation a Yule change takes place not only of the external envelope, sex, and personality, even of the mental and psychic capacities. The simile does not seem to te quite correct. The man who arises from sleep remembers quite clearly that he has done yesterday, the day before, and even months and years ago. None of us has the slightest recollection of a preceding life or of any fact or event concerning it. I may forget in the morning what I have dreamed during the night, Still I know that I have slept and have the certainty that I lived during sleep. What recollection can I have of my past incarnation until the moment of death? How do I reconcile this? Theology. Some people do recollect their past incarnations during life, but these are Buddhas and initiates. This is what the yogis call Sammasambuddhati, or the knowledge of the whole series of one's past incarnations. Inc. But we ordinary mortals who have not reached Sammasambuddha, how are we to understand this simile? Theology. By studying it and trying to understand more correctly the three kinds and characteristics of sleep. Sleep is a general and immutable law for man as for beast, but there are different kinds of sleep and still more different dreams and visions. Inc. But this takes us to another subject. Let us return to the materialist who, why though not denying dreams, for he could hardly do so, yet denies immortality in general and the survival of his own individuality. Theology and the materialist, without knowing it, is right. In one who has no inner perception of, and faith in, the immortality of his soul, that soul can never become Buddhai-Tejasa, but will remain simply manas, and for manas alone there is no immortality possible. In order to live a conscious life in the world to come, one has first of all to believe in that life during terrestrial existence. On these two aphorisms of the secret science all the philosophy as to post-mortem consciousness and the immortality of the soul is built. The ego receives always according to its deserts. After the dissolution of the body, there commences for it a period of full awakened consciousness, or a state of chaotic dreams, or an utterly dreamless sleep undistinguishable from annihilation, and these are the three kinds of sleep. If our physiologists find the cause of dreams and visions in an unconscious preparation for them during the waking hours, why cannot the same be admitted for the post-mortem dreams? I repeat it, death is sleep. After death, before the spiritual eyes of the soul, begins a performance according to a program learned and very often unconsciously composed by ourselves, the practical carrying out of correct beliefs or of illusions which have been created by ourselves. The Methodist will be Methodist, the Mussulman a Mussulman, at least for some time in a perfect fool's paradise of each man's creation and making. These are the post-mortem fruits of the tree of life. Naturally, our belief or unbelief in the fact of conscious immortality is unable to influence the unconditioned reality of the fact itself, once that it exists, but the belief or unbelief in that immortality as the property of independent or separate entities, cannot fail to give color to that fact in its application to each of these entities. Now do you begin to understand it? Inc. I think I do. The materialists, disbelieving in everything that cannot be proven to them by their five senses, or by scientific reasonings based exclusively on the data furnished by these senses in spite of their inadequacy, and rejecting every spiritual manifestations except life as the only conscious existence. Therefore according to their belief so will it be unto them. They will lose their personal ego, and will plunge into a dreamless sleep until a new awaken begins. Is it so? Theology. Almost so. Remember the practically universal teaching of the two kinds of conscious existence, the terrestrial and the spiritual. The latter must be considered real from the very fact that it is inhabited by the eternal, changeless, and immortal monad, whereas the incarnating ego dresses itself up in new garments which are entirely different from those of its previous incarnations, and in which all except its spiritual prototype is doomed to a change so radical as to leave no trace behind. Inc. How so? Can my conscious terrestrial I perish not only for a time, like the consciousness of the materialist, but so entirely as to leave no trace behind? Theo. According to the teaching, it must so perish and in its entirety, all except the principle which, by uniting itself with the monad, thereby becomes a purely spiritual and indestructible essence, one with it in the eternity. But in the case of an out-and-out materialist, in whose personal I no Buddhai has ever reflected itself, how can that Buddhai carry away into the eternity one particle of that terrestrial personality? Your spiritual I is immortal, but from your present self it can carry away into eternity only that which has become worthy of immortality, namely, the simple aroma of the flower that has been mown down by death. Inc. Well, why and the flower, the terrestrial eye? Theo. The flower, as all past and future flowers which have blossomed and will have to blossom on the mother bough, the Sutratma, all children of one root or buddhi will return to dust. Your present eye, as you yourself know, is not the body now sitting before me, nor yet is it what I would call manas sutrastams, but sutra and tma buddhi. Phi and Q. But this does not explain to me, at all, call life after death immortal, infinite, and real, the terrestrial life a simple phantom or illusion, since even that post-mortem life has limits, however much wider they may be than those of terrestrial life, Theo. No doubt. The spiritual ego of man moves in eternity like a pendulum between the hours of birth and death. But if these hours, marking the periods of life terrestrial and life spiritual, are limited in their duration, and if even the very number of such stages in eternity between sleep and awakening, illusion and reality, is also limited, on the other hand, the spiritual pilgrim is eternal. And so the only reality in our conception is the hours of man's post-mortem life, when, disembodied during the period of that pilgrimage which we call the cycle of rebirths, he stands face to face with truth and not the mirages of his transitory earthly existences. Such intervals, however, their limitation notwithstanding, do not prevent the ego, while ever perfecting itself, from following undeviatingly, though gradually and slowly, the path to its last transformation, when, having reached its goal, it becomes a divine being. These intervals and stages help towards this final result instead of hindering it, and without such limited intervals the divine ego could never reach its ultimate goal. I have given you once already a familiar illustration by comparing the ego, or the individuality, to an actor, and its numerous and various incarnations to the parts it plays. Will you call these parts or their costumes the individuality of the actor himself? Like that actor, the ego is forced, during the cycle of necessity, which continues up to the very threshold of parinirvana, to play many parts which may be unpleasant to it. But as the bee collects its honey from every flower, leaving the rest as food for the earthly worms, so does our spiritual individuality, whether we call it sutratma or ego. Collecting from every terrestrial personality, into which karma forces it to incarnate, the nectar alone of the spiritual qualities and self-consciousness, it unites all these into one whole and emerges from its chrysalis as the glorified Dhyan Kohan. So much the worse for those terrestrial personalities from which it could collect nothing. Such personalities assuredly cannot consciously outlive their terrestrial existence. Inc. Thus, then, it seems that, for the terrestrial personality, immortality is still conditional. Is, immortality itself not unconditional? Theology not at all. But immortality cannot touch the non-existent, for all that which exists as sat, or emanates from sat, immortality and eternity are absolute. Matter is the opposite pole of spirit, and yet the two are one. The essence of all this, i.e. spirit, force, and matter, or the three in one, is as endless as it is beginningless, but the form, acquired by this triple unity during its incarnations, its externality, is certainly only the illusion of our personal conceptions. Therefore do we call nerve and na and the universal life alone a reality, relegating the terrestrial life, its terrestrial personality included, and even its devachanic existence, to the phantom realm of illusion. Inc. But why in such a case call sleep the reality, and waking the illusion? Theology it is simply a comparison made to facilitate the grasping of the subject, and from the standpoint of terrestrial conceptions it is a very correct one. Inc. And still I cannot understand, if the life to come is based on justice and merited retribution for all our terrestrial suffering, how in the case of materialists, many of whom are really honest and charitable men, there should remain of their personality nothing but the refuse of a faded flower. Theology such a thing was never stated. No materialist, however unbelieving, can die forever in the fullness of his spiritual individuality. What was said is that consciousness can disappear either fully or partially in the case of a materialist, so that no conscious remains of his personality survive. Inc. But surely this is annihilation. Theology certainly not. One can sleep a dead sleep and miss several stations during a long railway journey, without the slightest recollection or consciousness, and awake at another station and continue the journey past innumerable other halting places till the end of the journey or the goal is reached. 3 kinds of sleep were mentioned to you, the dreamless, the chaotic, and the one which is so real, that dreams become full realities to the sleeper. If you believe in the latter, why can you not believe in the former? According to the afterlife a man has believed in and expected, such is the life he will have. He who expected no life to come will have an absolute blank, amounting to annihilation, in the interval between the 2 births. This is just the carrying out of the program we spoke of, a program created by tile materialists themselves. But there are various kinds of materialists, as you say. A selfish, wicked egoist, one who never shed a tear for anyone but himself, thus adding entire indifference to the whole world too. His unbelief, must, at the threshold of death, drop his personality forever. This personality having no tendrils of sympathy for the world around and hence nothing to attach it to Sutratma, it follows that with the last breath every connection between the 2 is broken. There being no Devachan for such a materialist, the Sutratma will reincarnate almost immediately. But those materialists who erred in nothing but their disbelief will oversleep but 1 station. And the time will come when such ex-materialists will perceive themselves in the eternity and perhaps repent that they lost even 1 day, 1 station, from the life eternal. Inc. Still, would it not be more correct to say that death is birth into a new life, or a return once more into eternity? Theo. You may if you like. Only remember that births differ, and that there are births of stillborn beings, which are failures of nature. Moreover, with your fixed Western ideas about material life, the words living and being are quite inapplicable to the pure subjective state of post-mortem existence. Save in a few philosophers who are not read by the many, and who themselves are too confused to present a distinct picture of it, your Western ideas of life and death have become so narrow, that on the one hand they have led to crass materialism, and on the other, to the still more material conception of the other life, which the spiritualists have formulated in their summer land. There the souls of men eat, drink, marry, and live in a paradise quite as sensual as that of Mohammed, and even less philosophical. Nor are the average conceptions of the uneducated Christians any better. If possible, they are still more material. What between truncated angels, brass trumpets, golden harps, and material hellfires, the Christian heaven seems like a fairy scene at a Christmas pantomime. It is because of these narrow conceptions that you find such difficulty in understanding. It is just because the life of the disembodied soul, while possessing all the vividness of reality, as in certain dreams, is devoid of every grossly objective form of terrestrial life, that the Eastern philosophers have compared it with visions of sleep. Definite words for definite things. Inc. Do you not think that it is because there are no definite and fixed terms to indicate each principle in man, that such a confusion of ideas arises in our minds with respect to the respective functions of these principles are? Theology. I have thought of this myself. The whole trouble has arisen from our having begun with Sanskrit names in our expositions of, and discussion about, the principles, instead of immediately coining, for the use of theosophists, their equivalents in English. We must try and remedy this now. Inc. You will do well, as it may avoid further confusion. No 2 Theosophical writers, it seems to me, have hitherto agreed to call the same principle by the same name. Theology. The confusion is more apparent than real, however. I have heard some of our theosophists expressing surprise, and criticizing several essays speaking of these principles. When examined, however, there was no worse mistake in them than the use of the word sour asterisk to cover the three principles without specifying the distinctions. The first, and positively the clearest of our theosophical writers, Mr. A. P. Sinnett, has some comprehensive and admirably written passages on the higher self. Nevertheless, his real idea has also been misconceived by some, owing to his using the word soul in a general sense. Yet here are a few passages which will show you how clear and comprehensive is all that he writes on the subject. The human soul, once launched on the streams of evolution as a human individuality, passes through alternate periods of physical and relatively spiritual existence. It passes from the one plane, or stratum, or condition of nature to the other under the guidance of its karmic affinities, living in incarnations the life which its karma has preordained, modifying its progress within the limitations of circumstances, and developing fresh karma by its use or abuse of opportunities. It returns to spiritual existence, Devachan, after each physical life through the intervening region of Knmaloka for rest and refreshment and for the gradual absorption into its essence, as so much cosmic progress, of the life's experience gained on earth or during physical existence. This view of the matter will, moreover, have suggested many collateral inferences to anyone thinking over the subject, for instance, that the transfer of consciousness from the Knmaloka to the devachanic stage of this progression would necessarily be gradual, that in truth, no hard and fast line separates the varieties of spiritual conditions, that even the spiritual and physical planes, as psychic faculties in living people show, are not so hopelessly walled off from one another as materialistic theories would suggest, that all states of nature are all around us simultaneously, and appeal to different perceptive faculties, and so on. It is clear that during physical existence people who possess psychic faculties remain in connection with the planes of superphysical consciousness, and although most people may not be endowed with such faculties, we all, as the phenomena of sleep, even, and especially those of Somnom No. C. Transactions of the London Lodge of the Theosophical Society, No. 7 October, 1885. I. The reincarnating ego, or human soul, as he called it, the causal body with the Vedantins T. The length of this transfer depends, however, on the degree of spirituality in the personality of the disembodied ego. For those whose lives were very spiritual, this transfer, though gradual, is very rapid. The time becomes longer with the materialistically inclined. Bulism or mesmerism, are capable of entering into conditions of consciousness that the five physical senses have nothing to do with. We, the souls within us, are not as it were altogether adrift in the ocean of matter. We clearly retain some surviving interest or rights in the shore from which, for a time, we have floated off. The process of incarnation, therefore, is not fully described when we speak of an ultima instance on the physical and spiritual planes, and thus picture the soul as a complete entity slipping entirely from the one state of existence to the other. The more correct definitions of the process would probably represent incarnation as taking place on this physical plane of nature by reason of an efflux emanating from the soul. The spiritual realm would all the while be the proper habitat of the soul, which would never entirely quit it, and that non-materializable portion of the soul which abides permanently on the spiritual plane may fitly, perhaps, be spoken of as the higher self. This higher self is ATMD, and of course it is non-materializable, as Mr. Sinnett says. Even more, it can never be objective under any circumstances, even to the highest spiritual perception. For Atman, or the higher self, is really Brahma, the absolute, and indistinguishable from it. In hours of samadhi, the higher spiritual consciousness of the initiate is entirely absorbed in the one essence, which is Atman, and therefore, being one with the whole, there can be nothing objective for it. Now some of our theosophists have got into the habit of using the word self and ego as synonymous, of associating the term self with only man's higher individual or even personal self or ego, whereas this term ought never to be applied except to the one universal self / hence the confusion. When speaking of manas, the causal body, and connecting it with the Buddhic radiance, we may call it the higher ego, never the higher self. For even Buddha, the spiritual soul, is not the self but the vehicle only of self. All the other selves such as the individual self and personal self ought never to be spoken or written of without their qualifying and characteristic adjectives. Thus in the above most excellent essay on the higher self, the term is applied to the sixth principle or Buddhi, of course in conjunction with manas, as without such union there would be no thinking principle or element in the spiritual soul, and has in consequence given rise to just such misunderstandings. The statement that a child does not acquire its sixth principle or become a morally responsible being capable of generating karma until 7 years old, proves what is meant therein by the term higher self. Therefore, the able author is quite justified in explaining that, after the higher self has passed into the human being and saturated the personality. In some of the finer organizations only with its consciousness, people with psychic faculties may indeed perceive this higher self through their finer senses from time to time. But so also are those, who limit the term higher self to the universal divine principle, justified in misunderstanding him. For, when, without being prepared for this shifting of metaphysical terms we read that while fully manifesting on the physical plane the higher self still remains a conscious spiritual ego on the corresponding plane of nature, we are apt to see in the higher self of the sentence atm and in the spiritual ego manas, or rather buddhi manas, and forthwith to criticize the whole thing as incorrect. To avoid henceforth such misapprehensions, I propose to translate the occult Eastern terms into their English equivalents, and offer these a Atma, the inseparable ray of the universal and one Sif. It is the God above, more than within, us. Happy the man who succeeds in saturating his Imira ego with it. The spiritual soul or Buddhi, in close union with manas, the mind principle, without which the former is mo ego at all, but only the atmic vehicle. Manas, the fifth principle, so called, independently of Buddhi. The mind principle is only the spiritual ego when merged into one with Buddhi, no materialist being supposed to have in him such an ego, however great his intellectual capacities. It is the permanent individuality or the reincarnating ego. The physical man in conjunction with his lower self, i.e., animal instincts, passions, desires, etc. It is called the false personality, and consists of the lower manas combined with ksma rupa, and operating through the physical body and its phantom or double. Shifting of metaphysical terrace applies here only to the shifting of their translated equivalents from the Eastern expressions, for to this day there have never existed any such terms in English, every theosophist having to coin his own terms to render his thought. It is high time, then, to settle on some definite nomenclature for future use. The higher self is. The remaining principle, prana, or life, is, strictly speaking, the radiating force or energy of ATMs as the universal life, and the one CPITS lower, or rather, in its effects, more physical, because manifesting, aspect. Prana or life permeates the whole being of the objective universe, and is called a principle only because it is an indispensable factor and the deus ex machina of the living man. Inc. This division will eyes were better, I believe, as it is so much simplified in its combinations. The other is much too metaphysical. Theology, if outsiders as well as theosophists would agree to it, it would certainly make matters much more comprehensible. On the nature of our thinking principle, the mystery c. F. the ego. Inc. In the quotation you brought forward a little while ago from the Buddhist Catechism, I perceive a discrepancy which I would like to hear explained. It is there stated that the skandha's memory included change with every new incarnation. And yet, it is asserted that the reflection of the past lives, which, we are told, are entirely innate up of skandhas, must survive. At the PRESE7IT moment I am not quite clear in my mind as to what it is precisely that survives, and I would like to have it explained. What is it? Is it only that reflection, or those skandhas, or always that same ego, the manas? Theo. I have just explained that the reincarnating principle, or that which we call the divine man, is indestructible throughout the life cycle, indestructible as a thinking entity, and even as an ethereal form. The reflection is only the spiritualized remembrance, during the devachanic period, of the X-personality Mr. A or Mrs. B with which the ego identifies itself during that period. Since the devachanic period is but the continuation of the earth life, so to say the very acme and pith, in an unbroken series, of the few happy moments in that now past existence, the ego has to identify itself with the personal consciousness of that earth life if anything shall remain of it. Inc. This means that the ego, notwithstanding its divine nature, passes every such period between two incarnations in a state of mental obscuration, or temporary insanity. Theology you may regard it as Jan-like. Believing that, outside the one reality, nothing is more than a passing illusion, the whole universe included, we do not view it as insanity, but as a very natural sequence or development of the terrestrial life. What is life? A bundle of the most varied experiences, of daily changing ideas, emotions, and opinions. In our youth we are often enthusiastically devoted to an ideal, to some hero or heroine whom we try to follow and revive. A few years later, when the freshness of our youthful feelings has faded out and sobered down, we are the first to laugh at our fancies. And yet there was a day when we had so thoroughly identified our own personality with that of the ideal in our mind, especially if it was that of a living being, that it became entirely merged and lost in our ideal. Can it be said of a man of 50 that he is the same being that he was at 20? The inner man is the same, the outward living personality is completely transformed and changed. Would you also call these changes in the human mental states insanity? Inc. How would you name them, and especially how would you explain the permanence of one and the avance, ice of the other? Theo. We have our own doctrine ready, and to us it offers no difficulty. The clue lies in the double consciousness of our mind, and also, in the dual nature of the mental principle. There is a spiritual consciousness, the monastic mind illumined by the light of Buddhi, which subjectively perceives abstractions, and a sentient consciousness, the lower monastic light inseparable from our physical brain and senses. The latter consciousness is held in subjection by the brain and physical senses, and, being in its turn equally dependent on them, must of course fade out and finally die with the disappearance of the brain and physical senses. It is only the spiritual consciousness, whose root lies in Eternate Seven, which survives and lives forever, and may, therefore, be regarded as immortal. Everything else belongs to passing illusions. Inc. What do you really understand by illusion in this case? Theology. It is very well described in the above-mentioned essay on the higher self, in which the author says, the theory we are considering, the interchange of ideas between the higher ego and the lower self, harmonizes very well with the treatment of this world in which we live as a phenomenal world of illusion, the spiritual planes of nature being on the other hand the noumenal world or plane of reality. That region of nature in which, so to speak, the permanent soul is rooted is more real than that in which its transitory blossoms appear for a brief space to wither and fall to pieces, while the plant recovers energy for sending forth a fresh flower. Supposing flowers only were perceptible to ordinary senses, and their roots existed in a state of nature intangible and invisible to NS, philosophers in such a world who divined that there were such things as roots in another plane of existence would be apt to say of the flowers, these are not the real plants, they are of no relative importance, merely elusive phenomena of the moment. This is what I mean. It is not the world in which blossom the transitory and evanescent flowers of personal lives which is the real permanent world, but that one in which we find the root of consciousness, the root which is beyond illusion and dwells in the eternity. Inc. What do you mean by the root dwelling in eternity? Theology. I mean by this root the thinking entity, the ego which incarnates, whether we regard it as an angel, a spirit, or a force. Of that which falls under our sensuous perceptions only what grows directly from, or is attached to, this invisible root above, can partake of its immortal life. Hence every noble thought, idea, and aspiration, of the personality it informs, proceeding from and fed by this root, must become permanent. As to the physical consciousness, as it is a quality of the sentient but lower principle kamarupa or animal instinct illuminated by the lower manasic reflection, or the human soul, it must disappear. It is the higher consciousness which displays activity, while the body is asleep or paralyzed, our memory registering but feebly and inaccurately because automatically such experiences, and often failing to be even slightly impressed by them. Inc. But how is it that Manas, although you call it nous, a god, is so weak during its incarnations, as to be actually conquered and fccd by its body? Theo. I might retort with a similar question and ask, how is it that he, whom you regard as God of gods and the one living God, is so weak as to allow evil, or the devil, to have the best of him as much as of all his creatures, both while in heaven, and also during the time he was incarnated on this earth? You are sure to reply again, this is a mystery, and we are forbidden to pry into the mysteries of God. But as we are not forbidden to do so by our religious philosophy, I answer that, unless a God descends as an avatara, no divine principle can be otherwise than cramped and paralyzed by turbulent animal matter. Heterogeneity will always have the upper hand over homogeneity, on this plane of illusions, and the nearer an essence is to its root principle, primordial homogeneity, the more difficult it is for the latter to assert itself on earth. Spiritual and divine powers lie dormant in every human being, and the wider the sweep of his spiritual vision, the mightier will be the God within him. But few men can feel that God. As an average rule, deity is always bound and limited in our thought by earlier conceptions, ideas inculcated in us from childhood. Therefore, it is so difficult for you to understand our philosophy. Inc. And is it this ego of ours which is our God? Theology: not at all. A God is not the universal deity, but only a spark from the one ocean of divine fire. Our God within us, or our A Father in secret, is what we call the higher self, Etmfi. Our incarnating ego was a God in its origin, as were all the primeval emanations of the one unknown principle. But, since its fall into matter, having to incarnate throughout the cycle, in succession, from first to last, it is no longer a free and happy God, but a poor pilgrim on his way to regain that which he has lost. I can answer you more fully by repeating what is said of the inner man in Isis Unveiled, 2593. From the remotest antiquity, mankind as a whole have always been convinced of the existence of a personal spiritual entity within the personal physical man. This inner entity was more or less divine, according to its proximity to the crown. The closer the union, the more serene man's destiny, the less dangerous the external conditions. This belief is neither bigotry nor superstition, only an ever-present, instinctive feeling, cf. the proximity of another spiritual and invisible world, which, though it be subjective to the senses of the outward man, is perfectly objective to the inner ego. Furthermore, they believe that there are external and internal conditions which affect the determination of our will upon our actions. They rejected fatalism, for fatalism implies a blind course of some still blinder power. But they believed in destiny, or karma, which from birth to death every man is weaving thread by thread around himself, as a spider does his cobweb, and this destiny is guided either by that presence termed by some the guardian angel, or by our more intimate astral inner man, who is but too often the evil genius of the man of flesh, or the personality. Both these lead on man, but one of them must prevail, and from the very beginning of the invisible affray the stem and implacable law of compensation, one and retribution, steps in and takes its course, following faithfully the fluctuations of the conflict. When the last strand is woven, and man is seemingly enwrapped in the network of his own doing, then he finds himself completely under the empire of the self-made destiny. It then either fixes him like the inert shell against the immovable rock, or like a feather carries him away in a whirlwind raised by his own actions. Such is the destiny of the man, the true ego, not the automaton, the shell that goes by that name. It is for this man to become the conqueror over matter. The complex nature of manas. Inc. But you wanted to tell me something of the essential nature of manas, and of the relation in which the skandhas of physical man stand to it. Theology, it is this nature, mysterious, protean, beyond any grasp, and almost shadowy in its correlations with the other principles, that is so difficult to realize, and still more difficult to explain. Manas is a principle, and yet it is an entity and individuality, or ego. He is a god, and yet he is doomed to an endless cycle of incarnations, for each of which he is made responsible, and for each of which he has to suffer. All this seems as contradictory as it is puzzling. Nevertheless, there are hundreds of people, even in Europe, who realize all this perfectly, for they comprehend the ego not only in its integrity but in its many aspects. But, if I would make myself comprehensible, I must begin at the beginning and give you the genealogy of this ego in a few lines. Inc. Say on. Theology, try to imagine a spirit, a celestial being, whether we call it by one name or another, divine in its essential nature, yet not pure enough to be one with the am, and consequently, having to purify its nature so that it may finally reach that goal. It can do so only by passing individually and personally, i.e., spiritually and physically, through every experience and feeling that exists in the manifold or differentiated universe. It has, therefore, after gaining experience in the lower kingdoms, and having ascended higher and still higher with every rung on the ladder of being, to pass through every experience on the human planes. In its very essence it is thought, and is, therefore, called in its plurality Manasaputras, or sons of the universal mind. This individualized thought is what we Theosophists call the real human ego, the thinking entity imprisoned in a case of flesh and bones. This is surely a spiritual entity, not matter, and such entities are the incarnating egos, informing the bundle of animal matter called mankind, who are called Manasaputras and are minds. But once imprisoned, or incarnate, their essence becomes dual, that is to say, the rays of the eternal divine mind, considered as individual entities. Assume a twofold attribute, a, their essential inherent characteristic, heaven-aspiring mind, or higher manas, and, b, the human quality of thinking, or animal cogitation, rationalized owing to the superiority of the human brain, the k and ma ending or lower manas. One gravitates toward buddhi, the other tends downward, to the seat of passions and animal desires. The latter have no room in Devachan, nor can they associate with the divine triad which ascends as one into mental bliss. Yet it is the ego, the monastic entity, which is held responsible for all the sins of the lower attributes, just as a parent is answerable for the transgressions of the child, so long as the latter remains irresponsible. Inc. Is this child the personality? F. Theology, it is. But when it is stated that the personality dies with the body, that is not all. The body, which was only the objective symbol of Mr. A or Mrs. B, fades away with all the material skandhas Y which are the visible expressions of it. But all that which during life constituted the spiritual bundle of experiences, the noblest aspirations, undying affections, and unselfish nature of Mr. A or Mrs. B, clings for the time of the devachanic period to the ego, and the ego is identified with the spiritual portion of the terrestrial entity, which has now passed away out of sight. The actor is so imbued with the role Li has lately played that he dreams of it during the whole devachanic night, and this vision continues till the hour strikes for him to return to the stage of life to enact another part. Inc. But how is it that this doctrine, which you say is as old as thinking men, has found no room, say, in Christian theology? Theo. You are mistaken, it has, only theology has disfigured it out of all recognition, as it has many other doctrines. Theology calls the ego the angel that God gives us at the moment of our birth, to take care of our soul. Theological logic, instead of holding that angel responsible for the transgressions of the poor helpless soul, makes the latter punishable for all the sins of both flesh and mind. It is the soul, the immaterial breath of God and his alleged creation, which, by some most amazing intellectual jugglery, is doomed to burn in a material hell without ever being consumed. While the angel escapes scot-free, after folding his white pinions and wetting them with a few tears. These are our ministering spirits, the messengers of mercy who are sent. Bishop Mann tells us to fulfill good for salvation's heirs, for us they still grieve when we sin, rejoice when we repent. Being of an asbestos-like nature, according to the eloquent and fiery expression of a modern English Tertullian. Yet it becomes evident that if all the bishops the world over were asked to define once for all what they mean by soul and its functions, they would be as unable to do so as to show us any shadow of logic in the orthodox belief. The doctrine is taught in St. John's Gospel. Inc. To this the adherents of this belief might answer, that if even the orthodox dogma docs promise the impenitent sinner and materialist a bad time of it in a rather too realistic inferno, it gives them, on the other hand, a chance for repentance to the last minute. Moreover, they do not teach annihilation, or loss of personality, which comes to the same thing. Theology, if the Church teaches nothing of the kind, on the other hand, Jesus does, and that is something to those, at least, who place Christ higher than Christianity. Inc. Does Christ teach anything of the sort? Theology he does, and every well-informed occultist and even Kabbalist will tell you so. Christ, or the fourth gospel at any rate, teaches reincarnation and also the annihilation of the personality, if you will only forget the dead letter and hold to the esoteric spirit. Remember verses 1 and 2 in chapter 15 of St. John. What does the parable speak about if not of the upper triad in man? Atma is the husbandman, the spiritual ego, or Buddhi, Christos, the vine, while the animal and vital soul, the personality, is the branch. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. Every branch in me that beareth not fruit he taketh away. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself except it abide in the vine, no more can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered and cast into the fire and burned. Now we explain it in this way. Disbelieving in the hell fires which theology discovers as underlying the threat to the branches, we say that the husbandman means Atma, the symbol for the infinite, impersonal principle *, while the vine stands for the spiritual soul, Christos, and each branch represents a new incarnation. Inc. But what proofs have you to support such an arbitrary interpretation? During the mysteries, it is the Hierophant, the Father, who planted the vine. Every symbol has 7 keys to it. The discloser of the plergma was always called Father. Theology universal symbology is a warrant for its correctness and that it is not arbitrary. Hermes says of God that he planted the vineyard, i.e. he created mankind. In the Kabbalah, it is shown that the aged of the aged, or the long face, plants a vineyard, typifying mankind, and a vine, meaning life. The spirit of King Messiah is, therefore, shown as washing his garments in the wine from above, from the creation of the world *, and King Messiah is the ego purified by washing his garments i.e., his personalities in rebirthly in the wine from above, or budli. Adam, or Adam, is blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood nefesh, soul, Leviticus 17. And Adam Kadmon is the only begotten. Noah also plants a vineyard, the allegorical hotbed of future humanity. As a consequence of the adoption of the same allegory, we find it reproduced in the Codex Nazarams. 7 vines are 7 races with their 7 saviors or Buddhas are procreated. These 7 vines spring from Jukabar Zivo, and Ebal Zivo waters them. When the Blessed will ascend among the creatures of light, they shall see Jabar Zivo, Lord of Life, and the first vine for these Kabbalistic metaphors are thus naturally repeated in the Gospel according to St. John. Let us not forget that even according to those philosophies which ignore our septenary division in the human system, the ego, or thinking man, is called the Logos, or the son of soul and spirit. Manas is the adopted son of king and queen, the esoteric equivalents for Atma and Buddhi, says an occult work. He is the man-god of Plato, who crucifies himself in space, or the duration of the life cycle, for the redemption of matter. This he does by incarnating over and over again, thus leading mankind onward to perfection, and making thereby room for lower forms to develop into higher. Not for even one life does he cease progressing himself and also helping all physical nature to progress, even the occasional, very rare, event of his losing one of his personalities in the case of the latter being entirely devoid of even a spark of spirituality helps towards his individual progress. Inc. But surely, if the ego is held responsible for the transgressions of its personalities, it has to answer also for the loss, or rather the complete annihilation, of one of such. Zohar, 11. 10t Codex Nazar. Theology not at all, unless it has done nothing to avert this dire fai, but if, notwithstanding all its efforts, its voice, the voice of conscience has been unable to penetrate through the wall of matter, then the obtuseness of the latter which proceeds from the imperfect nature the material, is classed with other failures of nature. The ego is sufficiently punished by the loss of Devachan, and especially by having incarnate almost immediately. NQ. This doctrine of the possibility of losing an soul or personal do you call it, militates against the ideal theories of both Christians and spiritualists, though Swedenborg adopts it to a certain extent, in what calls spiritual death. Christians and spiritualists will never accept it. Theology this can in no way alter a fact in nature, if it be a fact. The universe everything in it, moral, mental, physical, psychic, or spiritual, is buoyed on a perfect law of equilibrium and harmony. As said before in Is Unveiled, the centripetal force could not manifest itself without TL centrifugal in the harmonious revolutions of the spheres, and all form and the progress of such forms are products of this dual force in nature. Now the spirit, or Buddhi, is the centrifugal, and the soul, or mana the centripetal spiritual energy, and to produce one result they to be in perfect union and harmony. Break or damage the centripete, motion of the earthly soul tending toward the center which attracts arrest its progress by clogging it with a heavier weight of matter it can bear, or than is fit for the Devaclionic state, and the harmony the whole will be destroyed. Personal life, or perhaps rather its ide reflection, can only be continued if sustained by the twofold force, that is, by the close union of Buddhi and manas in every rebirth personal life. The least deviation from harmony damages it, and way it is destroyed beyond redemption, the two forces separate at moment of death. During a brief interval the personal form Kalat indifferently Kadmarupa and Mayavirupa the spiritual efflorescence which, attaching itself to the ego, follows it into Devachan and give to the permanent individuality its personal coloring, for the time, so to speak, is carried off to remain in Kamaloka and to be gradually annihilated. For it is after the death of the utterly depraved, the unspiritua, and the wicked beyond redemption, that the critical and supreme moment arrives. If during life, the ultimate and desperate effort 01 the inner self, manas, to unite something of the personality with itself and the high glimmering ray of the divine Buddhi, is thwarted. If this ray is allowed to be more and more shut out from the ever-thickening crust of the physical brain, the spiritual ego or manas, once freed from the body, remains severed entirely from the ethereal relic of the personality, and the latter, or Klirarupa, following its earthly attractions, is drawn into and remains Hades, which we call Kama Iyaka. These are the withered branches mentioned by Jesus as being cut off from the vine. Annihilation, however, is never instantaneous, and may require sentence sometimes for its accomplishment. But there the personality remains along with the remnants of other more fortunate personal egos, and becomes with them a shell and an elementary. As said Isis Unveiled, it is these two classes of spirits, 0 the shells and the elementaries * which are the leading stars * on the great spiritual stage of materialization / and you may be sure of it, it is not they who incarnate, and therefore it is that so few of these dear departed ones know anything of reincarnation, and thereby mislead the spiritualists. But does not the author of Isis Unveiled stand accused of having preached against reincarnation theology by those who have misunderstood what was said? Yes. At the time that work was written, reincarnation was not believed in by spiritualists, either English or American, and what is said there of reincarnation was directed against the French spiritists, whose theory is as unphilosophical and absurd as the Eastern teaching is logical and self-evident in its truth. The reincarnationists of the Allan Kardec school believe in an arbitrary and immediate reincarnation. With them, the dead father can incarnate in his own unborn daughter, and so on. They have neither Devachan, karma, nor any philosophical theory that would warrant or prove the necessity of consecutive rebirths. But how can the author of Isis Unveiled argue against karmic reincarnation, at long intervals varying between 1000 and 1500 years, when it is the fundamental belief of both Buddhists and Hindus? Then you reject the theories of both the spiritists and the spiritualists, in their entirety. Not their entirety, but only with regard to their respective fundamental beliefs. Both rely on what their spirits tell them, and both disagree as much with each other as we Theosophists disagree with both. Truth is one, and when we hear the French spooks preaching reincarnation, and the English spooks denying and denouncing the doctrine, we say that either the French or the English spirits do not know what they are talking about. We believe with the spiritualists and the spiritists in the existence of spirits, or invisible beings endowed with more or less intelligence. But, while in our teachings their kinds and genera are legion, our opponents admit of no other than human disembodied spirits, which, to our knowledge, are mostly Kamalokic shells. You seem very bitter against spirits, as you have given me your views and your reasons for disbelieving in the materialization of, and direct communication in seances with the disembodied spirits or the spirits of the dead. Would you mind enlightening me as to one more fact? Why are some Theosophists never tired of saying how dangerous is intercourse with spirits, and mediumship? 7. Has they any particular reason for this theology? We must suppose so. I know/have. Owing to my familiarity for over half a century with these invisible, but only too tangible and undeniable influences, from the conscious elementals and semi-conscious shells, down to the utterly senseless and nondescript spooks of all kinds, I claim a certain right to my views. Can you give an instance or instances to show why these practices should be regarded as dangerous theology? This would require more time than I can give you. Every cause must be judged by the effects it produces. Go over the history of spiritualism for the last 50 years, ever since its reappearance in this century in America, and judge for yourself whether it has done its votaries more good or harm. Pray understand me. I do not speak against real spiritualism, but against the modern movement which goes under that name, and the so-called philosophy invented to explain its phenomena. Do you not believe in their phenomena at all? Theo, it is because I believe in them with too good reason, and save some cases of deliberate fraud know them to be as true as that you and I live, that all my being revolts against them. Once more I speak only of physical, not mental, or even psychic phenomena. Like attracts like, there are several high-minded, pure, good men and women, known to me personally, who have passed years of their lives under the direct guidance and even protection of high spirits, whether disembodied or planetary. But these intelligences are not of the type of the John Kings and the Ernests who figure in Stan's rooms. These intelligences guide and control mortals only in rare and exceptional cases, to which they are attracted and magnetically drawn by the karmic past of the individual. It is not enough to sit for development in order to attract them. That only opens the door to a swarm of spooks, good, bad and indifferent, which the medium becomes a slave for life. It is against such promiscuous mediumship and intercourse with goblins that I raise my voice, not against spiritual mysticism. The latter is ennobling and holy, the former is of just the same nature as the phenomena of 2 centuries ago, for which so many witches and wizards have been made to suffer. Read Glanville and other authors on the subject of witchcraft, and you will find recorded there the parallels of most, if not all, of the physical phenomena of 19th century spiritualism/Inc. Do you mean to suggest that it is all witchcraft and nothing moral theology? I mean that, whether conscious or unconscious, all this dealing with the dead is necromancy, and a most dangerous practice. For ages before Moses such raising of the dead was regarded by all the intelligent nations as sinful and cruel, inasmuch as it disturbs the rest of the souls and interferes with their evolutionary development into higher states. The collective wisdom of all past centuries has ever been loud in denouncing such practices. Finally, I say, what I have never ceased repeating orally and in print for 15 years, while some of the so-called spirits do not know what they are talking about, repeating merely, like poll parrots, what they find in the medium's and other people's brains. Others are most dangerous, and can only lead one to evil. These are two self-evident facts. Go into spiritualistic circles of the Allan Kardec school, and you find spirits asserting reincarnation and speaking like Roman Catholics bomb. Turn to the dear departed ones in England and America, and you will hear them denying reincarnation through thick and thin, denouncing those who teach it, and holding to Protestant views. Your best, your most powerful mediums, have ill suffered in health of body and MMD. Think of the sad end of Charles Foster, who died in an asylum, a raving lunatic, of Slade, an epileptic, of Egelanton, the best medium now in England subject to the same disease. Look back over the life of D.D. Home, a man whose MMD was steeped in gall and bitterness, who never had a good word to say of anyone whom he suspected of possessing psychic powers, and who slandered every other medium to the bitter end. This Calvin of spiritualism suffered for years from a terrible spinal disease. Brought on BV his intercourse with the four spirits, and died a perfect wreck. Think again of the sad fate of poor Washington Irving Bishop. I knew him in New York, when he was 14, and he was undeniably a medium. It is true / the poor man stole a march on his spirits, and baptized them unconscious muscular action, to the great gaudium of all the corporations of highly learned and scientific fools, and to the replenishment of his own pocket. But de inertuis ml nisi bonum, his end was a sad one. He had strenuously concealed his epileptic fits, the first and strongest symptom of genuine mediumship, and who knows whether he was dead or in a trance when the post-mortem examination was performed. His relatives insist that he was alive, if we are to believe Reuters telegrams. Finally, behold the veteran mediums, the founders and prime movers of modern spiritualism, the Fox sisters. After more than 40 years of intercourse, the angels have led them to become incurable sots, who are now denouncing, in public lectures, their own lifelong work and philosophy as a fraud. What kind of spirits must they be who prompted them, I ask you? Inc. But is your inference a correct one? Theo, what would you infer if the best pupils of a particular school of singing broke down from overstrained sore throats? That the method followed was a bad one? So I think the inference is equally fair with regard to spiritualism. When we see their best mediums fall a prey to such a fate, we can only say, let those who are interested in the question judge the tree of spiritualism by its fruits, and ponder over the lesson. We Theosophists have always regarded the spiritualists as brothers having the same mystic tendency as ourselves, but they have always regarded us as enemies. We, being in possession of an older philosophy, have tried to help and warn them, but they have repaid us by reviling and traducing us and our motives in every possible way. Nevertheless, the best English spiritualists say just as we do, wherever they treat of their belief seriously. Here M.A. Oxon confessing this truth, spiritualists are too much inclined to dwell exclusively on the intervention of external spirits in this world of ours, and to ignore the powers of the incarnate spirit *. WHV vilify and abuse us, then, for saying precisely the same. Henceforward, we will have nothing more to do with spiritualism. And now let us return to reincarnation. Second S/GKT Introduction. On the Mysteries of Reincarnation, Periodical Rebirths Inc. Where, hen, that we have all lived on earth before, in many past incarnations, a/number s/ea// go on living? Theo, I do. The life cycle, or rather the cycle of conscious life, begins with the separation of the mortal animal man into sexes, and will end with the close of the last generation of men in the seventh round and seventh race of mankind. Considering we are only in the fourth round and fifth race, its duration is more easily imagined than expressed. And we keep on incarnating in new personalities all the time. Theo. Most assuredly so, because this life cycle or period of incarnation may be best compared to human life. As each such life is composed of days of activity separated by nights of sleep or of inaction, so, in the incarnation cycle, an active life is followed by a debauched resting. And it is this succession of births that is generally defined as reincarnation. 9 Theology just so. It is only through these births that the perpetual progress of the countless millions of egos toward final perfection, and a final rest as long as was the period of activity, can be achieved. And what is it that regulates the duration, or special qualities of these incarnations? Theology karma, the universal law of retributive justice. It an intelligent ta. Theology for the materialist, who calls the law of periodicity which regulates the marshalling of bodies, and all the other laws in nature. Blind forces and mechanical laws, no doubt karma would be a law of chance and no more. For us, no adjective or qualification could describe that which is impersonal and not an entity, but a universal operative law. If you question me about the causative intelligence in it, I must answer you I do not know. But if you ask me to define its effects and tell you what these are in our belief, I may say that the experience of thousands of ages has shown us that they are absolute and unerring equity, wisdom, and intelligence. For karma in its effects is an unfailing redresser of human injustice, and of all the failures of nature, a stern adjuster of wrongs, a retributive law which rewards and punishes with equal impartiality. It is, in the strictest sense, no respecter of persons, though, on the other hand, it can neither be propitiated, nor turned aside by prayer. This is a belief common to Hindus and Buddhists, who believe in karma. In this Christian dogmas contradict both, and one doubt whether any Christian will accept the teaching Theo. No, and Inman gave the reason for it many years ago. As he puts it, the Christians will accept any nonsense, if promulgated by the Church as a matter of faith. The Buddhists hold that nothing which is contradicted by sound reason can be a true doctrine of Buddha. The Buddhists do not believe in any pardon for their sins, except after an adequate and just punishment for each evil deed or thought in a future incarnation, and a proportionate compensation to the parties injured. Where is it so stated? Theology in most of their sacred works. In the Will of the LA, p. 57, you may find the following theosophical tenet: Buddhists believe that every act, word, or thought has its consequence, which will appear sooner or later the present or the future state. Evil acts will produce evil consequences, good acts will produce good consequences, prosperity in this world, or birth heaven Devachan, in the future state. Christians believe the same thing, do they not? Theology: oh, no, they believe in the pardon and the remission of all sins. They have promised that if they only believe in the blood of Christ, an innocent victim, in the blood offered by him for the expiation of the SMS of the whole of mankind, it will atone for every mortal sin. And we believe neither in vicarious atonement, nor the possibility of the remission of the smallest sin by any god, not even by a personal absolute or infinite, if such a thing could have any existence. What we believe in, is strict and impartial justice. Or idea of the unknown universal deity, represented by karma, is that it is a power which cannot fail, and can, therefore, have neither wrath nor mercy, but only absolute equity, which leaves every cause, great or small, to work out its inevitable effects. The saying of Jesus, "With what measure you meet it shall be measured to you again," Matt. 7:2, neither by expression nor implication points to any hope of future mercy or salvation by proxy. This is why, recognizing as we do in our philosophy the justice of this statement, we cannot recommend too strongly mercy, charity, and forgiveness of mutual offenses. Resist not evil, and render good for evil, are Buddhist precepts, and were first preached in view of the implacability of karmic law. For man to take the law into his own hands is in any case a sacrilegious presumption. Human law may use restrictive, not punitive measures, but a man who, believing in karma, still revenges himself, still refuses to forgive every injury, whereby he would render good for evil, is a criminal and only hurts himself. As karma is sure to punish the man who has wronged another by seeking to inflict an additional punishment on one's enemy, and instead of leaving that punishment to the great law adding to it one's own might, we only beget thereby a cause for the future reward of our enemy and a future punishment for ourself. The unfailing regulator in each incarnation affects the quality of its successor, and the sum of the merit or demerit in preceding incarnations determines the following rebirth. Inc. Are we, then, to infer a man's past from his present? Theology only so far as to believe that his present life is what it justly should be, to atone for the SMS of the past life. Of course, seers and great adepts accepted, we cannot as average mortals know what those SMS were. From our paucity of data, it is impossible for us to determine even what an old man's youth must have been, neither can we, for like reasons, draw final conclusions merely from what we see in the life of some man, as to what his past life may have been. What is karma Inc? But what is karma theology? As I have said, we consider it as the ultimate law of th and universe, the source, origin, and fount of all other laws which exist throughout nature. Karma is the unerring law which adjusts effect to cause, on the physical, mental, and spiritual planes of being. As no cause remains without its due effect from greatest to least, from a cosmic disturbance down to the movement of your hand, and as like produces like, karma is that unseen and unknown law which adjusts wisely, intelligently and equitably each effect to its cause, tracing the latter back to its producer. Though itself unknowable, its action is perceivable. Inc. Then it is the 14 absolute, the unknowable again, and is not of much value as an explanation of the problems of life. Theology on the contrary, for, though we do not know what karma is per se% and in its essence, we do know how it works, and we can define and describe its mode of action with accuracy. We only do not know its ultimate cause, just as modern philosophy universally admits that the ultimate cause of a thing is unknowable. Inc. And what has Theosophy to say in regard to the solution of the more practical needs of humanity? What is the explanation which it offers of the awful suffering and dire necessity prevalent among the so-called lower classes? Theology to be pointed, according to our teaching, all these great social evils, the distinction of classes in society, and of the sexes in the affairs of life, the unequal distribution of capital and of labor, all are due to what we tersely but truly denominate karma Inc. But, surely, all these evils which seem to fall upon the masses somewhat indiscriminately are not actual merited and individual karma? Theo. No, they cannot be so strictly defined in their effects as to show that each individual environment, and the particular conditions of life in which each person finds himself, are nothing more than the retributive karma which the individual has generated in a previous life. We must not lose sight of the fact that every atom is subject to the general law governing the whole body to which it belongs, and here we come upon the wider track of the karmic law. Do you not perceive that the aggregate of individual karma becomes that of the nation to which those individuals belong, and further, that the sum total of national karma is that of the world? The evils that you speak of are not peculiar to the individual or even to the nation, they are more or less universal, and it is upon this broad line of human interdependence that the law of karma finds its legitimate and equable issue. And do I, then, understand that the law of karma is not necessarily an individual law? Theology, that is just what I mean. It is impossible that karma could readjust the balance of power in the world's life and progress, unless it had a broad and general line of action. It is held as a truth among Theosophists that the interdependence of humanity is the cause of what is called distributive karma, and it is this law which affords the solution to the great question of collective suffering and its relief. It is an occult law, moreover, that no man can rise superior to his individual failings, without lifting, be it ever so little, the whole body of which he is an integral part. In the same way no one can sin, nor suffer the effects of sin, alone. In reality, there is no such thing as separateness, and the nearest approach to that selfish state, which the laws of life permit, is in the intent or motive. Inc. And are there no means by which the distributive or national karma might be concentrated or collected, so to speak, and brought to its natural and legitimate fulfillment without all this protracted suffering? Theo, as a general rule, and within certain limits which define the age to which we belong, the law of karma cannot be hastened or retarded its fulfillment. But of this I am certain, the point of possibility in either of these directions has never yet been touched. Listen to the following recital of one phase of national suffering, and then ask yourself whether, admitting the working power of individual, relative, and distributive karma, these evils are not capable of extensive modification and general relief. What I am about to read to you is from the pen of a national savior, one who, having overcome self and being free to choose, has elected to serve humanity, in bearing at least as much as a woman's shoulders can possibly bear of national karma. This is what she says. Yes. Nature always does speak, don't you think? Only sometimes we make so much noise that we drown her voice. That is why it is so restful to go out of the town and nestle a while in the mother's arms. I am thinking of the evening on Hampstead Heath when we watched the sun go down, but upon what suffering and misery that sun had set. A lady brought me yesterday a big hamper of wild flowers. I thought some of my East End family had a better NGHT to you than I, and so I took it down to a very poor school in Whitechapel this morning. You should have seen the pallid little faces brighten. Thence I went to pay for some dinners at a little cookshop for some children. It was in a back street, narrow, full of jostling people, stench indescribable, from fish, meat, and other comestibles. All reeking in a sun that, in Whitechapel, festers instead of purifying. The cookshop was the quintessence of all the smells. Indescribable meat pies at id, loathsome lumps of food and swarms of flies, a very altity of Beelzebub one all about, babies on the parquet for scraps, one with the face of an angel, gathering up cherry stones as a light and nutritious form of diet. I came westward with every nerve shuddering and jarred, wondering whether anything can be done with some parts of London save swallowing them up in an earthquake and starting their inhabitants afresh, after a plunge into some purifying lethe, out of which not a memory might emerge. And then I thought of Hampstead Heath, and pondered. If by any sacrifice one could win the power to save these people, the cost would not be worth counting, but, you see, they must be changed. And how can that be wrought? In the condition they now are, they would not profit by any environment in which they might be placed, and yet, in their present surroundings they must continue to putrefy. It breaks my heart, this endless hopeless misery, and the brutish degradation that is at once its outgrowth and its root. It is like the banyan tree, every branch roots itself and sends out new shoots. What a difference between these feelings and the peaceful scene at Hampstead. And yet we who are the brothers and sisters of these poor creatures, have only a right to use Hampstead Heaths to gain strength to save Whitechapels. Signed by a name too respected and too well known to be given to scoffers. Inc. That is a sad but beautiful letter, and I think it presents with painful conspicuity the terrible workings of what you have called relative and 44 distributive karma. But alas! There seems no immediate hope of any relief short of an earthquake, or some such general engulfment. Theo, what right have we to think so while one half of humanity is in a position to effect an immediate relief of the privations which are suffered by their fellows when every individual has contributed to the general good only at he can of money, of labor, and of ennobling thought? Then, and only then, will the balance of national karma be struck, and until then we have no right nor any reasons for saying that there is more life on the earth than nature can support. It is reserved for the heroic souls, the saviors of our race and nation, to find out the cause of this unequal pressure of retributive karma, and by a supreme effort to readjust the balance of power, and save the people from a moral engulfment 1,000 times more disastrous and more permanently evil than the like physical catastrophe, in which you seem to see the only possible outlet for this accumulated misery. Inc. Well, then, tell me generally how you describe this law of karma. 9 Theo. We describe karma as that law of readjustment which ever tends to restore disturbed equilibrium in the physical, and broken harmony in the moral world. We say that karma does not act in this or that particular way always, but that it always does act so as to restore harmony and preserve the balance of equilibrium, in virtue of which the universe exists. Inc. Give me an illustration. Theo equals later on I will give you a full illustration. Think now of a pond. A stone falls into the water and creates disturbing waves. These waves oscillate backwards and forwards till at last, owing to the operation of what physicists call the law of the dissipation of energy, they are brought to rest, and the water returns to its condition of calm tranquility. Similarly, all action, on every plane, produces disturbance in the balanced harmony of the universe, and the vibrations so produced will continue to roll backwards and forwards, if the area is limited, till equilibrium is restored. But since each such disturbance starts from some particular point, it is clear that equilibrium and harmony can only be restored by the reconverging to that same point of all the forces which were set in motion from it. And here you have proof that the consequences of a man's deeds, thoughts, etc., must react upon himself with the same force with which they were set in motion. Inc. But I see nothing of a moral character about this law. It looks to me like the simple physical law that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Theology. I am not surprised to hear you say that. Europeans have got so much into the ingrained habit of considering right and wrong, good and evil, as matters of an arbitrary code of law laid down either by men, or imposed upon them by a personal God. We Theosophists, however, say that good and harmony, and evil and disharmony, are synonymous. Further, we maintain that all pain and suffering are results of want of harmony, and that the one terrible and only cause of the disturbance of harmony is selfishness in some form or other. Hence karma gives back to every man the actual consequences of his own actions, without any regard to their moral character, but since he receives his due for all, it is obvious that he will be made to atone for all sufferings which he has caused. Just he will reap joy and gladness, the fruits of all the happiness and harmony he had helped to produce. I can do no better than quote for your benefit certain passages from books and articles written by those of our Theosophists who have a correct idea of karma. Inc. Wish you would as your literature seems to be very sparing on this subject. Theology because it is the most difficult of all our tenets. Some short time ago there appeared the following objection from a Christian pen, granting that the teaching regard to Theosophy is correct, and that Mayfi must he his own Savior, must overcome self. And conquer the evil that is in his droll nature, to obtain the emancipation of his soul. What is man to do after he has been awakened and converted to a certain extent from evil or wickedness? How is he to get emancipation, or pardon, or the blotting out of the AI or wicked tips * he has already done? To this Mr. J. H. Connolly replies very pertinently that no one can hope to make the theosophical engine run on the theological track as he has it. The possibility of shirking individual responsibility is not among the concepts of theosophy. In this faith there is no such thing as pardoning, or blotting out of evil wickedness already done, otherwise than by the adequate punishment therefore of the wrongdoer and the restoration of the harmony in the universe that had been disturbed by his wrongful act. The evil has been his own, and while others must suffer its consequences, atonement can be made by nobody but himself. The condition contemplated, in which a man shall have been awakened and converted to a certain extent from evil or wickedness, is that in which a man shall have realized that his deeds are evil and deserving of punishment. In that Realization, a sense of personal responsibility, is inevitable, and just in proportion to the extent of HZ's awakening or converting must be the sense of that awful responsibility. While it is strong upon him is the time when he is urged to accept the doctrine of vicarious atonement. He is told that he must also repent, but nothing is easier than that. It is an amiable weakness of human nature that we are quite prone to regret the evil we have done when our attention is called, and we have either suffered from it ourselves or enjoyed its fruit. 9. Possibly, close analysis of the feeling would show us that that which we regret is rather the necessity that seemed to require the evil as a means of attainment of our selfish ends than the evil itself. Attractive as this prospect of casting our burthen of sins at the foot of the cross may be to the ordinary mind, it does not commend itself to the theosophic student. He does not apprehend why the sinner by attaining knowledge of his evil can thereby merit any pardon for or the blotting out of his past wickedness, or why repentance and future NGHT living entitle him to a suspension in his favor of the universal law of relation between cause and effect. The results of his evil deeds continue to exist, the suffering caused to others by his wickedness is not blotted out. The theosophical student takes the result of wickedness upon the innocent into his problem. He considers not only the guilty person, but his victims. Evil is an infraction of the laws of harmony governing the universe, and the penalty thereof must fall upon the violator of that law himself. Christ uttered the warning, "Sin no more, lest a worse thing come upon thee," and St. Paul said, "Work out your own salvation. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." That, by the way, is a tine metaphoric rendering of the sentence of the Per and Nas far antedating him that every man reaps the consequences of his own acts. This is the principle of the law of karma which is taught by Theosophy. Sinnett, in his esoteric Buddhism, rendered karma as the law of ethical causation. The law of retribution, as mme. Blavatsky translates its meaning, is better. It is the power which just though mysterious leads us on unerring through ways unmarked from guilt to punishment, but it is more, it rewards merit as unerringly and amply as it punishes dement. It is the outcome of every act, of thought, word, and deed, and by it men mold themselves, their lives and happenings. Eastern philosophy rejects the idea of a newly created soul for every baby born. It believes in a limited number of monads, evolving and growing more and more perfect through their assimilation of many successive personalities. Those personalities are the product of karma, and it is by karma and reincarnation that the human monad in time returns to its source, absolute deity. E.D. Walker, in his Reincarnation, offers the following explanation briefly: the doctrine of karma is that we have made ourselves what we are by former actions, and are building our future eternity by present actions. There is no destiny but what we ourselves determine. There is no salvation or condemnation except what we ourselves bng about, because it offers no shelter for culpable actions and necessitates a sterling manliness. It is less welcome to weak natures than the easy religious tenets of vicarious atonement, intercession, forgiveness and deathbed conversions. In the domain of eternal justice, the offense and the punishment are inseparably connected as the same event, because there is no real distinction between the action and its outcome. It is karma, or our old acts, that draws us back into earthly life. The spirit's abode changes according to its karma, and this karma forbids any long continuance in one condition, because it is always changing. So long as action is governed by material and selfish motives, just so long must the effect of that action be manifested in physical rebirths. Only the perfectly selfless man can elude the gravitation of material life. Few have attained this, but it is the goal of mankind. And then the writer quotes from the secret doctrine, "Those who believe karma have to believe destiny, which, from birth to death, every man is weaving, thread by thread, around himself, as a spider does his cobweb, and this destiny is guided either by the heavenly voice of the invisible prototype outside of us, or by our more intimate astral or inner man, who is but too often the evil genius of the embodied entity called man. Both these lead on the outward man, but one of them must prevail, and from the very beginning of the invisible affray the stem and implacable law of compensation steps in and takes its course, faithfully following the fluctuations. When the last strand is woven, and man is seemingly enwrapped in the network of his own doing, then he finds himself completely under the empire of this self-made destiny. An occultist or a philosopher will not speak of the goodness or cruelty of providence, identifying it with karma nemesis. He will teach that, nevertheless, it guards the good and watches over them in this as in future lives, and that it punishes the evildoer even to his seventh rebirth, so long, in short, as the effect of his having thrown into perturbation even the smallest atom in the infinite world of harmony has not been finally readjusted. For the only decree of karma, an eternal and immutable decree, is absolute harmony in the world of matter as it is in the world of spirit. It is not, therefore, karma that rewards or punishes, but it is we who reward or punish ourselves according to whether we work with, through, and along with nature, abiding by the laws on which that harmony depends, or break them. Nor would the ways of karma be inscrutable were men to work in union and harmony, instead of disunion and strife. For our ignorance of those ways which lone portion of mankind calls the ways of providence, dark and intricate, while another sees them the action of blind fatalism, and a third, simple chance, with neither gods nor devils to guide them, would surely disappear if we would but attribute all these to their correct cause. We stand bewildered before the mystery of our own making and the riddles of life that we will not solve, and then accuse the great Sphinx of devouring us. But vainly, there is not an accident of our lives, not a misshapen day, or a misfortune, that could not be traced back to our own doings in this or in another life. The law of karma is inextricably interwoven with that of reincarnation. It is only this doctrine that can explain to us the mysterious problem of good and evil, and reconcile man to the terrible and apparent injustice of life. Nothing but such certainty can quiet our revolted sense of justice. For, when one unacquainted with the noble doctrine looks around him and observes the inequalities of birth and fortune, of intellect and capacities, when one sees honor paid to fools and profligates, on whom fortune has heaped her favors by mere privilege of birth, and their nearest neighbor, with all his intellect and noble virtues far more deserving in every way, perishing for want and for lack of sympathy, when one sees all this and has to turn away, helpless to relieve the undeserved suffering, one's ears ring and heart aching with the cries of pain around him. That blessed knowledge of karma alone prevents him from cursing life and men as well as their supposed creator. This law, whether conscious or unconscious, predestines nothing and no one. It exists from and in eternity truly, for it is eternity itself, and as such, since no act can be co-equal with eternity, it cannot be said to act, for it is action itself. It is not the wave which drowns the man, but the personal action of the wretch who goes deliberately and places himself under the impersonal action of the laws that govern the ocean's motion. Karma creates nothing, nor does it design. It is man who plants and creates causes, and karmic law adjusts the effects, which adjustment is not an act but universal harmony, tending ever to resume its original position, like a bow, which, bent down too forcibly, rebounds with corresponding vigor. If it happen to dislocate the arm that tried to bend it out of its natural position *, shall we say it is the bow which broke our arm, or that our own folly has brought us to grief? Karma has never sought to destroy intellectual and individual liberty, like the God invented by the monotheists. It has not involved its decrees in darkness purposely to perplex man, nor shall it punish him who dares to scrutinize its mysteries. On the contrary, he who through study and meditation unveils its intricate paths, and throws light on those dark ways, in the windings of which so many men perish owing to their ignorance of the labyrinth of life, is working for the good of his fellow men. Karma is an absolute and eternal law in the world of manifestation, and as there can be only one absolute, as one eternal, ever-present cause, believers in karma cannot be regarded as atheists or materialists, still less as fatalists, for karma is one with the unknowable, of which it is an aspect, in its effects in the phenomenal world. Another able theosophic writer, Mrs. P. Sinnott, in A Purpose of Theosophy, says, every individual is making karma either good or bad in each action and thought of his daily round, and is at the same time working out in this life the karma brought about by the acts and desires of the last. When we see people afflicted by congenital ailments, it may be safely assumed that these ailments are the inevitable results of causes started by themselves in a previous birth. It may be argued that, as these afflictions are hereditary, they can have nothing to do with a past incarnation, but it must be remembered that the ego, the real man, the individuality, has no spiritual origin in the parentage by which it is re-embodied, but it is drawn by the affinities which its previous mode of life attracted round it into the current that carries it, when the time comes for rebirth, to the home best fitted. For the development of those tendencies, this doctrine of karma, when properly understood, is well calculated to guide and assist those who realize its truth to a higher and better mode of life, for it must not be forgotten that not only our actions but our thoughts also are most assuredly followed by a crowd of circumstances that will influence for good or for evil our own future, and, what is still more important, the future of many of our fellow creatures. If SMS of omission and commission could in any case be only self-regarding, the fact on the sinner's karma would be a matter of minor consequence. The effect that every thought and act through life carries with it for good or evil a corresponding influence on other members of the human family renders a strict sense of justice, morality, and unselfishness so necessary to future happiness or progress. A crime once committed, an evil thought sent out from the mind, our past recall, no amount of repentance can wipe out their results in the future. Repentance, if sincere, will deter a man from repeating errors. It cannot save him or others from the effects of those already produced, which will most unerringly overtake you either in this life or in the next birth. Mr. J.H. of a dingle, brief earthly existence, during which he is cheered by the promise that as the tree falls so shall it, in which his brightest hope, when he wakes up to a knowledge of his wickedness, is the doctrine of vicarious atonement, and in which even that for's handicapped according to the Presbyterian Confession of Faith. By the decree of God, for the manifestation of his glory, some men and angels are predestinated to everlasting life and others foreordained to everlasting death. These angels and men thus predestinated and foreordained are particularly and changeably designed, and their number is so certain and definite that it cannot be either increased or diminished. As God hath appointed the elect unto glory, neither are any other redeemed by Christ effectually called, justified, adopted, sanctified, and saved, but the elect only. The rest of mankind God was pleased, according to the unsearchable counsel of his own will, whereby he extendeth or withholdeth mercy as he pleaseth, for the glory of his sovereign power over his creatures, to pass by and to ordain them to dishonor and wrath for their sin to the praise of his glorious justice. This is what the able defender says. Nor can we do any better than wind up the subject as he does, by a quotation from a magnificent poem. As he says, the exquisite beauty of Edwin Arnold's exposition of karma in the light of Asia tempts to its reproduction here, but it is too long for quotation in full. Here is a portion of it: karma, all that total of a soul which is the things it did, the thoughts it had, the self it wove with woof of viewless time crossed on the warp invisible of acts number before beginning and without an end, as space eternal and as surety sure. Is fixed a power divine which moves to good, only its laws endure. It will not be contemned of anyone, who thwarts it loses, and who serves it gains, the hidden good it pays with peace and bliss, the hidden ill with pains. It seeth everywhere and marketh all. Do right it recompenseth one, do one wrong the equal retribution must be made, though dharma tarry long. It knows not wrath nor pardon, utter true, its measures meet, its faultless balance weighs, times are as naught, tomorrow it will judge or after many days. Such is the law which moves to righteousness, which none at last can turn asme or stay, the heart of it is love, the end of it is peace and consummation swift. Obey. And now I advise you to compare our theosophic views upon karma, the law of retribution, and say whether they are not both more philosophical and just than this cruel and idiotic /dogma which makes of God a senseless fiend, the tenet, namely, the elect only will be saved, and the rest doomed to eternal perdition. Inc. Yes, I see what you mean generally, Bull Elwisk. You could give some concrete example of the action of karma. Theo. That I cannot do. We can only feel sui ve, as I said before, that our present lives and circumstances are the direct results of our own deeds and thoughts in lives that are past. Bui we, who are not seers or initiates, cannot know anything about the details of the working of the law of karma. Inc. Can anyone, even an adept or seer, follow out this karmic process of readjustment in detail? Theo. Certainly, those who know can do so by the exercise of powers which are latent even in all men. Who are those who know? Inc. Does this hold equally of ourselves as of others? Theology equally. As just said, the same limited vision exists for all, save for those who have reached, in the present incarnation, the acme of spiritual vision and clairvoyance. We can only perceive that, if things ought to have been different with us, they would have been different, that we are what we have made ourselves, and have only what we have earned for ourselves. Inc. I am afraid such a conception would only embitter us. Theology, I believe it is precisely the reverse. It is disbelief in the just law of retribution that is more likely to awaken every combative feeling in man. A child, as much as a man, resents a punishment, or even a reproof, he believes to be unmerited, far more than he does a severer punishment, if he feels that it is merited. Belief in karma is the highest motive for reconcilement to one's lot in this life, and the very strongest incentive towards effort to better the succeeding rebirth. Both of these, indeed, would be destroyed if we supposed that our lot was the result of anything but strict law, or that destiny was in any other hands than our own. Inc. YM have just asked TEURORFED that the system of reincarnation under karmic law commended itself to reason, justice, and the moral sense. But, if so, is TT not at some SCCRJ Phi CE0 Phi the gentler qualities of sympathy and pity, and thus a hard G0 Phi the finer instincts of human nature? Theology only apparently, not really. No man can receive more or less than his deserts without a corresponding injustice or partiality to others, and a law which could be averted through compassion would bring about more m/se than it saved, more irritation and curses than thanks. Remember also, that we do not administer the law. If we do create causes for number ts effects, it administers itself, and again, that the most copious provision for the manifestation of just compassion and mercy is shown in the state of Devachan. Inc. Usfikak 0f adepts as being an exception to the mile of our general ignorage ICEJJ0 they 7 calinoid more than we do of reincarnatio and after stat. TJJIEY do, indeed. By the training of faculties we all possess but which Tfhe alone have developed to perfection, they have entered in spirit Tphi's various planes and states we have been discussing. For long a GE/J1 generation of adepts after another has studied the mysteries GF being, of life, death, and rebirth, and all have taught in their turn. Some of the facts so learned. Inc. And is the production of adepts the aim of Theosophy? THIO Theosophy considers humanity as an emanation from divinity on its return path thereto. At an advanced point upon the path, adeptship is reached by those who have devoted several incarnations to its achievement. For, remember well, no man has ever reached adeptship in the secret sciences in one life, but many incarnations are necessary FFJR it after the formation of a conscious purpose and the beginning of the needful training. Many may be the men and women in the very midst of our society who have begun this uphill work toward illumination several incarnations ago, and who yet, owing to the personal illusions of the present life, are either ignorant of the fact, or on the road to losing every chance, in this existence, of progressing any farther. They feel an irresistible attraction toward occultism and the higher life, and yet are too personal and self-opinionated, too much in love with the deceptive allurements of mundane life and the world's ephemeral pleasures, to give them up, and so lose their chance in their present birth. But, for ordinary men, for the practical duties of daily life, such a far-off result is inappropriate as an aim and quite ineffective as a motive. Inc. What then, may be their object or distinct purpose in joining the Theosophical Society? Theology. Many are interested in our doctrines and feel instinctively that they are truer than those of any dogmatic religion. Others have formed a fixed resolve to attain the highest ideal of man's duty. The difference between faith and knowledge, or blind and reasoned faith. Inc. You say that they accept and believe in the doctrines of Theosophy. But, as they do not belong to those adepts you have just mentioned, then they must accept your teachings, I blind faith. In what docs this differ from that of codified religions? As it differs on almost all the other points, so it differs on this one. What you call faith, and that which is blind faith, in reality, with regard to the dogmas of the Christian religions, becomes with us knowledge, the logical sequence of things we know, about facts. In nature, your doctrines are based upon interpretation, therefore upon the second-hand testimony of seers, ours upon the unvarying and invariable testimony of seers. The ordinary Christian theology, for instance, holds that man is a creature of God, of three component parts: body, soul, and spirit, all essential to his integrity, and all, either in the gross form of physical earthly existence or in the etherealized form of post-resurrection experience, needed to so constitute him forever, each man having thus a permanent existence separate from other men, and from the divine. Theosophy, on the other hand, holds that, man being an emanation from the unknown, yet ever-present and infinite divine essence, his body and everything else is impermanent, hence an illusion, spirit alone in him being the one enduring substance, and even that losing its separated individuality at the moment of its complete reunion with the universal spirit. Inc. If we lose even our individuality, then it becomes simply annihilation? Theology. I say it does not, since I speak of separate, not of universal individuality. This individuality becomes as a part transformed into the whole. The dewdrop is not evaporated, but becomes the sea. Is physical man annihilated, when from a fetus he becomes an old man? What kind of satanic pride must be ours if we place our infinitesimally small consciousness and individuality higher than the universal and infinite consciousness? Inc. It follows, then, that there is, de facto, no man, but all is spirit? Theology. You are mistaken. It follows that the union of spirit with matter is but temporary, or, to put it more clearly, since spirit and matter are one, being the two opposite poles of the universal manifested substance, spirit loses its right to the name so long as the smallest particle and atom of its manifesting substance still clings to any form, the result of differentiation. To believe otherwise is blind faith. Inc. Thus it is on knowledge, it on faith, that you assert that the permanent principle, the spirit, simply makes a transit through matter? Theo. I would put it otherwise and say, we assert that the appearance of the permanent and one principle spirit as matter is transient, and, therefore, no better than an illusion. Inc. Very well, and this, given out on knowledge, riot faith? Theology. J11st. So. But as I see very well what you are driving at, I may just as well tell you that we hold faith, such as you advocate, to be a mental disease, and real faith, i.e., the pistis of the Greeks, as belief based on knowledge, whether supplied by the evidence of physical or spiritual senses. Inc. What do you mean? Theology. If it is the difference between the two that you want to know, I mean that between faith on authority and faith on spiritual intuition, there is a very great difference. Inc. What is it? Theology. One is human credulity and superstition, the other human belief and intuition. As Professor Alexander Wilder says in his introduction to the Eleusinian Mysteries, it is ignorance which leads to profanation. Men ridicule what they do not properly understand. The undercurrent of this world is set towards one goal, and inside of human credulity is a power almost infinite, a holy faith capable of apprehending the supremest truths of all existence. Those who limit that credulity to human authoritative dogmas alone, will never fathom that power nor even perceive it in their natures. It is stuck fast to the external plane and is unable to bring forth into play the essence that rules it, for to do this they have to claim their right of private judgment, and this they never dare to do. Inc. And is it this intuition which forces you to reject God as a personal father, ruler, and governor of the universe? Theo. Precisely. We believe in an ever unknowable principle, for only blind aberration can make one maintain that the universe, thinking man, and all the marvels contained even in the world of matter, could have grown without some intelligent powers to bring about the extraordinarily wise arrangement of all its parts. Nature may err, and often does in its details and the external manifestations of its materials, never in its inner causes and results. Ancient pagans held far more philosophical views on this question than modern philosophers, whether agnostics, materialists, or Christians, and no pagan writer has ever yet advanced the proposition that cruelty and mercy are not finite feelings, and can therefore be made the attributes of an infinite God. Their gods, therefore, were all finite. The Siamese author of The Will of the Lazo expresses the same idea about your personal God as ourselves. He says, p. 25, a Buddhist might believe in the existence of a God, sublime above all human qualities and attributes, a perfect God, above love and hatred, and jealousy, calmly resting in a quietude that nothing could disturb, and of such a God he would speak no disparagement, not from a desire to please him or fear to offend him, but from natural veneration. But he cannot understand a God with the attributes and qualities of men, a God who loves and hates, and shows anger, a deity who, whether described as by Christian missionaries or by Mahometans or Brahmins or Jews, falls below his standard of even an ordinary good man. Inc. Faith for faith, is, the faith of the Christian who believes, in his human helplessness and humility, that there is a merciful Father in heaven who will protect him from temptation, help him high life, and forgive him his transgressions, better than the cold and proud, almost fatalistic faith of the Buddhists, Vedantians, and Theosophists. Theology persists in calling our belief faith, if you will. But once we are again on this ever-recurring question, I ask in my turn, faith for faith, is not the one based on strict logic and reason better than the one which is based simply on human authority or hero worship? R. Faith has all the logical force of the arithmetical truism that 2 and * sectarian Brahmans are here meant. The Para-Brahman of the Vedantins is the deity we accept and believe in. 2 will produce 4. Your faith is like the logic of some emotional women, of whom Turgenev said that for them 2 and 2 were generally 5, and a tallow candle into the bargain. Yours is a faith, moreover, which clashes not only with every conceivable view of justice and logic, but which, if analyzed, leads man to his moral perdition, checks the progress of mankind, and, positively making of might, right, transforms every second man into a Cain to his brother Abel. Inc. To what do you allude? Has God the right to forgive * theology to the doctrine of atonement? I allude to that dangerous dogma in which you believe, and which teaches us that no matter how enormous our crimes against the laws of God and of man, we have but to believe in the self-sacrifice of Jesus for the salvation of mankind, and his blood will wash out every stain. It is now 20 years since I have preached against it, and I may now draw your attention to a paragraph from Isis Unveiled, written in 1875. This is what Christianity teaches, and what we combat. God's mercy is boundless and unfathomable. It is impossible to conceive of a human sin so damnable that the price paid in advance for the redemption of the sinner would not wipe it out if 1,000-fold worse. And furthermore, it is never too late to repent. Though the offender wait until the last minute of the last hour of the last day of his mortal life, before his blanched lips utter the confession of faith, he may go to paradise. The dying thief did so, and so may all others as vile. These are the assumptions of the Church, and of the clergy, assumptions banged at the heads of your countrymen by England's favourite preachers, right in the light of the 19th century, this most paradoxical age of all. Now to what does it lead? Inc. Does it not make the Christian happier than the Buddhist or Brahma? Theology? No, not the educated man, at any rate, since the majority of these have long since virtually lost all belief in this cruel dogma. But it leads those who still believe in it more easily to the threshold of refry conceivable crime, than any other I know of. Let me quote to you from Isis Unveiled once more, 2. 542, 543, if we step outside the little circle of creed and consider the universe as a whole balanced by the exquisite adjustment of parts, how all sound logic, how the faintest glimmering sense of justice, revolts against this vicarious atonement if the criminal sinned only against himself, and wronged no one but himself, if by sincere repentance he could cause the obliteration of past events, not only from the memory of man, but also from that imperishable record, which no deity, not even the supremest of the supreme, can cause to disappear, then this dogma might not be incomprehensible. But to maintain that one may wrong his fellow man, kill, disturb the equilibrium of society and the natural order of things, and then through cowardice, hope, or compulsion, matters not be forgiven by believing that the spilling of one blood washes out the other blood spilt, this is preposterous. Can the results of a crime be obliterated even though the crime itself should be pardoned? The effects of a cause are never limited to the boundaries of the cause, nor can the results of crime be confined to the offender and his victim. Every good as well as evil action has its effects, as palpably as the stone flung into calm water. The simile is trite, but it is the best ever conceived, so let us use it. The eddying circles are greater and swifter as the disturbing object is greater or smaller, but the smallest pebble, nay, the tiniest speck, makes its ripples. And this disturbance is not alone visible and on the surface. Below, unseen, in every direction outward and downward the pushes drop until the sides and bottom are touched by the force. More, the air above the water is agitated, and this disturbance passes, as the physicists tell us, from stratum to stratum out into space forever and ever. An impulse has been given to matter, and that is never lost, can never be recalled one. So with crime, and so with its opposite. The action may be instantaneous, the effects are eternal. When, after the stone is once flung into the pond, we can recall it to the hand, roll back the ripples, obliterate the force expended, restore the lyric waves to their previous state of 11011 being, and wipe out every trace of the act of throwing the missile, so that time's record shall not show that it ever happened, then we may patiently hear Christians argue for the efficacy of this atonement and cease to believe in karmic law. As it now stands, we call upon the whole world to decide, which of our two doctrines is the most appreciative of deific justice, and which is more reasonable, even 011 simple human evidence and logic. Inc. Yet millions believe in the Christian dogma and are happy. Theology, pure sentimentalism overpowering their thinking faculties, which no true philanthropist or altruist will ever accept. It is not even a dream of selfishness, but a nightmare of the human intellect. Look where it leads to, and tell me the name of that pagan country where crimes are more easily committed or more numerous than in Christian lands. Look at the long and ghastly annual records of crimes committed in European countries, and behold Protestant and biblical America. There, conversions effected in prisons are more numerous than those made by public revivals and preaching. See how the ledger balance of Christian justice stands. Red-handed murderers, urged on by the demons of lust, revoug, cupidity, fanaticism, or mere brutal thirst for blood, who kill their victims, in most cases, without giving them time to repent or call on Jesus. These, perhaps, died sinful, and, of course consistently with theological logic met the reward of their greater or lesser offenses. But the murderer, overtaken by human justice, is imprisoned, wept over by sentimentalists, prayed with and at, pronounces the charmed words of conversion, and goes to the scaffold a redeemed child of Jesus. Except for the murder, he would not have been prayed with, redeemed, pardoned. Clearly this man did well to murder, for thus he gained eternal happiness. And how about the victim, and his, or her family, relatives, dependents, social relations? Has justice no recompense for them? Must they suffer in this world and the next, while he who wronged them sits beside the holy thief of Calvary, and is forever blessed? On this question, the clergy keep a prudent silence. And now you know why Theosophists, whose fundamental belief and hope is justice for all, in heaven as on earth, and in karma, reject this dogma. KNQ The ultimate destiny of Mart, then, is not a heaven presided over by God, but the gradual transformation of matter into its primordial element, spirit. Theo. It is to that final goal to which all tends in nature. Inc. Do not some of you regard this association or fall of spirit into matter as evil, and rebirth as a sorrow? Taio. Some do, and therefore strive to shorten their period of probation on earth. It is not, however, an unmixed evil, since it ensures the experience upon which we mount to knowledge and wisdom. I mean that experience which teaches that the needs of our spiritual nature can never be met by other than spiritual happiness. As long as we are in the body, we are subjected to pain, suffering, and all the disappointing incidents occurring during life. Therefore, and to palliate this, we finally acquire knowledge which alone can afford us relief and hope of a better future. High Dollar Unveiled, Ibid. What is practical theosophy? Duty. Ezra. IVHY, then, the need for rebirths, since all alike fail to secure a permanent peace? Thpo. Because the final goal cannot be reached in any way but through life experiences, and because the bulk of these consists in pain and suffering. It is only through the latter that we can learn. Joys and pleasures teach us nothing, they are evanescent, and can only in the long run bring satiety. Moreover, our constant failure to find any permanent satisfaction in life which would meet the wants of our higher nature, shows us plainly that those wants can be met only on their own plane, to wit the spiritual. Inc. Is the Natu 7 al 7 insult of this a desire to quit life by one means or another? Theology. If you mean by such desire suicide, then I say, most decidedly not. Such a result can never be a natural one, but is ever due to a morbid brain disease, or to most decided and strong materialistic views. It is the worst of crimes and dire in its results. But if by desire, you mean simple aspiration to reach spiritual existence, and not a wish to quit the earth, then I would call it a very natural desire indeed. Of *rise voluntary death would be an abandonment of our present post and of the duties incumbent on us, as well as an attempt to shirk karma responsibilities, and thus involve the creation of new karma. Eno. But if actions on the material plane are unsatisfy 7 ig, why should duties, which are such actions, be imperative? Theo. First of all, because our philosophy teaches us that the object of doing our duties to all men first and to ourselves last is not the attainment of personal happiness, but of the happiness of others, the fulfillment of right for the sake of right, not for what it may bring us. Happiness, or rather contentment, may indeed follow the performance of duty, but is not and must not be the motive for it. Inc. What do you understand precisely by duty in theosophy? It cannot be the Christian duties preached by Jesus and his apostles, since you recognize neither. Theology. You are once more mistaken. What you call Christian duties were inculcated by every great moral and religious reformer ages before the Christian era. All that was great, generous, heroic, was, in days of old, not only talked about and preached from pulpits as in our own time, but acted upon sometimes by whole nations. The history of the Buddhist reform is full of the most noble and most heroically unselfish acts. Be ye all of one mind, having compassion one of another, love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, not rendering evil for evil, or railing for railing, but contrariwise, blessing was practically carried out by the followers of Buddha, several centuries before Peter. The ethics of Christianity are grand, no doubt, but as undoubtedly they are not new, and have originated as pagan duties. NQ. And how would you define these duties, or duty, in genera, as you understand the term *tnko? Duty is that which is due to humanity, to our fellow men, neighbors, family, and especially that which we owe to all those who are poorer and more helpless than we are ourselves. This is a debt which, if left unpaid during life, leaves us spiritually insolvent and moral bankrupts in our next incarnation. Theosophy is the quintessence of duty. Inc. So is Christianity when rightly understood and carried out. Theology no doubt it is, but then, were it not a lip religion in practice, Theosophy would have little to do amidst Christians. Unfortunately it is but such lip ethics. Those who practice their duty are towards all, and for duty's own sake, are few, and fewer still are those who perform that duty, remaining content with the satisfaction of their own secret consciousness. It is the public voice of praise that honors virtue and rewards it which is ever uppermost in the minds of the world-renowned philanthropists. Modern ethics are beautiful to read about and hear discussed, but what are words unless converted into actions? Finally, if you ask me how we understand theosophical duty practically and in view of karma, I may answer 3 that our duty is to drink to the last drop without a murmur, whatever contents the cup of life may have in store for us, to pluck the roses of life only for the fragrance they may shed on others, and to be ourselves content but with the thorns, if that fragrance cannot be enjoyed without depriving someone else of it. Inc. All this is very vague. What do you do more than Christians do? Theology it is not what we members of the Theosophical Society do, though some of us try our best, but how much farther Theosophy leads to good than modern Christianity does. I say action, enforced action, instead of mere intention and talk. A man may be what he likes, the most worldly, selfish, and hard-hearted of men, even a deep-dyed rascal, and it will not prevent him from calling himself a Christian, or others from so regarding him. But no theosophist has the right to this name, unless he is thoroughly imbued with the correctness of Carlyle's truism, the end of man is an action and not a thought, though it were the noblest, and unless lie sets and models his daily life upon this truth. The profession of a truth is not yet the enactment of it, and the more beautiful and grand it sounds, the more loudly virtue or duty is talked about instead of being acted upon, the more forcibly it will always remind one of the Dead Sea fruit. Cant is the most loathsome of all vices, and cant is the most prominent feature of the greatest Protestant country of this century, England. Inc. What do you consider as due to humanity at large? Full recognition of equal rights and privileges for all, without distinction of race, color, social position, or birth. Inc. When would you consider such do not green? Theology when there is the slightest invasion of another's right, be that other a man or a nation, when there is any failure to show him the same justice, kindness, consideration, or mercy which we desire for ourselves. The whole present system of politics is built on the oblivion of such rights, and the most fierce assertion of national selfishness. The French say, like master, like man, they ought to add, like national policy, like citizen. Inc. Do you take any part in politics? Theology as a society, we careful to avoid them, for the reasons given below. To seek to achieve political reforms before we have effected a reform in human nature, is like putting new wine into old bottles. Make men feel and recognize in their innermost hearts what is their real, true duty to all men, and every old abuse of power, every iniquitous law in the national policy, based on human, social, or political selfishness, will disappear of itself. Foolish is the gardener who tries to weed his flower bed of poisonous plants by cutting them off from the surface of the soil, instead of tearing them out by the roots. No lasting political reform can be ever achieved with the same selfish men at the head of affairs as of old. The relations of the T.S. to political reforms. Inc. The Theosophical Society is not, then, a political organization? Theology certainly not. It is international in the highest sense in that its members comprise men and women of all races, creeds, and forms of thought, who work together for one object, the improvement of humanity, but as a society it takes absolutely no part in any national or party politics. Why is this? Theology for the very reasons I have mentioned. Moreover, political action must necessarily vary with the circumstances of the time and with the idiosyncrasies of individuals. While, from the very nature of their position as theosophists, the members of the T.S. are agreed on the principles of theosophy, or they would not belong to the society at all, it does not thereby follow that they agree on every other subject. As a society they can only act together in matters which are common to all, that is, in theosophy itself. As individuals, each is left perfectly free to follow out his or her particular line of political thought and action, so long as this does not conflict with theosophical principles or the Theosophical Society. Inc. But surely the TS does not stand altogether aloof from the social questions which now so fast coming to the fore. 7 Theo. The very principles of the TS are a proof that it does not, or, rather, that most of its members do not so stand aloof. If humanity can only be developed mentally and spiritually by the enforcement, first of all, of the soundest and most scientific physiological laws, it is the bounden duty of all who strive for this development to do their utmost to see that those laws shall be generally carried out. All theosophists are only too sadly aware that, in Occidental countries especially, the social condition of large masses of the people renders it impossible for either their bodies or their spirits to be properly trained, so that the development of both is thereby arrested. As this training and development is one of the express objects of theosophy, the TS is in thorough sympathy and harmony with all true efforts in this direction. Inc. But what do you mean by true efforts? Each social reformer has his own panacea, and each believes his to be the one and only thing which can improve save humanity. Theology perfectly true, and this is the real reason why so little satisfactory social work is accomplished. In most of these panaceas there is no really guiding principle, and there is certainly no one principle which connects them all. Valuable time and energy are thus wasted, for men, instead of cooperating, strive one against the other, often, it is to be feared, for the sake of fame and reward rather than for the great cause which they profess to have at heart, and which should be supreme in their lives. Inc. How, then, should theosophical principles be applied so that social cooperation may be promoted and true efforts for social amelioration be carried on? Theo. Let me briefly remind you what these principles are: universal unity and causation, human solidarity, the law of karma, reincarnation. These are the 4 links of the golden chain which should bind humanity into one family, one universal brotherhood. Inc. How? Theology in the present state of society, especially in so-called civilized countries, we are continually brought face to face with the fact that large numbers of people are suffering from misery, poverty, and disease. Their physical condition is wretched, and their mental and spiritual faculties are often almost dormant. On the other hand, many persons at the opposite end of the social scale are leading lives of careless indifference, material luxury, and selfish indulgence. Neither of these forms of existence is mere chance. Both are the effects of the conditions which surround those who are subject to them, and the neglect of social duty on the one side is most closely connected with the stunted and arrested development on the other. In sociology, as in all branches of true science, the law of universal causation holds good. But this causation necessarily implies, as its logical outcome, that human solidarity on which Theosophy so strongly insists. If the action of one reacts on the lives of all, and this is the true scientific idea, then it is only by all men becoming brothers and all women sisters, and by all practicing in their daily lives true brotherhood and true sisterhood, that the real human solidarity, which lies at the root of the elevation of the race, can ever be attained. It is this action and interaction, this true brotherhood and sisterhood, in which each shall live for all and all for each, which is one of the fundamental theosophical principles that every theosophist should be bound, not only to teach, but to carry out in his or her individual life. Inc. All this is very well as a general principle, but how would you apply it in a concrete way? Theo. Look for a moment at what you would call the concrete facts of human society. Contrast the lives not only of the masses of the people, but of many of those who are called the middle and upper classes, with what they might be under healthier and nobler conditions, where justice, kindness, and love were paramount, instead of the selfishness, indifference, and brutality which now too often seem to reign supreme. All good and evil things in humanity have their roots in human character, and this character is, and has been, conditioned by the endless chain of cause and effect. But this conditioning applies to the future as well as to the present and the past. Selfishness, indifference, and brutality can never be the normal state of the race. To believe so would be to despair of humanity, and that no theosophist can do. Progress can be attained, and only attained, by the development of the nobler qualities. Now, true evolution teaches us that by altering the surroundings of the organism we can alter and improve the organism, and in the strictest sense this is true with regard to man. Every theosophist, therefore, is bound to do his utmost to help on, by all the means in his power, every wise and well-considered social effort which has for its object the amelioration of the condition of the poor. Such efforts should be made with a view to their ultimate social emancipation, or the development of the sense of duty in those who now so often neglect it in nearly every relation of life. Inc. Agreed. But who is to decide whether social efforts are wise or unwise? Theology. No one person and no society can lay down a hard and fast rule in this respect. Much must necessarily be left to the individual judgment. One general test may, however, be given. Will the enproposed action tend to promote that true brotherhood which it is the aim of Theosophy to bring about? No real theosophist will have much difficulty in applying such a test. Once he is satisfied of this, his duty will lie in the direction of forming public opinion. And this can be attained only by inculcating those higher and nobler conceptions of public and private duties which lie at the root of all spiritual and material improvement. In every conceivable case he himself must be a center of spiritual action, and from him and his own daily individual life must radiate those higher spiritual forces which alone can regenerate his fellow men. Snow. But why should he do this? Are not he and all, as you teach, conditioned by their karma, and must not karma necessarily work itself out on certain lines? Theo. It is this very law of karina which gives strength to all that I have said. The individual cannot separate himself from the race, nor the race from the individual. The law of karma applies equally to all, although all are not equally developed. In helping on the development of others, the theosophist believes that he is not only helping them to fulfill their karma, but that he is also, in the strictest sense, fulfilling his own. It is the development of humanity, of which both he and they are integral parts, that lie has always in view, and he knows that any failure on his part to respond to the highest within him retards not only himself but all, in their progressive march. By his actions, he can make it either more difficult or more easy for humanity to attain the next higher plane of being. Eno. How does this bear on the fourth of the principles you mentioned, viz., reincarnation? Tiio. The connection is most intimate. If our present lives depend upon the development of certain principles which are a growth from the germs left by a previous existence, the law holds good as regards the future. Once grasp the idea that universal causation is not merely present, but past, present and future, and every action on our present plane falls naturally and easily into its true place, and is seen in its true relation to ourselves and to others. Every mean and selfish action sends us backward and not forward, while every noble thought and every unselfish deed are stepping stones to the higher and more glorious planes of being. If this life were all, then in many respects it would indeed be poor and mean, but regarded as a preparation for the next sphere of existence, it may be used as the golden gate through which we may pass, not selfishly and alone, but in company with our fellows, to the palaces which lie beyond. On self-sacrifice. NQ. Is equal justice to all and love to every creature the highest standard of Theosophy? Theo. No, there is an even far higher one. Inc. What can it be? Theology, the giving to others more than to oneself, self-sacrifice. Such was the standard and abounding measure which marked so preeminently the greatest teachers and masters of humanity, such as Gautama Buddha in history, and Jesus of Nazareth in the Gospels. This trait alone was enough to secure them the perpetual reverence and gratitude of the generations of men that came after them. We say, however, that self-sacrifice has to be performed with discrimination, and such a self-abandonment, if made without justice, or blindly regardless of subsequent results, may often prove not only to have been made in vain, but even to be harmful. One of the fundamental rules of Theosophy is, justice to oneself viewed as a unit of collective humanity, not as a personal self-justice, not more but not less than to others, unless, indeed, by the sacrifice of the oneself we can benefit the many. Inc. Could you make your idea clearer by giving an ICC? Theology. There are many instances to illustrate it in history. Self-sacrifice for the practical good of many, or several. Jeopol, Theosophy holds far higher than self-abnegation for a sectarian idea, such as that of saving the heathen from damnation, for instance. In our opinion, Father Damien, the young man of 30 who offered his whole life sacrifice for the benefit and alleviation of the sufferings of the lepers at Molokai, who, after living for 18 years alone with them, finally caught the loathsome disease and died, has not died in vain. He has given relief and relative happiness to thousands of miserable wretches. He has brought to them consolation, mental and physical. He threw a streak of light into the black and dreary night of an existence, the hopelessness of which is unparalleled in the records of human suffering. He was a true theosophist, and his memory will live forever in our annals. In our sight, this poor Belgian priest stands immeasurably higher than, for instance, all those sincere but vainglorious fools, the missionaries who have sacrificed their lives in the South Sea Islands or China. What good have they done? They went in one case to those who were not ripe for any truth, and in the other to a nation whose systems of religious philosophy are as grand as any, if only the men who have them would live up to the standard of their Confucius and other sages. They died victims of irresponsible cannibals and savages, and of popular fanaticism and hatred. Whereas, by going to the slums of Whitechapel, or some other such locality of those that stagnate right under the blazing sun of our civilization, full of Christian savages and mental leprosy, they might have done real good, and preserved their lives for a better and worthier cause. Inc. But the Christians do, I think so. Theology of course not, for they act on an erroneous belief. They think that by baptizing the body of an irresponsible savage they save his soul from damnation. One church forgets her martyrs, the other beatifies and raises statues to such men as Labrie, who sacrificed his body for 40 years only to benefit the vermin which it bred. Had we the means to do so, we would raise a statue to Father Damien, the true, practical saint, and perpetuate his memory forever as a living exemplar of theosophical heroism and of Buddhist Christ-like mercy and self-sacrifice. Inc. Then you regard self-sacrifice as a duty? Theology we do, and explain it by showing that altruism is an integral part of self-development. But we have to discriminate. A man has no right to starve himself to death that another man may have food, unless the life of that man is obviously more useful to the many than is his own life. But it is his duty to sacrifice his own comfort, and to work for others if they are unable to work for themselves. It is his duty to give all that is wholly his own and can benefit no one but himself if he selfishly keeps it from others. Theosophy teaches self-abnegation, but does not teach rash and useless self-sacrifice, nor does it justify fanaticism. Inc. But how are we to reach such an elevated status? Theo. By the enlightened application of our precepts to practice. By the use of our higher reason, spiritual intuition, and moral sense, and by following the dictates of what we call the still small voice opound. Our conscience, which is that of our ego, and speaks louder in us than the earthquakes and the thunders of Jehovah, wherein the Lord is not. Inc. If such are our duties to humanity at large, what do you understand by our duties to our immediate surroundings? Theology just the same, plus those that arise from special obligations with regard to family ties. Inc. Then it is not true, as it is said, that no sooner does a man enter into the Theosophical Society than he begins to be gradually severed from his wife, children, and family duties? Theology, it is a groundless calumny, like so many others. The first of the theosophical duties is to do one's duty by all men, and especially by those to whom one's specific responsibilities are due, because one has either voluntarily undertaken them, such as marriage ties, or because one's destiny has allied one to them, such as those we owe to parents or next of kin. Inc. And what may be the duty of a theosophist to himself? Theology, to control and conquer, through the higher self, the lower self. To purify himself inwardly and morally, to fear no one, and not, save the tribunal of his own conscience. Never to do a thing by halves, i.e., if he thinks it the right thing to do, let him do it openly and boldly, and if wrong, never touch it at all. It is the duty of a theosophist to lighten his burden by thinking of the wise aphorism of Epictetus, who says, "Be not diverted from your duty by any idle reflection the silly world may make upon you, for their censures are not in your power, and consequently should not be any part of your concern." Inc. But suppose a member of Yatir society should plead inability to practice altruism to other people, on the ground that charity begins at home, urging that he is too busy, or too poor, to benefit ma, iki, id or eve7 any of its its what are your, yules in such a case. Theology, no man, on any pretext whatever, has a right to say that he can do nothing for others. By doing the proper duty in the proper place, a man may make the world his debtor, says an English writer. A cup of cold water given in time to a thirsty wayfarer is a nobler duty and of more worth, than a dozen dinners given away, out of season, to men who can afford to pay for them. No man who has not got G in him will ever become a theosophist, but he may remain a member of our society all the same. We have no rules by which we can force any man to become a practical theosophist, if he does not desire to be one. Inc. Then why does he enter the society at all? Theology, that is best known to him who does so. For, here again, we have no right to prejudge a person, not even if the voice of a whole community should be against him, and I may tell you why. I1 our day, vox populi, so far as regards the voice of the educated, at any rate is no longer vox dct / but ever that of prejudice, of selfish motives, and often simply of unpopularity. Our duty is to sow seeds broadcast for the future, and see they are good, not to stop to inquire why we should do so, and how and wherefore we are obliged to lose our time, since those who will reap the harvest in days to come will never be ourselves. On charity. Inc. How do you theosophists regard the Christian duty of charity? Theology, what charity do you mean? Charity of mind, or practical charity on the physical plane? Inc. I mean practical charity, as your idea of universal brotherhood would include, of course, charity of mind. Theology, then you have in your mind the practical carrying out of the commandments given by Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount? Inc. Precisely so. Theology, then why call them Christian? For, although their Savior preached and practiced them, the last thing the Christians of today think of is to carry them out in their lives. Inc. And yet many are those who pass their lives in dispensing charity. Theology, yes, out of the surplus of their great fortunes. But point out to me that Christian, among the most philanthropic, who would give the shivering and starving thief who steals his coat his cloak also. Or offer his right cheek to him who smites him on the left, and never think of resenting it? Inc. Ah, but you must remember that these precepts have not to be taken literally. Times and circumstances have changed since Christ's day. Moreover, he spoke in parables. Theology t hen why do not your churches teach that the doctrine of damnation and hellfire is to be understood as a parable too? Why do some of your most popular preachers, while virtually allowing these parables to be understood as you take them, insist on the literal meaning of the fires of hell and the physical tortures of an asbestos-like soul? If one is a parable, then the other is. If hellfire is a literal truth, then Christ's commandments in the Sermon on the Mount have to be obeyed to the very letter. And I tell you that many who do not believe in the divinity of Christ, like Count Leo Tolstoy and more than one theosophist, do carry out these noble and universal precepts literally, and many more good men and women would do so, were they not more than certain that such a walk in life would very probably land them in a lunatic asylum. So Christian are your laws. Inc. But surely everyone knows that millions and millions are spent annually on private and public charities? Theo. Oh, yes, and half of it sticks to the hands it passes through before getting to the needy, while a good portion of the remainder gets into the hands of professional beggars, who are too lazy to work, thus doing no good whatever to those who are really in misery and suffering. Have you not heard that the first result of the great outflow of charity towards the East End of London was to raise the rents in Whitechapel some 20%? Inc. What would you do, then? Theology, act individually and not collectively, follow the northern Buddhist precepts, never put food into the mouth of the hungry by the haudit of another. Never let the shadow of thy neighbor, a third person, come between thyself and the object of thy bounty. Never give to the sun time to dry a tear before thou hast wiped it. Never give money to the needy, or food to the priest, who begs at thy door, through thy servants, lest thy money should diminish gratitude, and thy food turn to gall. Inc. But how can this be applied practically? Theology, the theosophical idea of charity, means personal exertion for others, personal mercy and kindness, personal interest in the welfare of those who suffer, personal sympathy, forethought, and assistance in their troubles or needs. Theosophists do not believe in giving money through other people's hands or organizations. We believe in giving to the money 1,000-fold greater power and effectiveness by our personal contact and sympathy with those who need it. We believe in relieving the starvation of the soul, as much if not more than the emptiness of the stomach, for gratitude does more good to the man who feels it, than to him for whom it is felt. Where is the gratitude which your millions of pounds should have called forth, or the good feelings provoked by them? Is it shown in the hatred of the East End poor for the rich, in the growth of the party of anarchy and disorder, or by those thousands of unfortunate working girls, victims to the sweat-ing system, driven daily to eke out a living by going on the streets? Do your helpless old men and women thank you for the workhouses, or your poor for the poisonously unhealthy dwellings in which they are allowed to breed new generations of diseased, scrofulous, and rickety children, only to put money into the pockets of the insatiable Shylocks who own houses? Therefore it is that every sovereign of all those millions, contributed by good and would-be charitable people, falls like a burning curse instead of a blessing on the poor whom it should relieve. We call this generating national karma, and terrible will be its results on the day of reckoning. Theosophy for the masses. Inc. And you think that Theosophy would, by stepping in, help to remove these evils, under the practical and adverse conditio, is of our modum life *. Theology, had we more money, and had not most of the Theosophists to work for their daily bread, I firmly believe we could. Inc. How? Do you expect that your doctrines could ever take hold of the uneducated masses, when they are so abstruse and difficult that educated people can hardly understand them? Theology, you forget one thing, that your much boasted modern education is precisely that which makes it difficult for you to understand Theosophy. Your mind is so full of intellectual subtleties and preconceptions that your natural intuition and perception of truth cannot act. It does not require metaphysics or education to make a man understand the broad truths of karma and reincarnation. Look at the millions of poor and uneducated Buddhists and Hindus, to whom karma and reincarnation are solid realities, simply because their minds have been cramped and distorted by being forced into an unnatural groove. They have never had the innate human sense of justice perverted in them by being told to believe that their sins would be forgiven because another man had been put to death for their sakes. And the Buddhists, note well, live up to their beliefs without a murmur against karma, or what they regard as a just punishment, whereas the Christian populace neither lives up to its moral ideal, nor accepts its lot contentedly. Hence murmuring and dissatisfaction, and the intensity of the struggle for existence in Western lands. Inc. But this contentedness, which you praise so much, would do away with all motive for exertion and bring progress to a standstill. Theology and we, Theosophists, say that your vaunted progress and civilization are no better than a host of will-o'-the-wisps, flickering over a marsh which exhales a poisonous and deadly miasma. This, because we see selfishness, crime, immorality, and all the evils imaginable, pouncing upon unfortunate mankind from this Pandora's box which you call an age of progress, and increasing pari passu with the growth of your material civilization. At such a price, better the inertia and inactivity of Buddhist countries, which have resulted only as a consequence of ages of political slavery. Inc. Then are all these metaphysics and mysticism with which you occupy yourself so much, of no importance. Theology to the masses, who need only practical guidance and support, they are not of much consequence, but for the educated, the natural leaders of the masses, those whose modes of thought and action will sooner or later be adopted by these masses, they are of the greatest importance. It is only by means of the philosophy that an intelligent and educated man can avoid the intellectual suicide of believing on blind faith, and it is only by assimilating the strict continuity and logical coherence of the Eastern, if not esoteric, doctrines, that he can realize their truth. Conviction breeds enthusiasm, and enthusiasm, says Bulwer Lytton, is the genius of sincerity, and truth accomplishes no victories without it, while Emerson most truly remarks that every great and commanding movement in the annals of the world is the triumph of enthusiasm. And what is more calculated to produce such a feeling than a philosophy so grand, so consistent, so logical, and so all-embracing as our Eastern doctrines? Inc. And yet its enemies are very numerous, and every day Theosophy acquires new opponents. Theology, and this is precisely what proves its intrinsic excellence and value. People hate only the things they fear, and no one goes out of his way to overthrow that which neither threatens nor rises beyond mediocrity. Inc. Do you hope to impart this enthusiasm, one day, to the masses? Theo. W.H.J. Not, since history tells us that the masses adopted Buddhism with enthusiasm, while, as said before, the practical effect upon them of this philosophy of ethics is still shown by the smallness of the percentage of crime amongst Buddhist populations as compared with every other religion. The chief point is, to uproot that most fertile source of all crime and immorality, the belief that it is possible for men to escape the consequences of their own actions. Once teach them that greatest of all laws, karma and reincarnation, and besides feeling in themselves the true dignity of human nature, they will turn from evil and eschew it as they would a physical danger. How members can help the society? Inc. How do you expect the fellows of your society to help in the work? Theology, first by studying and comprehending the theosophical doctrines, so that they may teach others, especially the young people. Secondly, by taking every opportunity of talking to others and explaining to them what Theosophy is and what it is not, by removing misconceptions and spreading an interest in the subject. Thirdly, by assisting in circulating our literature, by buying books when they have the means, by lending and giving them, and by inducing their friends to do so. Fourthly, by defending the society from the unjust aspersions cast upon it, by every legitimate device in their power. Fifth, and most important of all, by the example of their own lives. Inc. But all this literature, to the spread of which you attach so much importance, does not seem to me of much practical use in helping mankind. This is not practical charity. Theology, we think otherwise. We hold that a good book which gives people food for thought, which strengthens and clears their minds, and enables them to grasp truths which they have dimly felt but could not formulate, we hold that such a book does a real, substantial good. As to what you call practical deeds of charity, to benefit the bodies of our fellow men, we do what little we can, but, as I have already told you, most of us are poor, whilst the society itself has not even the money to pay a staff of workers. All of us who toil for it, give our labor gratis, and in most cases money as well. The few who have the means of doing what are usually called charitable actions, follow the Buddhist precepts and do their work themselves, not by proxy or by subscribing publicly to charitable funds. What the Theosophist has to do above all is to forget his personality. What a Theosophist ought not to do. Inc. Have you any prohibitory laws or clauses for Theosophists in your society? Theology many, but, alas, none of them are enforced. They express the ideal of our organization, but the practical application of such things we are compelled to leave to the discretion of the fellows themselves. Unfortunately, the state of men's minds in the present century is such that, unless we allow these clauses to remain, so to speak, obsolete, no man or woman would dare to risk joining the Theosophical Society. This is precisely why I feel forced to lay such a stress on the difference between true Theosophy and its hard-struggling and well-intentioned, but still unworthy vehicle, the Theosophical Society. Inc. May I be told what are these perilous reefs in the open sea of Theosophy? Theology, well may you call them reefs, as more than one otherwise sincere and well-meaning FTS has had his theosophical canoe shattered into splinters on them. And yet to avoid certain things seems the easiest thing in the world to do. For instance, here is a series of such negatives, screening positive theosophical duties. No Theosophist should be silent when he hears evil reports or slanders spread about the society, or innocent persons, whether they be his colleagues or outsiders. Inc. But suppose what one hears is the truth, or may be true without one knowing it. Theo. Then you must demand good proofs of the assertion, and hear both sides impartially before you permit the accusation to go uncontradicted. You have no right to believe in evil, until you get undeniable proof of the correctness of the statement. Inc. A.I.D. What should you do then? Theology, pity and forbearance, charity and long-suffering, ought to be always there to prompt us to excuse our sinning brethren, and to pass the gentlest sentence possible upon those who err. A Theosophist ought never to forget what is due to the shortcomings and infirmities of human nature. Inc. Ought he to forgive entirely in such cases? Theology, in every case, especially he who is sinned against. Inc. But if by so doing, he risks injuring or allows others to be injailed, what ought he to do then? Theo. His duty, that which his conscience and higher nature suggest to him, but only after mature deliberation. Justice consists in doing no injury to any living being, but justice commands us also never to allow injury to be done to the many, or even to one innocent person, by allowing the guilty one to go unchecked. Inc. What are the other negative clauses? Theology, no Theosophist ought to be contented with an idle or frivolous life, doing no real good to himself and still less to others. He should work for the benefit of the few who need his help if he is unable to toil for humanity, and thus work for the advancement of the theosophical cause. Inc. This demands an exceptional nature, and would come rather hard upon some persons. Theology then they had better remain outside of the T.S. instead of sailing under false colors. No one is asked to give more than he can afford, whether in devotion, time, work, or money. Inc. What comes next? Theology. No working member should set too great value on his personal progress or proficiency in theosophic studies, but must be prepared rather to do as much altruistic work as lies in his power. He should not leave the whole of the heavy burden and responsibility of the theosophical movement on the shoulders of the few devoted workers. Each member ought to feel it his duty to take what share he can in the common work, and help it by every means in his power. Inc. This is but just. What comes next? Theology. No theosophist should place his personal vanity, or feelings, above those of his society as a body. He who sacrifices the latter, or other people's reputations on the altar of his personal vanity, worldly benefit, or pride, ought not to be allowed to remain a member. One cancerous limb diseases the whole body. Inc. Is it the duty of every member to teach others and preach theosophy? Theology it is indeed. No fellow has a right to remain idle, on the excuse that he knows too little to teach. For he may always be sure that he will find others who know still less than himself. And also it is not until a man begins to try to teach others, that he discovers his own ignorance and tries to remove it. But this is a minor clause. Inc. What do you consider, then, to be the chief of these negative theosophical duties? Theology. To be ever prepared to recognize and confess one's faults. To rather sin through exaggerated praise than through too little appreciation of one's neighbor's efforts. Never to backbite or slander another person. Always to say openly and direct to his face anything you have against him. Never to make yourself the echo of anything you may hear against another, nor harbor revenge against those who happen to injure you. Inc. But it is often dangerous to tell people the truth to their faces. Do you not think so? IOW of one of your members who was bitterly offended / left the society, and became its greatest enemy, only because he 7 vast told some unpleasant truths to his face, and 7 cas blamed for them. Theology of such we have had many. No member, whether prominent or insignificant, has ever left us without becoming our bitter enemy. Inc. Ho7v. Do you echo it for it? Theology. It is simply this. Having been, in most cases, intensely devoted to the society at first, and having lavished upon it the most exaggerated praises, the only possible excuse such a backslider can make for his subsequent behavior and past short-sightedness, is to pose as an innocent deceived victim, thus casting the blame from his own shoulders onto those of the society in general, and its leaders especially. Such persons remind one of the old fable about the male with a distorted face, who broke his looking-glass in the belief that it reflected his countenance crookedly. Inc. But what makes these people turn against the society? Theology. Wounded vanity in some form or other, almost in every case. Generally, because their dicta and advice are not taken as final and authoritative, or else, because they are of those who would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. Because, in short, they cannot bear to stand second to anybody in anything. So, for instance, one member, a true Sir Oracle, criticized, and almost defamed every member in the TS to outsiders as much as to theosophists, under the pretext that they were all untheosophical, blaming them precisely for what he was himself doing all the time. Finally, he left the society, giving as his reason a profound conviction that we were all, the founders especially, frauds. Another one, after intriguing in every possible way to be placed at the head of a large section of the society, finding that the members would not have him, turned against the founders of the TS, and became their bitterest enemy, denouncing one of them whenever he could, simply because the latter could not, and would not force him upon the members. This was simply a case of an outrageous wounded vanity. Still another wanted to, and virtually did, practice black magic, i.e., undue personal psychological influence on certain fellows, while pretending devotion and every theosophical virtue. When this was put a stop to, the member broke with Theosophy, and now slanders and lies against the same hapless leaders in the most virulent manner, endeavoring to break up the society by blackening the reputation of those whom that worthy person was unable to deceive. Inc. What would you do with such characters? Theology: leave them to their karma. Because one person does evil, that is no reason for others to do so. Inc. But, to return to slander, where is the line of demarcatio 7i between backbiting and just criticism to be drawn? Is it, I at one's duty to warn one's friends and neighbors against those whom 07 acknowledges to be dangerous associates? Theo. If by allowing them to go on unchecked other persons may be thereby injured, it is certainly our duty to obviate the danger by warning them privately. But true or false, no accusation against another person should ever be spread abroad. If true, and the fault hurts no one but the sinner, then leave him to his karma. If false, then you will have avoided adding to the injustice in the world. Therefore, keep silent about such things with everyone not directly concerned. But if your discretion and silence are likely to hurt or endanger others, then I add, speak the truth at all costs, and say, with honestly, consult duty, not events. There are cases when one is forced to exclaim, perish discretion, rather than allow it to interfere with duty. Inc. Methinks, if you carry out these maxims, you are likely to reap a nice crop of troubles. Tho. And so we do. We have to admit that WC are now open to the same taunt as the early Christians were. See, how these theosophists love one another, may now be said of us without a shadow of injustice. Inc. Admitting yourself that there is at least as much, if not more, backbiting, slandering, and quarreling in the TS as in the Christian churches, let alone scientific societies, what kind of brotherhood is this, may I ask? Theo. A very poor specimen, indeed, as at present, and until carefully sifted and reorganized, no better than all others. Remember, however, that human nature is the same in the Theosophical Society as out of it. Its members are no saints, they are at best sinners trying to do better, and liable to fall back owing to personal weakness. Add to this that our brotherhood is no recognized or established body, and stands, so to speak, outside of the pale of jurisdiction. Besides which, it is in a chaotic condition, and more unjustly unpopular than any other body. What wonder, then, that those members who fail to carry out its ideals should, after leaving the society, turn for sympathetic protection to our enemies, and pour all their gall and bitterness into their too willing ears. Knowing that they will find support, sympathy, and ready credence for every accusation, however absurd, that it may please them to launch against the Theosophical Society, they hasten to do so, and vent their wrath on the innocent looking-glass, which reflected too faithfully their faces. People never forgive those whom they have wronged. The sense of kindness received, and repaid by them with ingratitude, drives them into a madness of self-justification before the world and their own consciences. The former is but too ready to believe in anything said against a society it hates. The latter, but I will say no more, fearing I have already said too much. Inc. Your position, docs, it seemed to me a very enviable one. Theology it is not. But do you not think that there must be something very noble, very exalted, very true, behind the society and its philosophy, when the leaders and the founders of the movement still continue to work for it with all their strength? They sacrifice to it all comfort, all worldly prosperity and success, even to their good name and reputation, even to their honor to receive in return incensed and ceaseless obloquy, relentless persecution, untiring slander, constant ingratitude and misunderstanding of their best efforts, blows and buffets from all sides, when by simply dropping their work they would find themselves immediately released from every responsibility, shielded from every further attack. BNQ, I confess, such a perseverance seems to me very astounding, and I wondered why you did all this. Theology, believe me, for no self-gratification, only in the hope of training a few individuals to carry on our work for humanity with its original program when the founders are dead and gone. They have already found a few such noble and devoted souls to replace them. The coming generations, thanks to these few, will find the path to peace a little less thorny, and the way a little widened, and thus all this suffering will have produced good results, and their self-sacrifice will not have been in vain. At present, the main, fundamental object of the society is to sow germs in the hearts of men, which may in time sprout, and under more propitious circumstances lead to a healthy reform, conducive of more happiness to the masses than they have hitherto enjoyed. On the misconceptions about the Theosophical Society. Theosophy and Asceticism. Inc. I have heard people say that your rules require all members to be vegetarians, celibates, i.e. rigid ascetics, but you have not told me anything of the sort yet. Can you tell me the truth once for all about this? Theology, the truth is that our rules require nothing of the kind. The Theosophical Society does not even expect, far less require of any of its members that they should be ascetics in any way, except if you call that asceticism, that they should try and benefit other people and be unselfish in their own lives. Inc. But still many of your members are strict vegetarians, and openly avow their intention of remaining unmarried. This, too, is most often the case with those who take a prominent part in connection with the ivy work of your society. Theology, that is only natural, because most of our really earnest workers are members of the inner section of the society, about which I told 3 you before. Inc. Oh. Then you do require ascetic practices in that inner section? Theology, no, we do not require or enjoin them even there, but I see that I had better give you an explanation of our views on the subject of asceticism in general, and then you will understand about vegetarianism and so on. Inc. Please proceed. Theology, as I have already told you, most people who become really earnest students of Theosophy, and active workers in our society, wish to do more than study theoretically the truths we teach. They wish to know the truth by their own direct personal experience, and to study occultism with the object of acquiring the wisdom and power, which they feel they need in order to help others, effectually and judiciously, instead of blindly and at haphazard. Therefore, sooner or later, they join the inner section. Inc. But you said that ascetic practices are obligatory even in that inner section. Theology, no more they are, but the first thing which the members learn there is a true conception of the relation of the body, or physical sheath, to the inner, the true man. The relation and mutual interaction between these two aspects of human nature are explained and demonstrated to them, so that they soon become imbued with the supreme importance of the inner man over the outer case or body. They are taught that blind unintelligent asceticism is mere folly, that such conduct as that of Saint Labri, of which I spoke before, or that of the Indian fakirs and jungle ascetics, who cut, burn, and macerate their bodies in the most cruel and horrible manner, is simply self-torture for selfish ends, i.e. to develop willpower, but is perfectly useless for the purpose of assisting true spiritual, or theosophic, development. Inc. I see, you regard ity moral asceticism as necessary. It is as a means to an end, that end being the perfect equilibrium of the inner seven-iature of man and the attainment of complete mastery over the body with all its passio, is a 7id desires. Theology, just so. But these means must be used intelligently and wisely, not blindly and foolishly, like an athlete who is training and preparing for a great contest, not like the miser who starves himself into illness that he may gratify his passion for gold. Inc. IUNDC 7 stand, IOW your general idea, but let us see how you apply it in practice. How about vegetarianism, For instance, theology, one of the great German scientists, has shown that every kind of animal tissue, however you may cook it, still retains certain marked characteristics of the animal to which it belonged, and these characteristics can be recognized. Apart from that also, everyone knows by the taste what meat he is eating. We go a step farther, and prove that when the flesh of animals is assimilated by man as food, it imparts to him, physiologically, some of the characteristics of the animal it came from. Moreover, occult science teaches and proves this to its students by ocular demonstration, showing also that this coarsen, theric or animalizing effect on man is greatest from the flesh of the larger animals, less for birds, still less for fish and other cold-blooded animals, and least of all when he eats only vegetables. Inc. Then would it be better not to eat at all? Theology, if he could live without eating, of course it would. But as the matter stands, he must eat to live, and so we advise really earnest students to eat such food as will least clog and weight their brains and bodies, and will have the smallest effect in hampering and retarding the development of their intuition, their inner faculties and powers. Inc. Then you do not adopt all the arguments which vegetarians in general are in the habit of using? Theo. Certainly not. Some of their arguments are very weak, and often based on assumptions which are quite false. But on the other hand, many of the things they say are quite true. For instance, we believe that much disease, and especially the great predisposition to disease which is becoming so marked a feature in our time, is very largely due to the eating of meat, and especially of tinned meats. But it would take too long to go thoroughly into this question of vegetarianism on its merits, so please pass on to something else. Inc. One question more. What are your members of the ear section to do with regard to their food when they AIC ill? Theo. Follow the best practical advice they can get, of course. Do you not grasp yet that we never impose any hard and fast obligations in this respect? Remember once for all that in all such questions we take a rational, and never a fanatical, view of things. If from illness or long habit a man cannot go without meat, why, by all means let him eat it. It is no crime, it will only retard his progress a little, for after all is said and done, the purely bodily actions and functions are of far less importance than what a man thinks and feels, what desires he encourages in his mind, and allows to take root and grow there. Inc. Dar, with regard to the use of wine and spirits, I suppose you do not advise people to drink them? Theo. They are worse for his moral and spiritual growth than meat, for alcohol in all its forms has a direct, marked, and very deleterious influence on man's psychic condition. Wine and spirit drinking is only less destructive to the development of the inner powers, than the habitual use of hashish, opium, and similar drugs. Theosophy and marriage. Inc. Now to another question, must a man marry or remain a celibate? Theology, it depends on the kind of man you mean. If you refer to one who intends to live in the /world, one who, even though a good, earnest theosophist, and an ardent worker for our cause, still has ties and wishes which bind him to the world, who, in short, does not feel that he has done forever with what men call life, and that he desires one thing and one thing only, to know the truth, and to be able to help others, then for such a one I say there is no reason why he should not marry, if he likes to take the risks of that lottery where there are so many more blanks than prizes. Surely you cannot believe us so absurd and fanatical as to preach against marriage altogether? On the contrary, save in a few exceptional cases of practical occultism, marriage is the only remedy against immorality. Inc. But why cogino one acquire this knowledge and power when living a married life? Taio. My dear sir, I cannot go into physiological questions with you, but I can give you an obvious and, I think, a sufficient answer, which will explain to you the moral reasons we give for it. Can a man serve two masters? No. Then it is equally impossible for him to divide his attention between the pursuit of occultism and a wife. If he tries to, he will assuredly fail in doing either properly, and, let me remind you, practical occultism is far too serious and dangerous a study for a man to take up, unless he is in the most deadly earnest, and ready to sacrifice all himself first of all, to gain his end. But this does not apply to the members of our inner section. I am only referring to those who are determined to tread that path of discipleship which leads to the highest goal. Most, if not all of those who join our inner section, are only beginners, preparing themselves in this life to enter in reality upon that path in lives to come. Theosophy and Education Inc. One of your strongest arguments for the inadequacy of the existing forms of religion in the West, as also to some extent the materialistic philosophy which is now so popular, but which you seem to consider as an abomination, of desolation, is the large amount of misery and wretchedness which undeniably exists, especially in our great cities. But surely you must recognize how much has been, and is being done to remedy the state of things by the spread of education and the diffusion of intelligence. * 3. The future generations will hardly thank you for such a diffusion of intelligence, nor will your present education do much good to the poor starving masses. Inc. But you must give us time. It is only a few years since we began to educate the people. Theology and what, pray, has your Christian religion been doing ever since the 15th century, once you acknowledge that the education of the masses has not been attempted till now? The very work, if ever there could be one, which a Christian, i.e. a Christ-following church and people, ought to perform. Inc. Well, you may be right, but now theology, just let us consider this question of education from a broad standpoint, and I will prove to you that you are doing harm not good. With many of your boasted improvements, the schools for the poorer children, though far less useful than they ought to be, are good in contrast with the vile surroundings to which they are doomed by your modern society. The infusion of a little practical theosophy would help 100 times more in life the poor suffering masses than all this infusion of useless intelligence. Inc. Bid, really theology, let me finish, please. You have opened a subject on which we theosophists feel deeply, and I must have my say. I quite agree that there is a great advantage to a small child bred in the slums, having the gutter for playground, and living amid continued coarseness of gesture and word, in being placed daily in a bright, clean schoolroom hung with pictures, and often with flowers. There it is taught to be clean, gentle, orderly, there it learns to sing and to play, has toys that awaken its intelligence, learns to use its fingers deftly, is spoken to with a smile instead of a frown, is gently rebuked or coaxed instead of cursed. All this humanizes the children, arouses their brains and renders them susceptible to intellectual and moral influences. The schools are not all they might be and ought to be, but, compared with the homes, they are paradises, and they are slowly reacting on the homes. But while this is true of many of the board schools, your system deserves the worst one can say of it. Inc. So be it, go on. Theology is the real object of modern education? Is it to cultivate and develop the mind in the right direction, to teach the disinherited and hapless people to carry with fortitude the burden of life allotted them by karma, to strengthen their will, to inculcate in them the love of one's neighbor and the feeling of mutual interdependence and brotherhood, and thus to train and form the character for practical life? Not a bit of it. And yet, these are undeniably the objects of all true education. No one denies it, all your educationalists admit it, and talk very big indeed on the subject. But what is the practical result of their action? Every young man and boy, nay, every one of the younger generation of schoolmasters will answer, the object of modern education is to pass examinations, a system not to develop right emulation, but to generate and breed jealousy, envy, hatred almost, in our own people for one another, and thus train them for a life of ferocious selfishness and struggle for honors and emoluments instead of kindly feeling. KNQ, I must admit you are right there. Theology. And what are these examinations? The terror of modern boyhood and youth. They are simply a method of classification by which the results of your school teaching are tabulated. In other words, they form the practical application of the modern science method to the genus Homo, qua intellection. Now science teaches that intellect is a result of the mechanical interaction of the brain stuff, therefore it is only logical that modern education should be almost entirely mechanical, a sort of automatic machine for the fabrication of intellect. By the ton. Very little experience of examinations is enough to show that the education they produce is simply a training of the physical memory, and, sooner or later, all your schools will sink to this level. As to any real, sound cultivation of the thinking and reasoning power, it is simply impossible while everything has to be judged by the results as tested by competitive examinations. Again, school training is of the very greatest importance in forming character, especially in its moral bearing. Now, from first to last, your modern system is based on the so-called scientific revelations, the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. All through his early life, every man has these driven into him by practical example and experience, as well as by direct teaching, till it is impossible to eradicate from his mind the idea that self, the lower, personal, animal self, is the end-all, and be-all, of life. Here you get the great source of all the after-misery, crime, and heartless selfishness, which you admit as much as I do. Selfishness, as said over and over again, is the curse of humanity, and the prolific parent of all the evils and crimes in this life, and it is your schools which are the hotbeds of such selfishness. ENQ. That is all very fine as generalities, but I should like a few facts, A7id, to learn also how this can be remedied. Theology. Very well, I will try and satisfy you. There are three great divisions of scholastic establishments: board, middle class and public schools, running up the scale from the most grossly commercial to the idealistic classical, with many permutations and combinations. The practical commercial begets the modern side, and the ancient and orthodox classical reflects its heavy respectability even as far as the school board pupil teachers' establishments. Here we plainly see the scientific and material commercial supplanting the effete orthodox and classical. Neither is the reason very far to seek. The objects of this branch of education are, then, pounds, shillings, and pence, the summum bonum of the 19th century. Thus, the energies generated by the brain molecules of its adherents are all concentrated on one point, and are, therefore, to some extent, an organized army of educated and speculative intellects of the minority of men, trained against the hosts of the ignorant, simple-minded masses doomed to be vampirized, lived and sat upon by their intellectually stronger brethren. Such training is not only untheosophical, it is simply unchristian. Result: the direct outcome of this branch of education is an overflooding of the market with money-making machines, with heartless selfish men, animals who have been most carefully trained to prey on their fellows and take advantage of the ignorance of their weaker brethren. Inc. Well, but you cannot assert that of our great public schools, at any rate. Theology. Not exactly, it is true. But though the form is different, the animating spirit is the same, untheosophical and unchristian, whether Eton and Harrow turn out scientists or divines and theologians. Inc. Surely you do not mean to call Eton and Harrow commercial? Theology. No. Of course the classical system is above all things respectable, and in the present day is productive of some good. It still remains the favorite at our great public schools, where not only an intellectual, but also a social education is obtainable. It is, therefore, of prime importance that the dull boys of aristocratic and wealthy parents should go to such schools to meet the rest of the young life of the blood and money classes. But unfortunately there is a huge competition even for entrance, for the moneyed classes are increasing, and poor but clever boys seek to enter the public schools by the rich scholarships, both at the schools themselves and from them to the universities. Inc. According to this view, the wealthier dullards have to work even harder than their fellows. Theology it is so. But, strange to say, the faithful of the cult of the survival of the fittest do not practice their creed, for their whole exertion is to make the naturally unfit supplant the fit. Thus, by bribes of large sums of money, they allure the best teachers from their natural pupils to mechanicalize their naturally unfit progeny into professions which they uselessly overcrowd. Inc. And you attribute all this to what? Theology. All this is owing to the perniciousness of a system which turns out goods to order, irrespective of the natural proclivities and talents of the youth. The poor little candidate for this progressive paradise of learning, comes almost straight from the nursery to the treadmill of a preparatory school for sons of gentlemen. Here he is immediately seized upon by the workmen of the materio-intellectual factory, and crammed with Latin, French and Greek accidents, dates, and tables, so that if he have any natural genius it is rapidly squeezed out of him by the rollers of what Carlyle has so well called dead vocables. Inc. But surely he is taught something besides dead vocables, and much of that which may lead him direct to Theosophy, if not entirely into the Theosophical Society? Tiio. Not much. For of history, he will attain only sufficient knowledge of his own particular nation to fit him with a steel armor of prejudice against all other peoples, and be steeped in the foul cesspools of chronicled national hate and bloodthirstiness, and surely, you would not call that Theosophy? Inc. What are your further objections? Theology added to this is a smattering of selected, so-called, biblical facts, from the study of which all intellect is eliminated. It is simply a memory lesson, the why of the teacher being a why of circumstances and not of reason. Inc. Yes, but I have heard you congratulate yourself at the ever increasing number of the agnostics and atheists in our day, so that it appears that even people trained in the system you abuse so heartily do learn to think and reason for themselves. Theology, yes, but it is rather owing to a healthy reaction from that system than due to it. We immeasurably prefer agnostics, and even rank atheists, in our society, to bigots of whatever religion. An agnostic's mind is ever open to the truth, whereas the latter blinds the bigot like the sun does an owl. The best I see, the most truth-loving, philanthropic, and honest of our fellows were, and are, agnostics and atheists, in the sense of disbelievers in a personal God. But there are no free-thinking boys and girls, and generally early training will leave its mark behind in the shape of a cramped and distorted mind. A proper and sane system of education should produce the most vigorous and liberal mind, strictly trained in logical and accurate thought, and not in blind faith. How can you ever expect good results, while you pervert the reasoning faculty of your children by bidding them believe in the miracles of the Bible on Sunday, while for the 6 other days of the week you teach them that such things are scientifically impossible? Inc. What would you have, then? Theology. If we had money, we would found schools which would turn out something else than reading and writing candidates for starvation. Children should above all be taught self-reliance, love for all men, altruism, mutual charity, and more than anything else, to think and reason for themselves. We would reduce the purely mechanical work of the memory to an absolute minimum, and devote the time to the development and training of the inner senses, faculties, and latent capacities. We would endeavor to deal with each child as a unit, and to educate it so as to produce the most harmonious and equal unfoldment of its powers, in order that its special aptitudes should find their full natural development. We should aim at creating free men and women, free intellectually, free morally, unprejudiced in all respects, and above all things, unselfish. And we believe that much if not all of this could be obtained by proper and truly theosophical education. Why, then, is there so much prejudice against the T.S.F. Inc.? If Theosophy is even half of what you say, why should there exist such a terrible ill feeling against it? This is even more of a problem than anything else. Theology it is, but you must bear in mind how many powerful adversaries we have aroused ever since the formation of our society. As L just said, if the Theosophical movement were one of those numerous modern crazes, as harmless at the end as they are evanescent, it would be simply laughed at as it is now by those who still do not understand its real purport and left severely alone. But it is nothing of the kind. Intrinsically, Theosophy is the most serious movement of this age, and one, moreover, which threatens the very life of most of the time-honored humbugs, prejudices, and social evils of the day, those evils which fatten and make happy the upper ten and their imitators and sycophants, the wealthy dozens of the middle classes, while they positively crush and starve out of existence the millions of the poor. Think of this, and you will easily understand the reason of such a relentless persecution. Be those others who, more observant and perspicacious, do see the true nature of Theosophy, and therefore dread it. Inc. Do you mean tell me that it is became a few have understood what Theosophy leads to, that they try to crush the movement? But if Theosophy leads only to good, surely you cannot be prepared to utter such a terrible accusation of perfidious heartlessness and treachery even against those few. Theology, I am so prepared, on the contrary. I do not call the enemies we have had to battle with during the first 9 or 10 years of the Society's existence either powerful or dangerous, but only those who have arisen against us in the last 3 or 4 years. And these neither speak, write, nor preach against Theosophy, but work in silence and behind the backs of the foolish puppets who act as their visible marionettes. Yet, if invisible to most of the members of our society, they are well known to the true founders and the protectors of our society. But they must remain for certain reasons unnamed at present. Inc. And are they known to many of you, one or to yourself alone? Theology, I never said that / knew them. I may or may not know them, but I know of them, and this is sufficient, and I defy them to do their worst. They may achieve great mischief and throw confusion into our ranks, especially among the faint-hearted, and those who can judge only by appearances. They will not crush the society, do what they may. Apart from these truly dangerous enemies, dangerous, however, only to those Theosophists who are unworthy of the name, and whose place is rather outside than within the TS. The number of our opponents is more than considerable. Inc. I have heard many Theosophists speak of a power behind the society, * and of certain Mahatmas, and also in Mr. Sinet's works, that are said to have founded the society, to watch over and protect it. Theology, you may laugh, but it is so. The Theosophical Mahatmas. Are they spirits of light or goblins damned? Inc. Who are, then, those whom you call your masters? Some say they are spirits, or some other kind of supernatural beings, while others call them myths. Theo. They are neither. I once heard one outsider say to another that they were a sort of male mermaids, whatever such a creature may be. But if you listen to what people say, you will never have a true conception of them. In the first place, they are living men, born as we are born, and doomed to die like every other mortal. Inc. Yes, but it is rumored that some of them are 1,000 years old. Is this true? Theology, as true as the miraculous growth of hair on the head of Meredith's Shagpat. Truly, like the identical, no Theosophical shaving has hitherto been able to crop it. The more we deny them, the more we try to set people right, the more absurd do the inventions become. I have heard of Methuselah being 969 years old, but, not being forced to believe in it, have laughed at the statement, for which I was forthwith regarded by many as a blasphemous heretic. Inc. Seriously, though, do they outlive the ordinary age of men? Theology, do you call the ordinary age? I remember reading in the Lancet of a Mexican who was almost 190 years old, but I have never heard of mortal man, layman, or adept, who could live even half the years allotted to Methuselah. Some adepts do exceed, by a good deal, what you would call the ordinary age, yet there is nothing miraculous in it, and very few of them care to live very long. Inc. B7it. What does the word Mahatma really mean? Theology, simply great soul, great through moral elevation and in Intellectual attainment. If the title of great is given to a drunken soldier like Alexander, why should we not call those great who have achieved far greater conquests in nature's secrets, than Alexander ever did on the field of battle? Besides, the term is an Indian and a very old word. Inc. And why do you call them masters? Theology, we call them masters because they are our teachers, and because from them we have derived all the theosophical truths, however inadequately some of us may have expressed, and others understood, them. They are men of great learning, and still greater holiness of life, whom we term initiates. They are not ascetics in the ordinary sense, though they certainly remain apart from the turmoil and strife of your Western world. Inc. But is it not selfish thus to isolate themselves? Theology, where is the selfishness? Does not the fate of the Theosophical Society sufficiently prove that the world is neither ready to recognize them nor to profit by their teaching? Of what use would Professor Clerk Maxwell have been to instruct a class of little boys in their multiplication table? Besides, they isolate themselves only from the West. In their own country they go about as publicly as other people do. Inc. Do you not ascribe lo them supernatural powers? Theo. We believe in nothing supernatural, as I have told you already. Had Edison lived and invented his phonograph 200 years ago, he would most probably have been burnt along with it, and the whole attributed to the devil. The powers which they exercise are simply the development of potencies lying latent in every man and woman, and the existence of which even official science begins to recognize. Inc. Is it true that these I inspire some of your ivy writers, and that many, if I ally of your theosophical works were written under their dictation? Theo. Some of them have done so. There are passages entirely dictated by them verbatim, but in most cases they only inspire the ideas and leave the literary form to the writers. Inc. But this I itself is miraculous, is, in fact, a miracle. How can they do it? Theology, my dear sir, you are laboring under a great mistake, and it is science itself that will refute your arguments at no distant day. Why should it be a miracle, as you call it? A miracle is supposed to mean some operation which is supernatural, whereas there is really nothing above or beyond nature and nature's laws. Among the many forms of the miracle which have come under modern scientific recognition, there is hypnotism, and one phase of its power is known as suggestion, a form of thought transference, which has been successfully used in combating particular physical diseases, etc. The time is not far distant when the world of science will be forced to acknowledge that there exists as much interaction between one mind and another, no matter at what distance, as between one body and another in closest contact. When two minds are sympathetically related, and the instruments through which they function are tuned to respond magnetically and electrically to one another, there is nothing which will prevent the transmission of thoughts from one to the other, at will, for since the mind is not of such a tangible nature, that distance can divide it from the subject of its contemplation, it follows that the only difference that can exist between two minds is a difference of state. So if this latter hindrance is overcome, where is the miracle of thought transference, at whatever distance? Inc. But you will admit that hypnotism docs not king so miraculous, or on the contrary, it is a well-established fact that a hypnotist can affect the brain of his subject so far as to produce an expression of his own thoughts, and even his words, through the organism of his subject, and although the phenomena attaching to this method of actual thought transference are as yet few in number, no one, I presume, will undertake to say how far their action may extend in the future, when the laws that govern their production are more scientifically established. And so, if such results can be produced by the knowledge of the mere rudiments of hypnotism, what can prevent the adept in psychic and spiritual powers from producing results which, with your present limited knowledge of these laws, you are inclined to call miraculous? Inc. Then why do not our physicians experiment and try if they could not do as mdic, such, for instance, as Prof. Bimhame and Dr. C. Lloyd Tuckey, of England, Professors Bowness and L. 4-Pound Geois, of Nancy, Dilbayev of Liege, Barat and Baru, of Rochefort, Fondin and Sigard, of Bordeaux, Farrell, of Zurich and Drs. Bispin, of Marseilles, Van Rentergem and Van Eden, of Amsterdam, Wetterstrand, of Stockholm, Schrinknotzing, of Leipzig, and many other physicians and writers of eminence. Theology because, first of all, they were not adepts with a thorough understanding of the secrets and laws of psychic and spiritual realms, but materialists, afraid to step outside the narrow groove of matter, and secondly, because they must fail at present, and indeed until they are brought to acknowledge that such powers are attainable. KNQ and could they be taught? Theology not unless they were first of all prepared, by having the materialistic dross they have accumulated in their brains swept away to the very last atom. Inc. This is very interesting. Tell me, have the adepts thus inspired or dictated to many of your theosophists? Theology no, on the contrary, to very few. Such operations require special conditions. An unscrupulous but skilled adept of the Black Brotherhood, Brothers of the Shadow, and Dugpas, we call them, has far less difficulties to labor under. For, having no laws of a spiritual nature to trammel his actions, such a Dugpa sorcerer will most unceremoniously obtain control over any mind, and subject it entirely to his evil powers. But our masters will never do that. They have no right, if they would escape falling into black magic, to obtain entire mastery over anyone's immortal ego, and can therefore act only on the physical and psychic nature of the subject, leaving thereby the free will of the latter wholly undisturbed. Hence, unless a person has been brought into psychic relationship with the masters, and is assisted by virtue of his full faith in, and devotion to, his teachers, the latter, whenever transmitting their thoughts to one with whom these conditions are not fulfilled, experience great difficulties in penetrating into the cloudy chaos of that person's sphere. But this is no place to treat of a subject of this nature. Suffice it to say, that if the power exists, then there are intelligences, embodied or disembodied, which guide this power, and living Coruscant instruments through whom it is transmitted and by whom it is received. We have only to beware of black magic. Inc. But what do you really mean by black magic? Theology simply abuse of psychic powers, or of any secret of nature, the fact of applying to selfish and sinful ends the powers of occultism. A hypnotizer, who, taking advantage of his powers of suggestion, forced a subject to steal or murder, would be called by us a black magician. The famous rejuvenating system of Drive Brown-Sequard of Paris, through a loathsome animal injection into human blood, a discovery all the medical papers of Europe are now discussing if true, is unconscious black magic. Inc. But this is medieval belief in witchcraft and sorcery. Even the law itself has ceased to believe in such things. Theology so much the worse for the law, as it has been led through such lack of discrimination, into committing more than one judiciary mistake and crime. It is the term alone that frightens you with its superstitious ring in it. Would not law punish an abuse of hypnotic powers, as I just mentioned? Nay, it has so punished it already in France and Germany, yet it would indignantly deny that it applied punishment to a crime of evident sorcery. You cannot believe in the efficacy and reality of the powers of suggestion by physicians and mesmerizers or hypnotizers, and then refuse to believe in the same powers when used for evil motives. And if you do, then you believe in sorcery. You cannot believe in good and disbelieve in evil, accept genuine money and refuse to credit such a thing as false coin. Nothing can exist without its contrast, and no day, no light, no good could have any representation as such in your consciousness, were there no night, no darkness, no evil to offset and contrast them. Inc. Indeed, I have known men, who, while thoroughly believing in that which you call great psychic, or magic powers, laughed at the very mention of witchcraft and sorcery. Theology, what does it prove? Simply that they are illogical. So much the worse for them, again. And we, knowing as we do of the existence of good and holy adepts, believe as thoroughly in the existence of bad and unholy adepts, or dugpas. Inc. But if the masters exist, why do they not come out before all men and refute once for all the many charges which are made against Madame Blavatsky and the Society? Theo. What charges? Inc. That they do not exist, and that she has invented them. Does not all this injure her reputation? Theo. In what way can such an accusation injure her in reality? Did she ever make money on their presumed existence, or derive benefit, or fame, therefrom? I answer that she has gained only insults, abuse, and calumnies, which would have been very painful had she not learned long ago to remain perfectly indifferent to such false charges. For what does it amount to, after all? Why, to an implied compliment, which, if the fools, her accusers, were not carried away by their blind hatred, they would have thought twice before uttering. To say that she has invented the masters comes to this, that she must have invented every bit of philosophy that has ever been given out in theosophical literature. She must be the author of the letters from which esoteric Buddhism was written, the sole inventor of every tenet found in the secret doctrine, which, if the world were just, would be recognized as supplying many of the missing links of science, as will be discovered 100 years hence. By saying what they do, they are also giving her the credit of being far cleverer than the hundreds of men, many very clever and not a few scientific men, who believe in what she says inasmuch as she must have fooled them all. If they speak the truth, then she must be several Mahatmas rolled into one. Like a nest of Chinese boxes. They say that from beginning to end they wax a romance which Madame Blavatsky has woven from her own brain. Theology, well, she might have done many things less clever than this. At any rate, we have not the slightest objection to this theory. As she always says now, she almost prefers that people should not believe in the masters. She declares openly that she would rather people should seriously think that the only mala at Maland is the grey matter of her brain, and that, in short, she has evolved them out of the depths of her own inner consciousness, than that their names and grand ideal should be so infamously desecrated as they are at present. At first she used to protest indignantly against any doubts as to their existence. Now she never goes out of her way to prove or disprove it. Let people think what they like. Inc. But if yon have such wise and good men to guide the society, how is it that so many mistakes have been made? Theo. The masters do not guide the society, not even the founders, and no one has ever asserted that they did, they only watch over, and protect it. This is amply proved by the fact that no mistakes have been able to cripple it, and no scandals from within, nor the most damaging attacks from without, have been able to overthrow it. The masters look at the future, not at the present, and every mistake is so much more accumulated wisdom for days to come. That other master who sent out the man with the 5 talents did not tell him how to double them, nor did he prevent the foolish servant from burying his 1 talent in the earth. Each must acquire wisdom by his own experience and merits. The Christian churches, who claim a far higher master, the very Holy Ghost itself, have ever been and are still guilty not only of mistakes, but of a series of bloody crimes throughout the ages. Yet, no Christian would deny for all that, his belief in that master, I suppose, although his existence is far more hypothetical than that of the Mahatmas, as no one has ever seen the Holy Ghost, and his guidance of the Church, moreover, their own ecclesiastical history distinctly contradicts. Errare humanum cst. Let us return to our subject. The abuse of sacred names and terms. Then, while one have heard, namely, that many of your theosophical writers claim to have been inspired by these masters, or to have seen and conversed with them, is not true. Theology, it may or it may not be true. How can I tell? The burden of proof rests with them. Some of them, a few, very few, indeed have either distinctly lied or were hallucinated when boasting of such inspiration, others were truly inspired by great adepts. The tree is known by its fruits, and as all theosophists have to be judged by their deeds and not by what they write or say, so all theosophical books must be accepted on their merits, and not according to any claim to authority which they may put forward. Inc. But would Madame Blavatsky apply this law her own works, The Secret Doctrine, for instance? Theology certainly, she says expressly in the preface that she gives Black Diamond out the doctrines that she has learned from the masters, but claims no inspiration whatever for what she has lately written. As for our best theosophists, they would also in this case far rather that the names of the masters had never been mixed up with our books in any way. With few exceptions, most of such works are not only imperfect, but positively erroneous and misleading. Great are the desecrations to which the names of two of the masters have been subjected. There is hardly a medium who has not claimed to have seen them. Every bogus swindling society, for commercial purposes, now claims to be guided and directed by masters, often supposed to be far higher than ours. Many and heavy are the sins of those who have advanced these claims. Prompted either by desire for lucre, vanity, or irresponsible mediumship. Many persons have been plundered of their money by such societies, which offer to sell the secrets of power, knowledge, and spiritual truth for worthless gold. Worst of all, the sacred names of occultism and the holy keepers thereof have been dragged in this filthy mire, polluted by being associated with sordid motives and immoral practices, while thousands of men have been held back from the path of truth and light through the discredit and evil report which such shams, swindles, and frauds have buoyed upon the whole subject. I say again, every earnest theosophist regrets today, from the bottom of his heart, that these sacred names and things have ever been mentioned before the public, and fervently wishes that they had been kept secret within a small circle of trusted and devoted friends. Conclusion. The future of the Theosophical Society. Inc. Tell me, what do you expect for Theosophy in the future? Theology. If you speak of Theosophy, I answer that, as it has existed eternally throughout the endless cycles upon cycles of the past, so it will ever exist throughout the infinitudes of the future, because Theosophy is synonymous with everlasting truth, Inc. Pardon me, I meant to ask you rather about the prospects of the Theosophical Society. Theology. Its future will depend almost entirely upon the degree of selflessness, earnestness, devotion, and last, but not least, on the amount of knowledge and wisdom possessed by those members, on whom it will fall to carry on the work, and to direct the society after the death of the founders. Inc. I quite see the importance of their being selfless, i.e. devoted, but I do not quite grasp how their knowledge can be as vital a factor in the question as these other qualities. Surely the literature which already exists, and to which it additions are still being made, ought to be stiffy, it. Theology. I do not refer to technical knowledge of the esoteric doctrine, though that is most important. I spoke rather of the great need which our successors in the guidance of the society will have of unbiased and clear judgment. Every such attempt as the Theosophical Society has hitherto ended in failure, because, sooner or later, it has degenerated into a sect, set up hard and fast dogmas of its own, and so lost by imperceptible degrees that vitality which living truth alone can impart. You must remember that all our members have been bred and born in some creed or religion, that all are more or less of their generation both physically and mentally, and consequently that their judgment is but too likely to be warped and unconsciously biased by you. Some are all of these influences. If, then, they cannot be freed from such inherent bias, or at least taught to recognize it instantly and so avoid being led away by it, the result can only be that the society will drift off onto some sandbank of thought or another, and there remain a stranded carcass to molder and die. Inc. But if this danger be averted, theology, then the society will live on into and through the 20th century. It will gradually leaven and permeate the great mass of thinking and intelligent people with its large-minded and noble ideas of religion, duty, and philanthropy. Slowly but surely it will burst asunder the iron fetters of creeds and dogmas, of social and caste prejudices. It will break down racial and national antipathies and barriers. and will open the way to the practical realization of the brotherhood of all men. Through its teaching, through the philosophy which it has rendered accessible and intelligible to the modern mind, the West will learn to understand and appreciate the East at its true value. Further, the development of the psychic powers and faculties, the premonitory symptoms of which are already visible in America, will proceed healthily and normally. Mankind will be saved from the terrible dangers, both mental and bodily, which are inevitable when that unfolding takes place, as it threatens to do, in a hotbed of selfishness and all evil passions. Man's mental and psychic growth will proceed in harmony with his moral improvement, while his material surroundings will reflect the peace and fraternal goodwill which will reign in his mind, instead of the discord and strife which is everywhere apparent around us today. Inc. A truly delightful picture. But tell me, do you really expect all this to be accomplished in one short century? Theology scarcely. But I must tell you that during the last quarter of every 100 years an attempt is made by those masters, of whom I have spoken, to help on the spiritual progress of humanity in a marked and definite way. Towards the close of each century you will invariably find that an outpouring or upheaval of spirituality, or call it mysticism if you prefer, has taken place. Some one or more persons have appeared in the world as their agents, and a greater or less amount of occult knowledge and teaching has been given out. If you care to do so, you can trace these movements back, century by century, as far as our detailed historical records extend. Inc. But how does this bear on the future of the Theosophical Society? Theology, if the present attempt, in the form of our society, succeeds better than its predecessors have done, then it will be in existence as an organized, living and healthy body when time comes for the effort of the 20th century. The general condition of men's minds and hearts will have been improved and purified by the spread of its teachings, and, as I have said, their prejudices and dogmatic illusions will have been, to some extent at least, removed. Not only so, but besides a large and accessible literature ready to men's hands, the next impulse will find a numerous and united body of people ready to welcome the new torchbearer of truth. He will find the minds of men prepared for his message, a language ready for him in which to clothe the new truths he brings, an organization awaiting his arrival, which will remove the merely mechanical, material obstacles and difficulties from his path. Think how much one, to whom such an opportunity is given, could accomplish. Measure it by comparison with what the Theosophical Society actually has achieved in the last 14 years, without any of these advantages and surrounded by hosts of hindrances which would not hamper the new leader. Consider all this, and then tell me whether I am too sanguine. Can I say that if the Theosophical Society survives and lives true to its mission, to its original impulses through the next 100 years? Tell me, I say, if I go too far in asserting that Earth will be a heaven in the 21st century in comparison with what it is now? A. Absoluteness. When predicated of the universal principle, it denotes an abstraction, which is more correct and logical than to apply the adjective absolute to that which can have neither attributes nor limitations. Adam Kadmon, / In the Kabbalah, Adam Kadmon is the manifested logos corresponding to our third logos, the unmanifest being the first paradigmic ideal man, and symbolizing the universe in abscondido, or in its privation in the Aristotelian sense. The first logos is the light of the world, the second and the third, its gradually deepening shadows. Adept, lie adeptus. In occultism, one who has reached the stage of initiation and become a master in the science of esoteric philosophy. Ether, gr. With the ancients, the divine luminiferous substance which pervades the whole universe, the garment of the supreme deity, Zeus, or Jupiter. With the moderns, ether, for the meaning of which, in physics and chemistry, see Webster's, or some other dictionary. In esotericism, ether is the third principle of the cosmic septenary, matter, earth, being the lowest, and Akshah the highest. Agathon, gr. Plato's supreme deity, lit, the good. Aleia or the soul of the world. Agnostic. A word first used by Professor Huxley, to indicate one who believes nothing which cannot be demonstrated by the senses. Ahankara, sans. The conception of I, self-consciousness or self-identity, the I, or egoistical and mnyavic principle in man, due to our ignorance which separates our I from the universal oneself. Personality, egoism also. And Ansubh, Hebrew. The boundless or limitless deity emanat. Ing and extending. Ansubh is also written Ansoph and Ansoph, for no one, not even the rabbis, are quite sure of their vowels. In the religious metaphysics of the old Hebrew philosophers, the one principle was an abstraction like Parabrahman, though modern Kabbalists have succeeded by mere dint of sophistry and paradoxes in making a supreme God of it, and nothing higher. But with the early Chaldean Kabbalists Ansubh was without form or being with no likeness with anything else. Frank's Die Kabbalah, p. 126. That Ansubh has never been considered as the creator is proved conclusively by the fact that such an Orthodox Jew as Philo gives the name of creator to the Logos, who stands next the limitless one, and is the second God. The second God is in its, Ansubh's, wisdom, says Philo. Deity is nothing, it is nameless, and therefore called Ansubh the word and meaning nothing. See also Frank, Ibid, p. 153. Alchemy, in Arabic alchemy, is, as the name suggests, the chemistry of nature. Alchemy or alchemia, however, is really an Arabianized word, taken from the Greek akragaphaia from xvos juice, extracted from a plant. Alchemy deals with the finer forces of nature and the various conditions of matter in which they are found to operate. Seeking under the veil of language, more or less artificial, to convey to the uninitiated so much of the mysterium magnum as is safe in the hands of a selfish world, the alchemist postulates as his first principle, the existence of a certain universal solvent in the homogeneous substance from which the elements were evolved, which substance he calls pure gold, or summum materis. This solvent, also called menstruum universally, possesses the power of removing all the seeds of disease from the human body, of renewing youth, and prolonging life. Such is the lapis philosophorum, philosopher's stone. Alchemy first penetrated into Europe through Geber, the great Arabian sage and philosopher, in the 8th century of our era, but it was known and practiced long ages ago in China and Egypt. Numerous papyri on alchemy and other proofs that it was the favorite study of kings and priests, have been exhumed and preserved under the generic name of Hermetic treatises. Alchemy is studied under three distinct aspects, which admit of many different interpretations, viz., the cosmic, the human, and the terrestrial. These three methods were typified under the three alchemical properties sulfur, mercury, and salt. Different writers have stated that there are 3, 7, 10, and 12 processes respectively, but they are all agreed there is but one object in alchemy, which is to mute gross metals into pure gold. But what that gold really is, very few people understand correctly. No doubt there is such a thing in nature as transmutation of the baser metal into the nobler, but this is only one aspect of alchemy, the terrestrial, or purely material, for we see the same process taking place in the bowels of the earth. Yet, besides and beyond this interpretation, there is in alchemy a symbolical meaning, purely psychic and spiritual. While the Kabbalist alchemist seeks for the realization of the former, the occultist alchemist, spurning the gold of the earth, gives all his attention to, and directs his efforts only towards, the transmutation of the baser quaternary into the divine. Upper Trinity of man, which, when finally blended, is one. The spiritual, mental, psychic, and physical planes of human existence are in alchemy compared to the four elements fire, air, water, and earth, and are each capable of a threefold constitution, i.e., fixed, unstable, and volatile. Little or nothing is known by the world concerning the origin of this archaic branch of philosophy, but it is certain that it antedates the construction of any known zodiac, and, as dealing with the personified forces of nature, probably also any of the mythologies of the world. Nor is there any doubt that the true secrets of transmutation, on the physical plane, were known in days of old, and lost before the dawn of the so-called historical period. Modern chemistry owes its best fundamental discoveries to alchemy, but regardless of the undeniable truism of the latter, that there is but one element in the universe, chemistry placed metals in the class of elements, and is only now beginning to find out its gross mistake. Even some encyclopedists are forced to confess that if most of the accounts of transmutation are fraud or delusion, yet some of them are accompanied by testimony which renders them probable. By means of the galvanic battery even the alkalis have been discovered to have a metallic basis. The possibility of obtaining metal from other substances which contain the ingredients composing it, of changing one metal mtoa, ether, must therefore be left undecided. Nor are all alchemists to be considered impostors. Many have labored under the conviction of obtaining their object, with indefatigable patience and purity of heart, which is soundly recommended by alchemists as the principal requisite for the success of their labors. Alexandrian philosophers, or school. This famous school arose in Alexandria, Egypt, which was for long ages a seat of learning and philosophy. It was famous for its library, founded by Ptolemy Soter at the very beginning of his reign. Ptolemy died in 283 BC, a library which once boasted 700,000 rolls, or volumes, Aulus Gellius, for its museum, the first real academy of sciences and arts, for its world-renowned scholars, such as Euclid, the father of scientific geometry. Apollonius of Perga, the author of the still extant work on conic sections, Nicomachus, the arithmetician, for astronomers, natural philosophers, anatomists such as Herophilus and Erasistratus, physicians, musicians, artists, etc. But it became still more famous for its eclectic, or New Platonic school, founded by Ammonius Saccas in 173 AD, whose disciples were Origen, Plotinus, and many other men now famous in history. The most celebrated schools of the Gnostics had their origin in Alexandria. Philo-Judaeus, Josephus, Iamblichus, Porphyry, Clement of Alexandria, Eratosthenes the astronomer, Hypatia, the virgin philosopher, and numberless other stars of second magnitude, all belonged at various times to these great schools, and helped to make of Alexandria one of the most justly renowned seats of learning that the world has ever produced. Altruism. From alter, other. A quality opposed to egoism. Actions tending to do good to others, regardless of self. Ammonius Saccas. A great and good philosopher who lived in Alexandria between the 2nd and 3rd centuries of our era, the founder of the Neoplatonic school of the Philhellethians or lovers of truth. He was of poor birth and born of Christian parents, but endowed with such prominent, almost divine goodness as to be called Theodidactos, the God taught. He honored that which was good in Christianity, but broke with it and the churches at an early age, being unable to find in it any superiority over the old religions. Analogetists. The disciples of Ammonius Saccas, so called because of their practice of interpreting all sacred legends, myths, and mysteries by a principle of analogy and correspondence, which rule is now found in the Kabbalistic system, and preeminently so in the schools of esoteric philosophy in the East. See The 12 Signs of the Zodiac, by T. Subarow, in 5 Years of Theosophy. Ananda, Sans. Bliss, joy, felicity, happiness. The name of a favorite disciple of Gautama, the Eord Buddha. Anaxagoras. A famous Ionian philosopher, who lived 500 BC, studied philosophy under Anaximenes of Miletus, and settled, in the days of Pericles, at Athens. Socrates, Euripides, Archelaus, and other distinguished men and philosophers were among his disciples and pupils. He was a most learned astronomer, and was one of the first to explain openly that which was taught secretly by Pythagoras, viz., the movements of the planets, the eclipses of the sun and moon, etc. It was he who taught the theory of chaos, on the principle that nothing comes from nothing, ex nihilo nihil fit, and of atoms, as the underlying essence and substance of all bodies, of the same nature as the bodies which they formed. These atoms, he taught, were primarily put in motion by nous, universal intelligence, the Maha of the Hindus, which nous is an immaterial, eternal, spiritual entity. By this combination the world was formed, the material gross bodies sinking down, and the ethereal atoms, or fiery ether, rising and spreading in the upper celestial regions. Antedating modern science by over 2,000 years, he taught that the stars were of the same material as our Earth, and the sun a glowing mass, that the moon was a dark uninhabitable body, receiving its light from the sun, and beyond the aforesaid science he confessed himself thoroughly convinced that the real existence of things perceived by our senses, could not be demonstrably proved. He died in exile at Lampsacus, at the age of 72. Anima mundi, za/. The soul of the world, the same as the Dlaya of the northern Buddhists, the divine essence which pervades, permeates, animates, and informs all things, from the smallest atom of matter to man and God. It is in a sense the seven-skinned mother of the stanzas in the secret doctrine, the essence of seven planes of sentiency, consciousness, and differentiation, both moral and physical. In its highest aspect it is nirvana, in its lowest, the astral light. It was feminine with the Gnostics, the early Christians, and the Nazarenes, bisexual with other sects, who considered it only in its four lower planes, of igneous and ethereal nature in the objective world of forms, and divine and spiritual in its three higher planes. When it is said that every human soul was born by detaching itself from the anima mundi, it is meant esoterically, that our higher egos are of an essence identical with it, and that Maha is a radiation of the ever-unknown universal absolute. Annoya, gr. Want of understanding, folly. The term applied by Plato and others to the lower manas when too closely allied with kama, which is characterized by irrationality, annoya. The Greek annoya or agnoia is evidently a derivative of the Sanskrit ajhana, phonetically agnidna, or ignorance, irrationality, and absence of knowledge. Anthropomorphism. From the Greek anthropos, man. The act of endowing God or the gods with a human form and human attributes or qualities. Anujata, sans. A Upanishad, using the term in a general sense. One of the philosophical treatises in the Mahabharata, the great Indian epic. A very occult treatise. It is translated in the Sacred Books of the East series. Apollo Belvedere. Of all the ancient statues of Apollo, the son of Jupiter and Latona, called Phoebus, Helios, the radiant, and the sun the best and most perfect is that of this name, which is in the Belvedere Gallery in the Vatican, at Rome. It is called the Pythian Apollo, as the god is represented in the moment of his victory over the serpent Python. The statue was found in the ruins of Antium in 1503. Apollonius of Tyana. A wonderful philosopher born in Cappadocia about the beginning of the 1st century, an ardent Pythagorean, who studied the Phoenician sciences under Euthydemus, and Pythagorean philosophy and other subjects under Euxenus of Heraclea. According to the tenets of the Pythagorean school he remained a vegetarian the whole of his long life, ate only fruit and herbs, drank no wine, wore vestments made only of plant fibers, walked barefooted and let his hair grow to the full length, as all the initiates have done before and after him. He was initiated by the priests of the temple of Aesculapius, Asclepios, at Aix, and learnt many of the miracles for healing the sick wrought by the god of medicine. Having prepared himself for a higher initiation by a silence of 5 years, and by travel visiting Antioch, Ephesus, and Pamphylia and other parts he repaired via Babylon to India, alone, all his disciples having abandoned him as they feared to go to the land of enchantments. A casual disciple, Damas, whom he met on the way, accompanied him, however, on his travels. At Babylon he was initiated by the Chaldees and Magi, according to Damas, whose narrative was copied by one named Philostratus 100 years later. After his return from India, he showed himself a true initiate in that the pestilence, earthquakes, deaths of kings and other events, which he prophesied, duly happened. At Lesbos, the priests of Orpheus became jealous of him, and refused to initiate him into their peculiar mysteries, though they did so several years later. He preached to the people of Athens and other states the purest and noblest ethics, and the phenomena he produced were as wonderful as they were numerous, and well authenticated. How is it, inquires Justin Martyr, in dismay, how is it that the talismans, talismata, of Apollonius have power, for they prevent, as we see, the fury of the waves, and the violence of the winds, and the attacks of wild beasts, and whilst our Lord's miracles are preserved by tradition alone, those of Apollonius are most numerous, arid actually manifested present fax v. quest, xxiv. But an answer is easily found to this, in the fact that, after crossing the Hindu Kush, Apollonius had been directed by a king to the abode of the sages, whose abode it may be to this day, and who taught him their unsurpassed knowledge. His dialogues, with the Corinthian Menippus, give us truly the esoteric catechism, and disclose, when understood, many an important mystery of nature. Apollonius was the friend, correspondent, and guest of kings and queens, and no wonderful or magic powers are better attested than his. Towards the close of his long and wonderful life he opened an esoteric school at Ephesus, and died at the ripe old age of 100 years. Archangel. Highest, supreme angel. From the two Greek words, arch, first, and angelos, messenger. Arhat, sans, also pronounced and written aiha, arhan, raha, etc., the worthy one, a perfected area, one exempt from reincarnation, deserving divine honors. This was the name first given to the Jain, and subsequently to the Buddhist holy men initiated into the esoteric mysteries. The Arhat is one who has entered the last and highest path, and is thus emancipated from rebirth. Arians. The followers of Arius, a presbyter of the church in Alexandria in the 4th century. One who holds that Christ is a created and human being, inferior to God the Father, though a grand and noble man, a true adept, versed in all the divine mysteries. Aristobulus. An Alexandrian writer, and an obscure philosopher. A Jew who tried to prove that Aristotle explained the esoteric thoughts of Moses. Arian. Lit. The holy, those who had mastered the noble truths, Aryasatyani, and entered the noble path, Aryamarga, to nirvana or moksha, the great fourfold path. They were originally known as rishis. But now the name has become the epithet of a race, and our Orientalists, depriving the Hindu Brahmans of their birthright, have made Aryans of all Europeans. Since, in esotericism, the four paths or stages can only be entered through great spiritual development and growth in holiness, they are called the Dryamarga. The degrees of arhatship, called respectively Srotapati / Sacred Anagaman, and Arhat, or the four classes of Aryas, correspond to the four paths and truths. Aspect. The form rupt, under which any principle in septenary man or nature manifests, is called an aspect of that principle in Theosophy. Astral body. The ethereal counterpart or double of any physical body. Doppelgänger. Astrology. The science which defines the action of celestial bodies upon mundane affairs, and claims to foretell future events from the positions of the stars. Its antiquity is such as to place it among the very earliest records of human learning. It remained for long ages a secret science in the East, and its final expression remains so to this day, its exoteric application only having been brought to any degree of perfection in the West during the lapse of time since Varahamihira wrote his book on astrology, some 1,400 years ago. Claudius Ptolemy, the famous geographer and mathematician who founded the system of astronomy known under his name, wrote his Tribiblos, which is still the basis of modern astrology, AD 135 The science of horoscopy is studied now chiefly under four heads, viz. 1. Mundane, in its application to meteorology, seismology, husbandry. 2. State or civic, in regard to the future of nations, kings, and rulers. 3. Horary, in reference to the solving of doubts arising in the mind upon any subject. 4. Genethliacal, in connection with the future of individuals from birth unto death. The Egyptians and the Chaldees were among the most ancient votaries of astrology, though their modes of reading the stars and the modern methods differ considerably. The former claimed that Belus, the Bel or Elu of the Chaldees, a scion of the divine dynasty, or the dynasty of the king gods, had belonged to the land of Chemi, and had left it to found a colony from Egypt on the banks of the Euphrates, where a temple, ministered by priests in the service of the lords of the stars, was built. As to the origin of the science, it is known on the one hand that Thebes claimed the honor of the invention of astrology, whereas, on the other hand, all are agreed that it was the Chaldees who taught that science to the other nations. Now Thebes antedated considerably, not only Ur of the Chaldees, but also Nippur, where Bel was first worshipped, Sin, his son, the moon, being the presiding deity of Ur, the land of the nativity of Terah, the Sabaean and astrolator, and of Abram, his son, the great astrologer of biblical tradition. All tends, therefore, to corroborate the Egyptian claim. If later on the name of astrologer fell into disrepute in Rome and elsewhere, it was owing to the frauds of those who wanted to make money of that which was part and parcel of the sacred science of the mysteries, and who, ignorant of the latter, evolved a system based entirely on mathematics, instead of on transcendental metaphysics with the physical celestial bodies as its upati or material basis. Yet, all persecutions notwithstanding, the number of adherents to astrology among the most intellectual and scientific minds was always very great. If Cardan and Kepler were among its ardent supporters, then later votaries have nothing to blush for, even in its now imperfect and distorted form. As said in his Unveiled, I 259, astrology is to exact astronomy, what psychology is to exact physiology. In astrology and psychology one has to step beyond the visible world of matter and enter into the domain of transcendent spirit. Athenagoras, a Platonic philosopher of Athens who wrote an apology for the Christians, in AD 177, addressed to Marcus Aurelius, to prove that the accusations brought against them, viz., that they were incestuous and ate murdered children, were untrue. Atman, or Atma, sans. The universal spirit, the divine monad, the seventh principle, so called, in the exoteric septenary classification of man. The supreme soul. Aura, GRNLAT. A subtle invisible essence or fluid that emanates from human, animal, and other bodies. It is a psychic effluvium partaking of both the mind and the body, as there is both an electrovital and at the same time an electromental aura, called in Theosophy the Akashic or magnetic aura. In Roman Catholic martyrology, a saint. Avatara, sans. Divine incarnation. The descent of a god or some exalted being who has progressed beyond the necessity for rebirth, into the body of a simple mortal. Krishna was an avatara of Vishnu. The Dalai Lama is regarded as an avatara of Avalokiteshvara and the Teskalama as one of Tsongkhapa, or Amitabha. There are two kinds of avataras, one born from woman and the other parentless Anupadaka. BBNS. A term coined by theosophists to render more accurately the essential meaning of the untranslatable word sat. The latter word does not mean being, for the term being presupposes a sentient consciousness of existence. But as the term sat is applied solely to the absolute principle, that universal, unknown, and ever unknowable principle which philosophical pantheism postulates, calling it the basic root of cosmos and cosmos itself, it could not be translated by the simple term being. Sat, indeed, is not even, as translated by some Orientalists, the incomprehensible entity, for it is no more an entity than a non-entity, but both. It is as said absolute beingness, not being, the one, secondless, undivided and indivisible, all the root of nature, both visible and invisible, objective and subjective, comprehensible and never to be fully comprehended. Bhagavad Gita, Sans. Lit. The Lord's Song, a portion of the Mahabharata, the great epic poem of India. It contains a dialogue wherein Krishna the charioteer and Arjuna his Kila have a discussion upon the highest spiritual philosophy. The work is preeminently occult or esoteric. Black magic, sorcery, necromancy, or the raising of the dead and other selfish abuses of abnormal powers. This abuse may be unintentional, still it has to remain black magic whenever anything is produced phenomenally simply for one's own gratification. Boehme, Jacob. A mystic and great philosopher, one of the most prominent theosophists of the medieval ages. He was born about 1575 at Old Dietenberg, some 2 miles from Gorlitz, Silesia, and died in 1624, at the age of nearly 50. When a boy he was a common shepherd, and, after learning to read and write in a village school, became an apprentice to a poor shoemaker at Gorlitz. He was a natural clairvoyant of the most wonderful power. With no education or acquaintance with science, he wrote works which are now proved to be full of scientific truths, but these, as he himself says of what he wrote, he saw as in a great deep in the eternal. He had a thorough view of the universe, as in chaos, which yet opened itself in him, from time to time, as in a young planet, he says. He was a thorough-born mystic, and evidently of a constitution which is most rare, one of those fine natures whose material envelope impedes in no way the direct, even if only occasional, intercommunication between the intellectual and spiritual ego. It is this ego which Jacob Boehme, as so many other untrained mystics, mistook for God. Man must acknowledge, he writes, that his knowledge is not his own, but from God, who manifests the ideas of wisdom to the soul of man in what measure. If pleases, had this great theosophist been born 300 years later, he might have expressed it otherwise. He would have known that the God who spoke through his poor uncultured and untrained brain was his own divine ego, the omniscient deity within himself, and that what that deity gave out was not what measure he pleased but in the measure of the capacities of the mortal and temporary dwelling it informed. Book of the Keys. An ancient Kabbalistic work. The original is no longer extant, though there may be spurious or disfigured copies or forgeries of it. Brahma, sans. The student must distinguish between the neuter Brahma, and the male creator of the Indian pantheon, Brahms. The former Brahma or Brahman is the impersonal, supreme, and uncognizable soul of the universe, from the essence of which all emanates, and into which all returns, which is incorporeal, immaterial, unborn, eternal, beginningless, and endless. It is all-pervading, animating the highest God as well as the smallest mineral atom. Brahma, on the other hand, the male and the alleged creator, exists in his manifestation periodically only, and passes into pralaya, i.e., disappears and is annihilated as periodically. Brahma este. A period of 2,160,000,000 years, during which Brahma, having emerged out of his golden egg, Hiranyagarbha, creates and fashions the material world, for he is simply the fertilizing and creative force in nature. After this period, the worlds being destroyed in turn by fire and water, he vanishes with objective nature, and then comes Brahma's nigfloat. A period of equal duration, in which Brahms is said to be asleep. Upon awakening he recommences the process, and this goes on for an age of Brahma composed of alternate days and nights, and lasting for 100 years of 2,160,000,000 each. It requires 15 figures to express the duration of such an age, after the expiration of which the Mahapralaya or Great Dissolution sets in, and lasts in its turn for the same space of 15 figures. Brahmavidya, sans. The knowledge or esoteric science about the true nature of the two Brahmas, Brahma and Brahmpound. Buddha, sans. The enlightened. Generally known as the title of Gautama Buddha, the Prince of Kapilavastu, the founder of modern Buddhism. The highest degree of knowledge and holiness. To become a Buddha one has to break through the bondage of sense *5. And personality, to acquire a complete perception of the real self, and learn not to separate it from all the other selves, to learn by experience the utter unreality of all phenomena, foremost of all the visible cosmos, to attain a complete detachment from all that is evanescent and finite, and to live while yet on earth only in the immortal and everlasting. Buddhi, sans. Universal soul or mind. Mahabuddhi is a name of Maha, also the spiritual soul in man, the sixth principle exoterically, the vehicle of ATMs, the seventh, according to the exoteric enumeration. Buddhism is the religious philosophy taught by Gautama Buddha. It is now split into two distinct churches, the southern and northern. The former is said to be the purer, as having preserved more religiously the original teachings of the Lord Buddha. The northern Buddhism is confined to Tibet, China, and Nepal. But this distinction is incorrect. If the southern church is nearer, and has not, in fact, departed, except perhaps in trifling dogmas, due to the many councils held after the death of the Master, from the public or exoteric teachings of Shakyamuni, the northern church is the outcome of Siddhartha Buddha's esoteric teachings which he confined to his elect bhikshus and arhats. Buddhism, in fact, cannot be justly judged in our age either be one or the other of its exoteric popular forms. Real Buddhism can be appreciated only by blending the philosophy of the Southern Church and the metaphysics of the Northern schools. If one seems too iconoclastic and stern, and the other too metaphysical and transcendental, events being overcharged with the weeds of Indian exotericism, many of the gods of its pantheon having been transplanted under new names into Tibetan soil, it is due to the popular expression of Buddhism in both churches. Correspondentially, they stand in their relation to each other as Protestantism to Roman Catholicism. Both err by an excess of zeal and erroneous interpretations, though neither the southern nor the northern Buddhist clergy have ever departed from truth consciously, still less have they acted under the dictates of priestocracy, ambition, or an eye to personal gain and power, as the later churches have. Bodhitajaza, sans. A very mystic term, capable of several interpretations. In occultism, however, and in relation to the human principles, exoterically, it is a term to express the state of our dual manas, when, reunited during a man's life, it bathes in the radiance of Buddhi, the spiritual soul. For Tejaza means the radiant, and manas, becoming radiant in consequence of its union with Buddhi, and being, so to speak, merged into it, is identified with the latter. The Trinity has become one, and, as the element of Buddhi is the highest, it becomes Buddhi Tejaza. In short, it is the human soul illuminated by the radiance of the divine soul, the human reason lit by the light of the spirit or divine self-consciousness. See caste. Originally the system of the four hereditary classes into which the Indian population was divided, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, a. Descendants of Brahma, b. Warrior, c. Mercantile, and from these four, hundreds of divisions and minor castes have sprung. Causal body. This body, which is in reality no body at all, either objective or subjective, but Buddhi the spiritual soul, is so called because it is the direct cause of the Sushupti state leading to the Turiya state, the highest state of Samadhi. It is called Karanopati, the basis of the cause, by the Taraka Raja yogis, which in the Vedanta system corresponds to both the Vijnayanamaya and Anandamaya kosha, the latter coming next to Atma, and therefore being the vehicle of the universal spirit. Buddhi alone could not be called a causal body, but becomes one in conjunction with manas, the incarnating entity or ego. Kila Hindi, a disciple. The pupil of a guru or sage, the follower of some adept, or school of philosophy. Christos, gr. The early Gnostic term for Christ. This technical term was used in the 5th century BC by Aeschylus, Herodotus, and others. The Mantumata Pythocresta, or the oracles delivered by a Pythian god through a Pythoness, are mentioned by the former Choif, 901, and Pythocrestos is derived from Kro. Kristrian is not only the test of an oracle, but an offering to, or for, the oracle. Kres is one who explains oracles, a prophet and soothsayer, and C. Stereos, one who serves an oracle or a god. The earliest Christian writer, Justin Martyr, in his first apology, calls his co-religionists Christians. It is only through ignorance that men call themselves Christians, instead of Christians, says Lactantius, EIB. 4. Cap. 7. The terms Christ and Christians, spelt originally Crest and Christians, were borrowed from the temple vocabulary of the pagans. Christos meant, in that vocabulary, a disciple on probation, a candidate for hierophantship, who when he had attained it, through initiation, long trials and suffering, and had been anointed, I.e. rubbed with oil, as initiates and even idols of the gods were, as the last touch of ritualistic observance, was changed into Christos the purified in esoteric or mystery language. In mystic symbology, indeed, Christ or Christos meant that the way, the path, was already trodden and the goal reached, when the fruits of this arduous labor uniting the personality of evanescent clay with the indestructible individuality transformed it thereby into the immortal ego. At the end of the way stands the Christs, the purifier, and the union once accomplished, the Christos, the man of sorrow became Christos himself. Paul, the initiate, knew this, and meant this precisely, when he is made to say in bad translation, I travail in birth again until Christ be formed in you, Galen, 4. 19, the true rendering of which is, until you form the Christos within yourselves. But the profane, who knew only that Christos was in some way connected with priest and prophet, and knew nothing about the hidden meaning of Christos, insisted, as did Lactantius and Justin Martyr, on being called Christians instead of Christians. Every good individual, therefore, may find Christ in his inner man, as Paul expresses it, Fs. 3:16, 17, whether he be Jew, Musulman, Hindu, or Christian. Christ. See Christos. Christian Scientist. A newly coined term for denoting the practitioners of a healing art by will. The name is a misnomer, since Buddhist, or Jew, Hindu or materialist, can practice this new form of Western yoga with equal success if he can only guide and control his will with sufficient firmness. The mental scientists are another rival school. These work by a universal denial of every disease and evil imaginable, and claim, syllogistically, that since universal spirit cannot be subject to the ailings of flesh, and since every atom is spirit and in spirit, and since, finally, they the healers and the healed are all absorbed in the spirit or deity, there is not, nor can there be, such a thing as disease. This prevents in no wise both Christian and mental scientists from succumbing to disease and nursing chronic ailments for years in their own bodies just like other ordinary mortals. Clairaudience. The faculty whether innate or acquired by occult training of hearing things at whatever distance. Clairvoyance. The faculty of seeing with the inner eye or spiritual sight. As now used, it is a loose and flippant term, embracing under its meaning both a happy guess due to natural shrewdness or intuition, and also that faculty which was so remarkably exercised by Jacob Boehme and Swedenborg. Yet even these two great seers, since they could never rise superior to the genital spirit of the Jewish Bible and sectarian teachings, have sadly confused what they saw, and fallen far short of true clairvoyance. Clemens Alexandrinus, a church father and voluminous writer, who had been a Neoplatonist and a disciple of Ammonius Saccas. IJE was one of the few Christian philosophers between the 2nd and 3rd centuries of our era at Alexandria. College of Rabbis. A college at Babylon, most famous during the early centuries of Christianity, but its glory was greatly darkened by the appearance in Alexandria of Hellenic teachers, such as Philo-Judaeus, Josephus, Aristobulus, and others. The former avenged themselves on their successful rivals by speaking of the Alexandrians as theurgists and unclean prophets. But the Alexandrian believers in thaumaturgy were not regarded as sinners and impostors when Orthodox Jews were at the head of such schools of Hazim. These were colleges for teaching prophecy and occult sciences. Samuel was the chief of such a college at Ramah, Elisha, at Jericho. Hillel had a regular academy for prophets and seers, and it is Hillel, a pupil of the Babylonian college, who was the founder of the sect of the Pharisees and the great Orthodox rabbis. Cycle, G.V. From Kuklos. The ancients divided time into endless cycles, wheels within wheels, all such periods being of various duration, and each marking the beginning or end of some event either cosmic, mundane, physical, or metaphysical. There were cycles of only a few years, and cycles of immense duration. The Great Orphic Cycle, referring to the ethnological change of races, lasted 120,000 years, and that of Cassandrus 136,000. The latter brought about a complete change in planetary influences and their correlations between men and gods, a fact entirely lost sight of by modern astrologers. The deist. One who admits the possibility of the existence of a god or gods, but claims to know nothing of either, and denies revelation. An agnostic of olden times. Deva. Sans. A god, a resplendent deity, Deva, Deus, from the root div, to shine. A Deva is a celestial being, whether good, bad or indifferent, which inhabits the three worlds or the three planes above us. There are 33 groups or 330 millions of them. Dvachan. The dwelling of the gods. A state intermediate between two earth lives, into which the ego, Atm and Buletin and Daimonas, or the Trinity made one, enters after its separation from Kamarupa, and the disintegration of the lower principles, on the death of the body on earth. Dhammapada, Pali. A work containing various aphorisms from the Buddhist scriptures. Dhyana, Sans. One of the 6 paramitas or perfections. A state of abstraction which carries the ascetic practicing it far above the region of sensuous perception, and out of the world of matter. Lit. Contemplation. The 6 stages of dhyana differ only in the degrees of abstraction of the personal ego from sensuous life. Dhyan Kohans. Lit. The Lords of Contemplation. The highest gods, answering to the Roman Catholic archangels. The divine intelligences charged with the supervision of cosmos. Double. The same as the astral body or doppelganger. Ecstasis, gr. A psycho-spiritual state, a physical trance which induces clairvoyance, and a beatific state which brings on visions. Ego, lie. I, the consciousness in man of the I am I, or the feeling of I am ship. Esoteric philosophy teaches the existence of 2 egos in man, the mortal or personal, and the higher, the divine or impersonal, calling the former personality, and the latter individuality. E.g. alti. Ego ity means individuality, never personality, as it is the opposite of egoism or selfishness, the characteristic par excellence of the latter. Eidolon, gr. The same as that which we term the human phantom, the astral form. Elementals. Spirits of the elements. The creatures evolved in the 4 kingdoms, or elements: earth, air, fire, and water. They are called by the Kabbalists, gnomes, of the earth, sylphs, of the air, salamanders, of the fire, and undines, of the water. Except a few of the higher kinds and their rulers, they are rather the forces of nature than ethereal men and women. These forces, as the servile agents of the occultist, may produce various effects, but if employed by elementaries, kamarupas, in which case they enslave the mediums, they will deceive. All the lower invisible beings generated on the 5th, 6th, and 7th planes of our terrestrial atmosphere are called elementals: paras, devs, jinns, sylvans, satyrs, fauns, elves, dwarfs, trolls, norns, kobolds, brownies, nixies, goblins, pinkies, banshees, moss people, white ladies, spooks, fairies, etc. Eleusinian, gr. The Eleusinian mysteries were the most famous and the most ancient of all the Greek mysteries, with the exception of the Samothracian, and were performed near the hamlet of Eleusis, not far from Athens. Epiphanius traces them to the days of Iacchos, 1800 BC. They were held in honor of Demeter, the great Ceres, and the Egyptian Isis, and the last act of the performance referred to a sacrificial victim of atonement and a resurrection, when the initiate was admitted to the highest degree of epopt. The festival of the mysteries began in the month of Bodromion, September, the time of grape gathering, and lasted from the 15th to the 22nd 7 days. The Hebrew Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Ingatherings in the month of Ethanim, the 7th, also began on the 15th and ended on the 22nd of that month. The name of the month, Ethanim, is derived, according to some, from Adoyaim, Adonia, Etanim, Ethanim, and was in honor of Adonai, or Adonis, Tom, whose death was lamented by the Hebrews in the groves of Bethlehem. The sacrifice of bread and wine was performed both in the Eleusinian and during the Feast of Tabernacles. Emanation. This doctrine, in its metaphysical meaning, is opposed to evolution, yet one with it. Science teaches that, physiologically, evolution is a mode of generation in which the germ that develops the fetus pre-exists already in the parent, the development and final form and characteristics of that germ being accomplished by nature, and that, as in its cosmology, the process takes place blindly, through the correlation of the elements and their various compounds. Occultism teaches that this is only the apparent mode, the real process being emanation, guided by intelligent forces under an immutable law. Therefore, while the occultists and theosophists believe thoroughly in the doctrine of evolution as given out by Kapila and Manu, they are emanationists rather than evolutionists. The doctrine of emanation was at one time universal. It was taught by the Alexandrian, as well as by the Indian philosophers, by the Egyptian, the Chaldean, and Hellenic hierophants, and also by the Hebrews, in their Kabbalah, and even in Genesis. For it is only owing to deliberate mistranslation that the Hebrew word ast was translated angels from the Septuagint, while it means emanations, eons, just as with the Gnostics. Indeed, in Deuteronomy, XXXII, the word ast or as/idt is translated as fiery law, whilst the correct rendering of the passage should be, from his right went, not a fiery law, but, a fire according to law, viz., that the fire of one flame is imparted to and caught up by another. Like as in a trail of inflammable substance. This is precisely emanation, as shown in Isis Unveiled. I11 Evolution, as it is now beginning to be understood, there is supposed to be in all matter an impulse to take on a higher form, a supposition clearly expressed by Manu and other Hindu philosophers of the highest antiquity. The philosopher's tree illustrates it in the case of the zinc solution. The controversy between the followers of this school and the emanationists may be briefly stated thus: the evolutionist stops all inquiry at the borders of the unknowable, the emanationist believes that nothing can be evolved or, as the word means, unwombed or born except it has first been involved, thus indicating that life is from a spiritual potency above the whole. Esoteric. Hidden, secret. From the Greek soterikos, inner, concealed. Esoteric Buddhism. Secret wisdom or intelligence, from the Greek esoterikos, inner, and the Sanskrit bodhi, knowledge, in contradistinction to buddhi, the faculty of knowledge or intelligence, and Buddhism, the philosophy or law of be, Tidka, the enlightened. Also, written Buddhism, from Buddha, intelligence, wisdom, the son of Soma. Eurasians. An abbreviation of European Asians. The mixed-colored races, the children of the white fathers, and the dark mothers of India, and vice versa. Exoteric. Outward, public, the opposite of esoteric or hidden. Extracosmic. Outside of cosmos or nature. A nonsensical word invented to assert the existence of a perso, il God independent of or outside nature per se, for as nature, or the universe, is infinite and limitless there can be nothing outside it. The term is coined in opposition to the pantheistic idea that the whole cosmos is animated or informed with the spirit of deity, nature being but the garment, and matter the elusive shadows, of the real unseen presence. F. for Ho, Syriac. The highest and greatest creative power with the Nazarene Gnostics. Fire philosophers. The name given to the Hermetists and alchemists of the Middle Ages, and also to the Rosicrucians. The latter, the successors of Theurgists, regarded fire as the symbol of deity. It was the source, not only of material atoms, but the container of the spiritual and psychic forces energizing them. Broadly analyzed, fire is a triple principle, esoterically, a septenary, as are all the rest of the elements. As man is composed of spirit, soul, and body, plus a fourfold aspect, so is fire. As in the works of Robert Flood, Robertus de Fluctibus, one of the famous Rosicrucians, fire contains firstly, a visible flame, bod zero, secondly, an invisible, astral fire, soul, and thirdly, spirit. The four aspects are, a. Heat, life, b. Light, mind, c. Electricity, chemic or molecular powers, and d. The synthetic essences, beyond spirit, or the radical cause of its existence and manifestation. For the Hermetist or Rosicrucian, when a flame is extinct on the objective plane, it has only passed from the seen world into the unseen, from the knowable into the unknowable. G. Gautama, Sans. A proper name in India. It is that of the prince of Kapilavastu, son of Suddhodana, the Shakya king of a small territory on the borders of Nepal, born in the 7th century BC, now called the savior of the world. Gautama or Gautama was the Sacer. Total name of the Shakya family. Born a simple mortal, he rose to Buddhahood through his own personal and unaided merit, a man verily greater than any god. Gabirol. Solomon ben Yehuda, called in literature Abisbran. An Israelite by birth, a philosopher, poet, and Kabbalist, a voluminous writer and a mystic. He was born in the 11th century at Malaga, 1021, educated at Saragossa, and died at Valencia in 1070, murdered by a Mahomedan. His fellow religionists called him Salomon, the Sephardi, or the Spaniard, and the Arabs, Abu Ayyub Sulayman ben Yahya ibn Jabirol, whilst the scholastics named him Abisbran, see Myers Kabbalake. Ibn Jabirol was certainly one of the greatest philosophers and scholars of his age. He wrote much in Arabic, and most of his manuscripts have been preserved. His greatest work appears to be the MC Korhayim, I.C., Fountain of Life, one of the earliest. 218. The Key to Theosophy. Exposures of the secrets of the speculative Kabbalah, as his biographer informs us. Gnosis, Gr. Lit. Knowledge. The technical term used by the schools of religious philosophy, both before and during the first centuries of so-called Christianity, to denote the object of their inquiry. This spiritual and sacred knowledge, the Guptavidya of the Hindus, could only be obtained by initiation into spiritual mysteries of which the ceremonial mysteries were a type. Gnostics, Gr. The philosophers who formulated and taught the gnosis or knowledge. They flourished in the first 3 centuries of the Christian era. The following were eminent: Simon Magus, Valentinus, Basilcles, Martian, etc. Golden Age. The ancients divided the life cycle into the Golden, Silver, Bronze, and Iron Ages. The Golden was an age of primeval purity, simplicity, and general happiness. Great Age. There are several great ages mentioned by the ancients. In India the Great Age embraced the whole Mahamanvantara, the age of Brahma, each day of which represents the life cycle of a chain, IC, it embraces a period of 7 rounds, see Esoteric Buddhism, by A. P. Sinnott. Thus while a day and a night represent, as Manvantara and Pralaya 8,640,000,000 years, an age lasts through a period of 311,040,000,000,000, after which the Pralaya or dissolution of the universe becomes universal. With the Egyptians and Greeks the Great Age referred only to the tropical, or sidereal year, the duration of which is 25,868 solar years. Of the complete age that of the gods they said nothing, as it was a matter to be discussed and divulged only at the mysteries, and during the initiation ceremonies. The great age of the Chaldees was the same in figures as that of the Hindus. Guhyavidya, sans. The secret knowledge of mystic mantras. Guptavidya, sans. The same as Guhyavidya. Esoteric or secret science, knowledge. Oigts. The ring of Gyges has become a familiar metaphor in European literature. Gyges was a Lydian, who, after murdering the king Candaeules, married his widow. Plato tells us that Gyges, descending once into a chasm of the earth, discovered a brazen horse, within whose open side was the skeleton of a man of gigantic stature, who had a brazen ring on his finger. This ring when placed on his own finger made him invisible. Hades, Grades is the invisible, the land of shadows, one of whose regions was Tartarus, a place of complete darkness, as was also the region of profound dreamless sleep in Amend. Judging by the allegorical description of the punishments inflicted therein, the place was purely karmic. Neither Hades nor Amend were the hell still preached by some retrograde priests and clergymen, and whether represented by the Elysian fields or by Tartarus, it could only be reached by crossing the river to the other shore as well expressed. In Egyptian belief, Bonwick, the story of Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, is to be found not only in Homer, but in the poetry of many lands. The river must be crossed before gaining the Isles of the Blessed. The ritual of Egypt described a Charon and his boat long ages before Homer. He is Qnra, the hawk-headed steersman. Hallucinations. A state produced sometimes by physiological disorders, sometimes by mediumship, and at others by drunkenness. But the cause that produces the visions has to be sought deeper than physiology. All such, particularly when produced through mediumship, are preceded by a relaxation of the nervous system, invariably generating an abnormal magnetic condition which attracts to the sufferer waves of astral light. It is these latter that furnish the various hallucinations, which, however, are not always, as physicians would explain them, mere empty and unreal dreams. No one can see that which does not exist. I see. Why which is not impressed in or on the astral waves? But a seer may perceive objects and scenes, whether past, present or future, which have no relation whatever to himself, and perceive, moreover, several things entirely disconnected with each other at one and the same time, so as to produce the most grotesque and absurd combinations. Both drunkard and seer, medium and adept, see their respective visions in the astral light, only while the drunkard, the madman, and the untrained medium, or one in a brain fever, see, because they cannot help it, and evoke jumbled visions unconsciously to themselves without being able to control them. The adept and the trained seer have the choice and the control of such visions. They know where to fix their gaze, how to steady the scenes they wish to observe, and how to see beyond the upper outward layers of the astral light. With the former such glimpses into the waves are hallucinations, with the latter they become the faithful reproduction of what actually has been, is, or will be taking place. The glimpses at random, caught by the medium, and his flickering visions in the deceptive light, are transformed under the guiding will of the adept and seer into steady pictures, the truthful representation of that which he wills to come within the focus of his perception. Hell. A term which the Anglo-Saxon race has evidently derived from the name of the Scandinavian goddess, Hela, just as the word At in Russian and other Slavonian tongues expressing the same conception, is derived from the Greek Hades. The only difference between the Scandinavian cold hell, and the hot hell of the Christians, being found in their respective temperatures. But the idea of these overheated regions is not original with the Europeans, many people having entertained the conception of an underworld climate, as well we may, if we localize our hell in the center of the earth. All exoteric regions, the creeds of the Brahmins, Buddhists, Zoroastrians, Mohammedans, Jews, and the rest, make their hells hot and dark, though many are more attractive than frightful. The idea of a hot hell is an afterthought, the distortion of an astronomical allegory. With the Egyptians, hell became a place of punishment by fire not earlier than the 17th or 18th dynasty, when Typhon was transformed from a god into a devil. But at whatever time they implanted this dread superstition in the minds of the poor ignorant masses, the scheme of a burning hell and souls tormented therein is purely Egyptian. Ra, the sun, became the lord of the furnace, Inkar, the hell of the pharaohs, and the sinner was threatened with misery in the heat of infernal fires. A lion was there, says Drive Birch, and was called the roaring monster. Another describes the place as the bottomless pit and lake of fire, into which the victims are thrown, compare Revelation, I. The Hebrew word Gehenna, Gehenna, had never really the significance given to it in Christian orthodoxy. Hermes, an ancient Greek writer, of whose works only a few fragments now remain extant. Hierogrammatists. The title given to those Egyptian priests who were entrusted with the writing and reading of the sacred and secret records. The scribes of the secret records literally. They were the instructors of the neophytes preparing for initiation. Hierophant. From the Greek hierophants, literally he who explains sacred things, a title belonging to the highest adepts in the temples of antiquity, who were the teachers and expounders of the mysteries, and the initiators into the final great mysteries. The Hierophant stood for the demiurge, and explained to the postulants for initiation the various phenomena of creation that were produced for their tuition. He was the sole expounder of the exoteric secrets and doctrines. It was forbidden even to pronounce his name before an uninitiated person. He sat in the east, and or as symbol of authority, a golden globe, suspended from the neck. He was also called Mystagogus, Mackenzie, the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia. Hillel, a great Babylonian rabbi of the century preceding the Christian era. He was the founder of the sect of the Pharisees, a learned and a saintly man. Hinayana, Sans. The small vehicle, a scripture and a school of the Buddhists, contrasted with the Mahayana, the great vehicle. Both schools are mystical. Also in exoteric superstition, the lowest form of transmigration. Homogeneity. From the Greek words homos, the same, and genos, kind. That which is of the same nature throughout, undifferentiated, non-compound, as gold is supposed to be. Hypnotism. A name given by Dr. Braid to the process by which one man of strong willpower plunges another of weaker mind into a kind of trance. Once in such a state, the latter will do anything suggested to him by the hypnotizer. Unless produced for beneficial purposes, the occultists would call it black magic or sorcery. It is the most dangerous of practices, morally and physically, as it interferes with the nerve fluids. Iamblichus. A great theosophist and an initiate of the 3rd century. He wrote a great deal about the various kinds of demons who appear through evocation, but spoke severely against such phenomena. His austerities, purity of life and earnestness were great. He is credited with having been levitated 10 cubits high from the ground, as are some modern yogis and mediums. Illusion. In occultism, everything finite, such as the universe and all in it, is called illusion or maya individuality. One of the names given in Theosophy and occultism to the human higher ego. We make a distinction between the immortal and divine and the mortal human ego which perishes. The latter, or personality, personal ego, survives the dead body only for a time in Knma loka, the individuality prevails forever. Initiate. From the Latin initiatus. The designation of anyone who was received into and had revealed to him the mysteries and secrets of either masonry or occultism. In times of antiquity they were those who had been initiated into the arcane knowledge taught by the hierophants of the mysteries, and in our modern days those who have been initiated by the adepts of mystic lore into the mysterious knowledge, which, notwithstanding the lapse of ages, has a few real votaries on earth. Ishvara, sans. The Lord, or the personal God, divine spirit in man. Literally sovereign, independent, existence. A title given to Shiva and other gods in India. Shiva is also called Ishvaradeva, or sovereign Deva. J. Javadan Kairad. Pers. A work on moral precepts. Jnana, Pali. The Sanskrit jnana, knowledge, occult wisdom. Joseph Flavius. A historian of the 1st century, a Hellenized Jew who lived in Alexandria and died at Rome. He was credited by Eusebius with having written the 16 famous lines relating to Christ, which were most probably interpolated by Eusebius himself, the greatest forger among the Church Fathers. This passage, in which Josephus, although he was an ardent Jew and died in Judaism, is nevertheless made to acknowledge the messiahship and divine origin of Jesus, is now declared spurious both by most of the Christian bishops, Lardner among others, and even by Paley. See his Evidences of Christianity. It was for centuries one of the weightiest proofs of the real existence of Jesus, the Christ. Jukabar Zivo. A Gnostic term. The Lord of the Aeons in the Nazarene system. He is the procreator, emanator, of the 7 holy lives, the 7 primal Dhyan Kohans or archangels, each representing one of the cardinal virtues, and is himself called the third life, third logos, asterisk in the Codex Nasarcers he is addressed as the helm and vine of the food of life. Thus he is identical with Christ, Christos, who says, I am the true vine and my Father is the husbandman. John, 15. It is well known that Christ is regarded in the Roman Catholic Church as the chief of the Aeons, as also is Michael, who is as God. Such also was the belief of the Gnostics. K. Kabbalah. Hebrew. The hidden wisdom of the Hebrew rabbis of the Midi Ages derived from the older secret doctrines concerning divine things and cosmogony, which were combined into a theology after the time of the captivity of the Jews in Babylon. All the works that fall under the esoteric category are termed Kabbalistic. Kamaloka, sans. The N7FTZ material plane, to us subjective and invisible, where the disembodied personalities, the astral forms called Knma Rupa, remain until they fade out from it by the complete exhaustion of the effects of the mental impulses that created these eidolons of the lower animal passions and desires. It is the Hades of the ancient Greeks and the Amenti of the Egyptians, the land of silent shadows. Kamarupa, sans. Metaphysically and in our esoteric philosophy it is the subjective form created through the mental and physical desires and thoughts in connection with things of matter, by all sentient beings, a form which survives the death of its body. After that death, 3 of the 7 principles, or, let us say, planes of the senses and consciousness on which the human instincts and ideation act in turn, viz., the body, its astral prototype and physical vitality being of 110 further use, remain on earth, the 3 higher principles. Grouped into one, merge into a state of Devachan, in which state the higher ego will remain until the hour for a new reincarnation arrives, and the eidolon of the X-personality is left alone in its new abode. Here the pale copy of the man that was, vegetates for a period of time, the duration of which is variable according to the element of materiality which is left in it, and which is determined by the past life of the defunct. Bereft as it is of its higher mind, spirit, and physical senses, if left alone to its own senseless devices, it will gradually fade out and disintegrate. But if forcibly drawn back into the terrestrial sphere, whether by the passionate desires and appeals of the surviving friends or by regular necromantic practices, one of the most pernicious of which is mediumship, the spook may prevail for a period greatly exceeding the span of the natural life of its body. Once the Kamarupa has learned the way back to living human bodies, it becomes a vampire feeding on the vitality of those who are so anxious for its company. In India these eidolons are called pisachas and are much dreaded. Kapilavastu, Sans. The birthplace of the Lord Buddha, called the Yellow Dwelling, the capital of the monarch who was the father of Gautama Buddha. Kardec, Alan. The adopted name of the founder of the French Spiritists, whose real name was Reville. It was he who gathered and published the trans-utterances of certain mediums and afterwards made a philosophy of them between the years 1855 and 1870. Karma, sans. Physically, action; metaphysically, the law of retribution, the law of cause and effect or ethical causation. It is nemesis only in the sense of bad karma. It is the 11th nidana in the concatenation of causes and effects in Orthodox Buddhism, yet it is the power that controls all things, the resultant of moral action, the metaphysical samskara, or the moral effect of an act committed for the attainment of something which gratifies a personal desire. There is the karma of merit and the karma of demerit. Karma neither punishes nor rewards, it is simply the one universal law which guides unerringly and, so to say, blindly, all other laws productive of certain effects along the grooves of their respective causations. When Buddhism teaches that karma is that moral kernel, of any being, which alone survives death and continues in transmigration or reincarnation, it simply means that there remains not after each personality, but the causes produced by it, causes which are undying, i.e., which cannot be eliminated from the universe until replaced by their legitimate effects, and, so to speak, wiped out by them. And such causes, unless compensated with adequate effects during the life of the person who produced them, will follow the reincarnated ego and reach it in its subsequent incarnations until a full harmony between effects and causes is fully re-established. No personality, a mere bundle of material atoms and instinctual and mental characteristics, can, of course, continue as such in the world of pure spirit. Only that which is immortal in its very nature and divine in its essence, namely, the ego, can exist forever. And as it is that ego which chooses the personality it will inform after each devachan, and which receives through these personalities the effects of the karmic causes produced, it is, therefore, the ego, that self which is the moral kernel referred to, and in fact embodied karma itself, which alone survives death. Kether, Hebrew. The crown, the highest of the 10 Sephiroth, the first of the supernal triad. It corresponds to the Macroprosopis, vast countenance, or Arak Anpan, which differentiates into Chakma and Bina. Krishna, sans. The most celebrated avatara of Vishnu, the savior of the Hindus and the most popular god. He is the 8, asterisk. Avitra, the son of Devaki, and nephew of Kancha, the Indian Herod, who while seeking for him among the shepherds and cowherds who concealed him, slew thousands of their newly born babes. The story of Krishna's conception, birth, and childhood is the exact prototype of the New Testament story. The missionaries of course, try to show that the Hindus stole the story of the nativity from the early Christians who came to India. Kshetnajana, or Kshetrajanshvara, sans. Embodied spirit in occultism, the conscious ego in its highest manifestations, the reincarnating principle, or the Lord in us. Klimara, sans. A virgin boy or young celibate. The first Kumaras are the 7 sons of Brahma, born out of the limbs of the god in the so-called 9th creation. It is stated that the name was given to them owing to their formal refusal to procreate their species, and thus they remained yogis according to the legend. El Labri, saint, a Roman saint solemnly beatified a few years ago. His great holiness consisted in sitting at one of the gates of Rome night and day for 40 years, and remaining unwashed through the whole of that time, the result of which was that he was eaten by vermin to his bones. Lao Tzu, Chin. A great sage, saint, and philosopher, who was the contemporary of Confucius. Law of retribution. See karma. Linga Sharira, sans. Astral body, i.e. the aerial symbol 01TNE body. This term designates the doppelganger Y or the astral body of man or animal. It is the eidolon of the Greeks, the vital and prototypal body, the reflection of the man of flesh. It is born before man and dies or fades out with the disappearance of the last atom of the body. Logos, gr. The manifested deity with every nation and people, the outward expression or the effect of the cause which is ever concealed. Thus, speech is the logos of thought, hence, in its metaphysical sense, it is aptly translated by the terms verbum, and word. Long face. A Kabbalistic term, arik enpin in Hebrew, or long face, in Greek, macroprosopis, as contrasted with short face, or zir enpin, the microprosopis. One relates to deity, the other to man, the little image of the great form. Longinus, Dionysius Cassius. A famous critic and philosopher, born in the very beginning of the 3rd century, about AD 213, he was a great traveler, and attended at Alexandria the lectures of Amnianius Sakis, the founder of Neoplatonism, but was rather a critic than a follower. Porphyry, the Jew Malek or Malchus, was his pupil before he became the disciple of Plotinus. It is said of him that he was a living library and a walking museum. Towards the end of his life he became the instructor in Greek literature of Zenobia, queen of Palmyra. She repaid his services by accusing him before the Emperor Aurelian of having advised her to rebel against the latter, a crime for which Longinus, with several others, was put to death by the emperor. In 273. Macrocosm. The great universe or cosmos. Magic. The great science. According to Deveria and other Orientalists, magic was considered as a sacred science inseparable from religion by the oldest and most civilized and learned nations. The Egyptians, for instance, were a most sincerely religious nation, as were, and are still, the Hindus. Magic consists of, and is acquired by, the worship of the gods, says Plato. Good, then, a nation which, owing to the irrefragable evidence of inscriptions and papyri, is proved to have firmly believed in magic for thousands of years, have been deceived for so long a time? And is it likely that generations upon generations of a learned and pious hierarchy, many among whom led lives of self-martyrdom, holiness, and asceticism, would have gone on deceiving themselves and the people, or even only the latter, for the pleasure of perpetuating belief in miracles? 7 fanatics, we are told, will do anything to enforce belief in their god or idols. To this we reply, in such cases Brahmins and Egyptian Recatamens or Hierophants, would not have popularized the belief I, the power of man to command the services of the gods by magic practices, which gods are in truth but the occult powers or potencies of nature, personified by the learned priests themselves, who reverenced in them only the attributes of the one unknown and nameless principle. As Proclus, the Platonist, ably puts it, ancient priests, when they considered that there is a certain alliance and sympathy in natural things to each other, and of things manifest to occult powers, and discovered that all things subsist in all. Fabricated a sacred science from this mutual sympathy and similarity, and applied for occult purposes both celestial and terrene natures, by means of which, through a certain similitude, they deduced divine natures into this inferior abode. Magic is the science of communicating with and directing supernal supramundane potencies, as well as commanding those of lower spheres, a practical knowledge of the hidden mysteries of nature which are known only to the few, because they are so difficult to acquire without falling into sin against the law. Ancient and medieval mystics divided magic into 3 classes: theurgia, goetia and natural magic. Theurgia has long since been appropriated as the peculiar sphere of the theosophists and metaphysicians, says Kenneth Mackenzie. Goetia is black magic, and natural or white magic has risen with healing in its wings to the proud position of an exact and progressive study. The remarks added by our late learned brother are remarkable. The realistic desires of modern times have contributed to bring magic into disrepute and ridicule. Faith, in one's own self, is an essential element in magic, and existed long before other ideas which presume its pre-existence. It is said that it takes a wise man to make a fool, and a man's idea must be exalted almost to madness, ue, his brain susceptibilities must be increased far beyond the low miserable status of modern civilization, before he can become a true magician, for a pursuit of this science implies a certain amount of isolation and an abnegation of self. A very great isolation certainly, the achievement of which constitutes a wonderful phenomenon, a miracle in itself. Withal, magic is not something supernatural as explained by Iamchus. They, through the sacerdotal theurgy, announce that they are able to ascend to more elevated and universal essences, and to those that are established above fate, viz., to God and the demiurgus, neither employing matter, nor assuming any other things besides, except the observation of a sensible time. Already some are beginning to recognize the existence of subtle powers and influences in nature, in which they have hitherto known not. But as Dr. Carter Blake truly remarks, the 19th century is not that which has observed the genesis of new, nor the completion of old, methods of thought, to which Mr. Bonwick adds, that if the ancients knew but little of our mode of investigation into the secrets of nature, we know still less of their mode of research. Magic, black. Sorcery, abuse of powers. Magic, ceremonial. Magic, according to Kabbalistic rites, worked out, as alleged by the Rosicrucians and other mystics, by invoking powers spiritually higher than man * and commanding elementals who are far lower than himself on the scale of being. Magic, white. Beneficent magic, so called, is divine magic, devoid of selfishness, love of power, of ambition or lucre, and bent only on doing good to the world in general and one's neighbor in particular. The smallest attempt to use one's abnormal powers for the gratification of self makes of these powers sorcery or black magic. Mahamanvantara, sans. The great interludes between the Manas, the period of universal activity. Manvantara here implies simply a period of activity as opposed to pralaya or rest without reference to the length of the cycle. Maha, sans. Lit, the Great One. The first principle of universal intelligence and consciousness. In the Puranic philosophy, the first product of root nature or pradhana, the same as Malapranti, the producer of manas, the thinking principle, and of akankara, egotism or the feeling of I am I in the lower manas. Mahatma, sans. Lit, Great Soul. An adept of the highest order. An exalted being, who having attained to the mastery over his lower principles, is therefore living unimpeded by the man of flesh. Mahatmas are in possession of knowledge and power commensurate with the stage they have reached in their spiritual evolution. Called in Philafahats or Rahas. Mahayana, sans. A school of Buddhistic philosophy, lit, the great vehicle or mystical system founded by Nagarjuna. Its books were written in the 2nd century BC. Manas, sans. Lit, mind. The mental faculty which makes of a man an intelligent and moral being, and distinguishes him from the mere animal, a synonym of Maha. Esoterically, however, it means, when unqualified, the higher ego or the sentient reincarnating principle in man. When qualified it is called by Theosophists Buddhai Manas, or the spiritual soul, in contradistinction to its human reflection Kamamanas. Manasaputra, sans. Lit, the sons of mind or mind-born sons, a name given to our higher egos before they incarnated in mankind. In the exoteric though allegorical and symbolical Puvskas, the ancient mythological writings of Hindus, it is the title given to the mind-born sons of Brahmfi, the Kumdras. Manasutratma, sans. Two words meaning mind, manas, and thread soul, sudardmt. It is, as said, the synonym of our ego, or that which reincarnates. It is a technical term of Vedantic philosophy. Manas Tejaza, sans. Lit, the radiant manas, a state of the higher ego which only high metaphysicians are able to realize and comprehend. The same as Buddhitejasa, which see. Mantras, sans, verses from the Vedic works, used as incantations and charms. By mantras are meant all those portions of the Vedas which are distinct from the Brahmanas, or their interpretation. Manu, sans. The great Indian legislator. The name comes from the Sanskrit root man, to think, man really standing only for Svayambhuva, the first of the Manas, who started from Svayambhu, the self-existent, who is hence the logos and the progenitor of mankind. Manu is the first legislator, almost a divine being. Manvantara, sans. A period of manifestation, as opposed to pralaya, dissolution, or rest. The term is applied to various cycles *, especially to a day of Brahma 4,320,000,000 solar years and to the reign of one Manu 308,448,000. Lit. Manu Antara between Manas, see Secret Doctrine, 268, et sec. Master. A translation from the Sanskrit guru, spiritual teacher, and adopted by the Theosophists to designate the adepts, from whom they hold their teachings. Materializations. In spiritualism the word signifies the objective appearance of the so-called spirits of the dead, who reclothe themselves occasionally in matter, i.e., they form for themselves out of the materials at hand found in the atmosphere and the emanations of those present, a temporary body bearing the human likeness of the defunct. As he appeared when alive, Theosophists accept the phenomena of materialization, but they reject the theory that it is produced by spirits, i.e., the immortal principles of disembodied persons. Theosophists hold that when the phenomena are genuine, which is a fact of rarer occurrence than is generally believed, they are produced by the larva, the eidolons, or kamalokic ghosts of the dead personalities. See Kamaloka and Kamarupa, as Kamaloka is on the earth plane and differs from its degree of materiality only in the degree of its plane of consciousness, for which reason it is concealed from our normal sight. The occasional apparition of such shells is as natural as that of electric balls and other atmospheric phenomena. Electricity as a fluid, or atomic matter, for occultists hold with Maxwell that it is atomic, is ever, though invisibly, present in the air. This fluid can also manifest under various shapes, hot only when certain conditions are present to materialize it, when it passes from its own onto our plane and makes itself objective. Similarly with the eidolons of the dead. They are present around us, but being on another plane do not see us any more than we see them. But whenever the strong desires of living men and the conditions furnished by the abnormal constitutions of mediums are combined together, these eidolons are drawn, nay, pulled down from their plane onto ours and made objective. This is necromancy. It does no good to the dead, and great harm to the living, in addition to the fact that it interferes with a law of nature. The occasional materialization of the astral bodies or doubles of living persons is quite another matter. These astrals are often mistaken for the apparitions of the dead, since, chameleon-like, our own elementans along with those of the disembodied and cosmic elementals, will often assume the appearance of those images which are strongest are our thoughts. In short, at the so called materialization seances. It is those present and the medium who create the peculiar apparition. Independent apparitions belong to another kind of psychic phenomena. Materialist. Not necessarily only one who believes in neither God nor soul, but also any person who materializes the purely spiritual, such as believers in an anthropomorphic deity, in a soul capable of burning hellfire, and a hell and paradise as localities instead of states of consciousness. American substantiists, a Christian sect, are materialists, as also the so-called spiritualists Maya, Sadis. Illusion, the cosmic power which renders phenomenal existence and the perceptions thereof possible. In Hindu philosophy, that ality which is changeless and eternal is called reality. All that which is subject to change through decay and differentiation, and which has, therefore, a beginning and an end, is regarded as made illusion. Mediumship. A word now accepted to indicate that abnormal psychophysiological state which leads a person to take the fancies of his imagination, his hallucinations, real or artificial, for realities. No entirely healthy person on the physiological and psychic planes can ever be a medium. That which mediums see, hear, and sense, is real but untrue. It is either gathered from the astral plane, so deceptive in its vibrations and suggestions, or from pure hallucinations, which have no actual existence but for him who perceives them. Mediumship is a kind of vulgarized mediator's hip in which one afflicted with this faculty is supposed to become an agent of communication between a living man and a departed spirit. There exist regular methods of training for the development of this undesirable acquirement. Merkava, Hebrew. A Hanot. The Kabbalists say that the Supreme, after he had established the 10 Sephiroth which, their totality, are Adam Kadmon, the archetypal Ma'i was them as a Hanot, or throne of glory in which to descend upon the souls of men. Mesmerism. The term comes from Mesmer, who rediscovered this magnetic force and its practical application toward the year 1775, at Vienna. It is a vital current that one person may transfer to another, and through which he induces an abnormal state of the nervous system that permits him to have a direct influence upon the mind and will opound the subject or mesmerized person. Metaphysics. From the Greek meilopercent beyond, and physica, the things of the external material world. It is to forget the spur, t and hold to the dead letter, to translate it beyond nature * or supernatural, as it is rather beyond the natural, visible, or concrete. Metaphysics, in ontology and philosophy, is the terra to designate that science which treats of the real and permanent being as contrasted with the unreal * illusionary, or phenomenal being microcosmos. The little universe, meaning man, made the image of his creator, the macrocosm, or great universe, and containing all that the latter contains. These terms are used in occultism and theosophy. Mishnah, Hebrew, lit. A repetition, from the word scanned, to repeat something said orally, a summary of unten explanations from the oral traditions of the Jews and a digest of the scriptures on which the later Talmud was based. Moksha sans. The same as nirvana, a post-mortem state of rest and bliss of the soul pilgrim monad. It is the unity, the one, but in occultism it often means the unified duad, atmabuddhi, or that immortal part of man which, incarnating in the lower kingdoms and gradually progressing through them to man, finds thence way to the final goal nirvana. Monas, gr. In the Pythagorean system the duas emanates from the higher and solitary monas, which is thus the first cause monogenes, gr. Literally, the only begotten, a name of Proserpina and other goddesses and gods, as also of Jesus. Mundaka Upanishad, sans. Lit. The Mundaka Esoteric Doctrine, a work of high antiquity. Mysteries. The sacred mysteries were enacted in the ancient temples by the initiated hierophants for the benefit and instruction of candidates. The most solemn and occult were certainly those which were performed in Egypt by the band of secret keepers, as Mr. Bonwick calls the hierophants. Maurice describes their nature very graphically in a few lines. Speaking of the mysteries performed in Philly, the Nile Island, he says it was in these gloomy caverns that the grand mystic arcana, of the goddess, Isis, were unfolded to the adoring aspirant, while the solemn hymn of initiation, resounded through the long extent of these stony recesses. The word mystery is derived from the Greek mud, to close the mouth, and every symbol connected with them has a hidden meaning. As Plato and many of the other sages of antiquity affirm, these mysteries were highly religious, moral, and beneficent as a school of ethics. The Grecian mysteries, those of Ceres and Bacchus, were only imitations of the Egyptian, and the author of Egyptian belief and modern thought informs us that our own word chapel or capella is sought to be the Kafel or college of / the solar divinity. The well-known Kabiri are associated with the mysteries. In short, the mysteries were in every country a series of dramatic performances, in which the mysteries of cosmogony and nature in general were personified by the Pinists and Neophytes, who enacted the parts of various gods and goddesses, repeating supposed scenes, allegories, from their respective lives. These were explained in their hidden meaning to the candidates for initiation and incorporated into philosophical doctrines. Mystery language. The sacerdotal secret jargon used by the initiated priests, and employed only when discussing sacred things. Every nation had its own mystery tongue, unknown to all save those admitted to the mysteries mystic. Front the Greek word mishkos. In antiquity, one belonging to those admitted to the ancient mysteries, in our own times, one who practices mysticism, holds mystic, transcendental views, etc. Mysticism. Any doctrine involved in mystery and metaphysics, and dealing more with the ideal worlds than with our actual, matter-of-fact universe. N. Nazarene Codex. The scriptures of the Nazarenes and of the Nabateans also. According to sundry church fathers, Jerome and Epiphanius especially, they were heretical teachings, but are in fact one of the numerous Gnostic readings of cosmogony and theogony, which produced a distinct sect necromancy. The raising of the images of the dead, considered in antiquity and by modern occultists as a practice of black magic. Iamblichus, Porphyry, and other theurgists deprecated the practice no less than Moses, who condemned the witches of his day to death, the said witches being often only mediums, e.g. the case of the witch of Endor and Samuel. Neoplatonists. A school of philosophy which arose between the 2nd and 3rd century of our era, and was founded by Ammonius Saccas, of Alexandria. The same as the Phileletheans, and the Analogetists, they were also called theurgists and by various other names. They were the Theosophists of the early centuries. Neoplatonism is Platonic philosophy plus ecstasy, divine Raja Yoga. Nefesh, Hebrew. Breath of life, anima, mens vitae / appetites. The term is used very loosely in the Bible. It generally means prana, life, the Kabbalah it is the animal passions and the animal soul. Therefore, as maintained in theosophical teachings, nefesh is the pranicomic principle, or the vital animal soul in man. Nirmanikeya, sans. Something entirely different in esoteric philosophy from the popular meaning attached to it, and from the fancies of the Orientalists. Some call the Nirmanikeya, or body, nirvana, with remains, Schlagentweit, on the supposition, probably, that it is a kind of nirvanic condition during which consciousness and form are retained. Others say that it is one of the Tkya, 3 bodies, with the power of assuming any form of appearance in order to propagate Buddhism. Itel's idea, again, that it is the incarnate Avyara of a deity, Ibid. Occultism, on the other hand, says, voice of the silence, that Nirmanikeya, although meaning literally a transformed body, is a state. The form is that of the adept or yogi who enters, or chooses, that post-mortem condition in preference to the dharmakya or absolute nirvanic state. He does this because the latter kaya separates him forever from the world of form, conferring upon him a state of selfish bliss, in which no other living being can participate, the adept being thus precluded from the possibility of helping humanity, or even devas as a nirmanikeya. However, the adept leaves behind him only his physical body, and retains every other principle, save the kainak, for he has crushed this out forever from his kultur during life. And it can never resurrect in his post-mortem state. Thus, instead of going into selfish bliss, he chooses a life of self-sacrifice, an existence which ends only with the life cycle, in order to be enabled to help mankind in an invisible, yet most effective, manner. See Voice of the Silence, 3rd Treatise, The 7 Portals. Thus a nirmanikeya is not, as popularly believed, the body in which a Buddha or a Bodhisattva appears on earth, but verily one who, whether a Shuddhata or a Kubil Khan, an adept or a yogi during life, has since become a member of that invisible host which ever protects and watches over humanity within karmic limits. Mistaken often for a spirit, a deva, God himself, etc., a Nirmanakaya is ever a protecting, compassionate, verily a guardian, angel to him who is worthy of his help. Whatever objection may be brought forward against this doctrine, however much it is denied, because, forsooth, it has never hitherto been made public in Europe, and therefore, since it is unknown to Orientalists, it must needs be a myth of modern invention, no one will be bold enough to say that this idea of helping suffering mankind at the price of one's own almost interminable self-sacrifice, is not one of the grandest and noblest that was ever evolved from the human brain. Nirvana, sans. According to the Orientalists, the entire blowing out, like the flame of a candle, the utter extinction of existence. But in the esoteric explanations it is the state of absolute existence and absolute consciousness, into which the ego of a man who had reached the highest degree of perfection and holiness during life, goes after the body dies, and occasionally, as in the case of Gautama Buddha and others, during life. Nirvani, sans. One who has attained nirvana and an emancipated soul. That nirvana means something quite different from the puerile assertions of Orientalists, every scholar who has visited India, China, or Japan, is well aware. It is escape from misery, but only from that of matter, freedom from klesha or kama, and the complete extinction of animal desires. If we are told that the Abhidhamma defines nirvana as a state of absolute annihilation, we concur, adding to the last word the qualification of everything connected with matter or the physical world, and this simply because the latter, as also all in it, is illusion or mda. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the last moments of his life, the spiritual body is immortal. As Mr. Itel, the scholarly sinologist, explains it, the popular exoteric systems agree in defining N-a negatively as a state of absolute exemption from the circle of transmigration, as a state df entire freedom from all forms of existence to begin with, freedom from all passion and exertion, a state of indifference to all sensibility, and he might have added death of all compassion for the world of suffering, 0, and this is why the Bodhi Sattvas who prefer the Nirmanakaya to the Dharmakaya vesture stand higher in the popular estimation than the Nirvanis. But the same scholar adds that, positively and esoterically they define nirvana as the highest state of spiritual bliss, as absolute immortality through absorption of the soul spirit rather into itself, but preserving individuality, so that, e.g. why Buddhas after entering nirvana, may reappear on earth i.e. in the future Manvantara. Numanan, G. The true essential nature of being as distinguished from the elusive objects of sense. Nous, Gr. A Platonic term for the higher mind or soul. It means spirit as distinct from animal soul, psyche, divine consciousness or mind in man. The name was adopted by the Gnostics for their first conscious W, which, with the occultists, is the third logos, cosmically, and the third principle 0, from above, or manas, in man. Now e.g., in the Egyptian pantheon it meant the OOE only one, because it does not proceed in the popular or exoteric religion higher than the third manifestation which radiates from the unknown able and the unknown. In the esoteric philosophy of every nation the nous of Anaxagoras was the Maha of the Hindus Brahma, the first manifested deity, the mind or spirit self-potent. This creative principle is the primum mobile of everything to be found in the Unru FCSJGJ, its soul or ideation. O occultism. See occult sciences. Occult sciences. The science of the secrets of nature, physical and psychic, mental and spiritual, called Hermetic and esoteric sciences. In the West, the Kabbalah may be named, in the East, mysticism, magic, and yoga philosophy. The latter is often referred to by the Chelas in India as the seventh Darsana or school of philosophy, there being only 6 Darsanas in India known to the world of the profane. These sciences are, and have been for ages, hidden from the vulgar, for the very good reason that they would never be appreciated by the selfish educated classes, who would misuse them for their own profit, and thus turn *th. Divine science into black magic, nor by the uneducated, who would not understand them. It is often brought forward as an accusation against the esoteric philosophy of the Kabbalah, that its literature is full of a barbarous and meaningless jargon, unintelligible to the ordinary mind, but do not exact sciences, medicine, physiology, chemistry, and the rest plead guilty to the same impeachment. Do not official scientists veil their facts and discoveries with a newly coined and most barbarous Greco-Latin terminology? As justly remarked by our late brother, Kenneth Mackenzie, to juggle thus with words, when the facts are so simple, is the art of the scientists of the present time, in striking contrast to those of the 17th century, who called spades spades, and not agricultural implements. Moreover, whilst their facts would be as simple, and as comprehensible if rendered in ordinary language, the facts of occult science are of so abstruse a nature, that in most cases no words exist in European languages to express them. Finally, our jargon is a double necessity, a, for describing clearly these facts to one who is versed in the occult terminology, and, b, for concealing them from the profane occultist. One who practices occultism, an adept in the secret sciences, but very often applied to a mere student. Occult world. The name of the first book treating of Theosophy / its history, and certain of its tenets, written by a P. Smnet, then editor of the leading Indian paper, The Pioneer, of Allahabad. Olympiodorales. The last Neoplatonist of fame and celebrity in the school of Alexandria. He lived in the 6th century under the Emperor Justinian. There were several writers and philosophers of this name pre-Christian as in post-Christian periods. One of these was the teacher of Proclus, another a historian 111 the 8th century, and so on. Origen. A Christian churchman, born at the end of the 2nd century, probably in Africa, of whom little, if anything, is known, since his biographical fragments have passed to posterity on the authority of Eusebius, the most unmitigated falsifier that has ever existed in any age. The latter is credited with having collected upwards of 100 letters of Origen, Origenes Adamantius, which are now said to have been lost. To Theosophists, the most interesting of all the works of Origen is his doctrine of the pre-existence of souls. He was a pupil of Ammonius Saccas, and for a long time attended the lectures of this great teacher of philosophy. P. Paeanius. A Platonic philosopher in the Alexandrian school of the Philhellethians. Pandora. In Greek mythology, the first woman on earth, created by Vulcan out of clay to deceive Prometheus and counteract his gift to mortals. Each god having made her a present of some quality, she was made to carry them in a box to Prometheus, who, however, being endowed with foresight, sent her away, changing the gifts into evils. Thus, when his brother Epimetheus afterwards married her, on opening the box, all the evils now afflicting humanity issued from it, and have remained since then in the world. Pantheist. One who identifies God with nature and vice versa. If we have to regard deity as an infinite and omnipresent principle, this can hardly be otherwise, nature being thus simply the physical aspect of deity, or its body. Parabrahman, sans. A Vedantin term meaning beyond Brahma. The supreme and the absolute principle, impersonal and nameless. In the Veda it is referred to as that. Parinirvana. In the Buddhistic philosophy the highest form of nirvana beyond the latter. One of the most intelligent and esteemed communities in the country, generally occupied with commercial pursuits. There are between 50,000 and 60,000 now left in India, where they settled some 1,000 years ago. Personality. The teachings of occultism divide man into three aspects: the divine, the thinking, or rational, and the irrational or animal man. For metaphysical purposes also he is considered under a septenary division, or, as it is agreed to express it in Theosophy, he is composed of 7 principles, 3 of which constitute the higher triad, and the remaining 4, the lower quaternary. It is in the latter that dwells the personality, which embraces all the characteristics, including memory and consciousness, of each physical life in turn. The individuality is the higher ego, manas, of the triad considered as a unity. In other words, the individuality is our imperishable ego which reincarnates and clothes itself in a new personality at every new birth. Phallic worship, sex worship, reverence and adoration shown to those gods and goddesses which, like Shiva and Durgas in India, symbolize respectively the two sexes. Philadelphians. Lit. Those who love their brother men. A sect in the 17th century, founded by one Jain Lead. They objected to all rites, forms, or ceremonies of the church, and even to the church itself, but professed to be guided in soul and spirit by an internal deity, their own ego, or God within them. Philaletheans. See Neoplatonists. Philo-Judaeus. A Hellenized Jew of Alexandria, a famous historian and philosopher of the 1st century, born about the year 30 BCR and died between the years 45 and 50 AD. Philo's symbolism of the Bible is very remarkable. The animals, birds, reptiles, trees, and places mentioned in it are all, it is said, allegories of conditions of the soul, of faculties, dispositions, or passions. The useful plants were allegories of virtues, the noxious of the affections of the unwise, and soon through the mineral kingdom, through heaven, earth, and stars, through fountains and rivers, fields, and dwellings, through metals, substances, arms, clothes, ornaments, furniture, the body and its parts, the sexes, and our outward condition. Diet, Christ. Biog. All of which would strongly corroborate the idea that Philo was acquainted with the ancient Kabbalah. Philosopher's stone. A term in alchemy, called also the powder of projection, a mysterious principle having the power of transmuting the base metals into pure gold. In Theosophy it symbolizes the transmutation of the lower animal nature of man into the highest divine. Phrin. A Pythagorean term denoting what we call the kama manas, still overshadowed by buddhi manas. Plane. From the Latin planus, level, flat, an extension of space, whether in the physical or metaphysical sense. In occultism, the range or extent of some state of consciousness, or the state of matter corresponding to the perceptive powers of a particular set of senses or the action of a particular force. Planetary spirits. Rulers and governors of the planets. Planetary gods. Plastic. Used in occultism in reference to the nature and essence of the astral body, or the pro-eden soul. Pleroma. Fullness, a Gnostic term used also by St. Paul. Divine world or the abode of gods. Universal space divided into metaphysical ons. Plotinus. A distinguished Neoplatonic philosopher of the 3rd century, a great practical mystic, renowned for his virtues and learning. He taught a doctrine identical with that of the Ved and Antins, namely, that the spirit soul emanated from the one deific principle, and after its pilgrimage on earth was reunited to it. Porphyry, Porphyrius. His real name was Malak, which led to his being regarded as a Jew. He came from Tyre, and having first studied under Longinus, the eminent philosopher critic, became the disciple of Plotinus, at Rome. He was a Neoplatonist and a distinguished writer, specially famous for his controversy with Iamblichus regarding the evils attending the practice of theurgy, but was, however, finally converted to the views of his opponent. A natural-born mystic, he followed, like his master Plotinus, the pure Indian Raja Yoga system, which, by training, leads to the union of the soul with the oversoul of the universe, and of the human with its divine soul, buddhi manas. He complains, however, that in spite of all his efforts, he reached the highest state of ecstasy only once, and that when he was 68 years of age, while his teacher Plotinus had experienced the supreme bliss 6 times during his life. Padamun. A Coptic term meaning one consecrated to the god Amun, the wisdom god. The name of an Egyptian priest and occultist under the Ptolemies. Prajna, sans. A term used to designate the universal mind zero, a synonym of Maha. Pralaya, sans. Dissolution, the opposite of manvantara, one being the period of rest and the other of full activity, death and life, of a planet, or of the whole universe. Prana, sans. Life principle, the breath of life, nefesh. Protean soul. A name for the Mayavi Ritpa or thought body, the higher astral form which assumes all forms and every form at the will of an adept's thought. Psychism. The word is used now to denote every kind of mental phenomena, e.g. mediumship as well as the higher form of sensitiveness. A newly coined word. Puranas, sans. Lit. The ancient, referring to Hindu mythological writings or scriptures, of which there is a considerable number. Pythagoras. The most famous Greek mystic philosopher, born at Samos about 586 BC, who taught the heliocentric system and reincarnation, the highest mathematics and the highest metaphysics, and who had a school famous throughout the world. Q. Quaternary. The four lower principles in man, those which constitute his personality, i.e., body, astral double, prana, or life, organs of desire, and lower manas or brain-mind, as distinguished from the higher ternary or triad, composed of the higher spiritual soul, mind, and Atman, higher self. Are recollection, remembrance, reminiscence. Occultists make a difference between these three functions. As, however, a glossary cannot contain the full explanation of every term in all its metaphysical and subtle differences, we can only state here that these terms vary in their applications, according to whether they relate to the past or the present birth, and whether one or the other of these phases of memory emanates from the spiritual or the material brain, or, again, from the individuality or the personality. Reincarnation, or rebirth, the once universal doctrine, which taught that the ego is born on this earth an innumerable number of times. Nowadays it is denied by Christians, who seem to misunderstand the teachings of their own Gospels. Nevertheless, the putting on of flesh periodically and throughout long cycles by the higher human soul, buddhaimanas, or ego is taught in the Bible as it is in all other ancient scriptures, and resurrection means only the rebirth of the ego in another form. Reuchlin, John. A great German philosopher and philologist, Kabbalist, and scholar. He was born at Pforzheim in Germany, in 1455, and early in youth was a diplomat. At one period of his life he held the high office of judge of the tribunal at Tübingen, where he remained for 11 years. He was also the preceptor of Melanchthon, and was greatly persecuted by the clergy for his glorification of the Hebrew Kabbalah, though at the same time called the father of the Reformation. He died in 1522, in great poverty, the common fate of all who in those days went against the dead letter of the Church. As sacred science. The epithet given to the occult sciences in general, and by the Rosicrucians to the Kabbalah, and especially to the Hermetic philosophy. S3.M3.di, sans. The name in India for spiritual ecstasy. It is a state of complete trance, induced by means of mystic concentration. Samkara. Pali. One of the 5 Buddhist skandhas or attributes. Tendencies of mind. Sama Sambuddha Pali. The sudden remembrance of all one's past incarnations, a phenomenon of memory obtained through yoga. A Buddhist mystic term. Samothrace. An island in the Grecian archipelago, famous in days of old for the mysteries celebrated in its temples. These mysteries were world-renowned. Samayutta Nikaya, Pali. One of the Buddhist sutras. Safana, Pali. One of the 5 skandhas, or attributes, meaning abstract ideas. Shansisi. A term now used to denote a sitting with a medium for sundry phenomena. Used chiefly among the spiritualists. Self. There are 2 selves in men, the higher and the lower, the impersonal and the personal self. One is divine, the other semi-animal. A great distinction should be made between the two. Sephiroth. a Hebrew Kabbalistic word for the 10 divine emanations from Ansubh, the impersonal, universal principle, or deity. Skandhas. The attributes of every personality, which after death form the basis, so to say, for a new karmic reincarnation. They are 5 in the popular or exoteric system of the Buddhists, i.e., rupa, form or body, which leaves behind it its magnetic atoms and occult affinities, vedana, sensations, which do likewise, sauna, or abstract ideas, which are the creative powers at work from one incarnation to another, samkara, tendencies of mind, and vinana, mental powers. Somnambulism. Sleepwalking is psychophysiological state, too well known to need explanation. Spiritism. The same as the following, with the difference that the spiritualists almost unanimously reject the doctrine of reincarnation, while the spiritists make of it the fundamental principle in their belief. There is, however, a vast difference between the views of the latter and the philosophical teachings of Eastern occultists. Spiritists belong to the French school founded by Allan Kardec, and the spiritualists of America and England to that of the Fox Girls, who inaugurated their theories at Rochester, USA. Theosophists, while believing in the mediumistic phenomena of both spiritualists and spiritists, reject the idea of spirits. * 7. Spiritualism. The modern belief that the spirits of the dead return on earth to commune with the living. Saint Germain, Count. A mysterious personage, who appeared in the last century and early in the present one in France, England, and elsewhere. Sthula Sharira, Sans. The human physical body, in occultism, and Ved and Entic philosophy. Stulopati, Sans. The physical body in its waking, conscious state, Jagrat. Slikshmopati, Sans. The physical body in the dreaming state, Svapna, and Karanopati, the causal body. These terms belong to the teachings of the Tisrika Rnja Yoga school. Summerland. The fancy name given by the spiritualists to the abode of their disembodied spirits, which they locate somewhere in the Milky Way. It is described on the authority of returning spirits as a lovely land, having beautiful cities and buildings, a congress hall, museums, etc., etc. See the works of Andrew Jackson Davis. Swedenborg, Immanuel. A famous scholar and clairvoyant of the past century, a man of great learning, who had vastly contributed to science, but whose mysticism and transcendental philosophy placed him in the ranks of hallucinated visionaries. He is now universally known as the founder of the Swedenborgian sect, or the New Jerusalem Church. He was born at Stockholm, Sweden, in 1688, from Lutheran parents, his father being the Bishop of West Gothland. His original name was Swedberg, but on his being ennobled and knighted in 1719 it was changed to Swedenborg. He became a mystic in 1743, and 4 years later, in 1747, resigned his office, of Assessor Extraordinary to the College of Mines, and gave himself up entirely to mysticism. He died in 1772. T. Tejaza, Sans. From Tejas fire, meaning the radiant, the luminous, referring to the Manasarupa, the body of Manas, also to the stars, and the star-like shining envelopes. A term in Vedantic philosophy, having other meanings besides the occult signification just given. Tarakaraja Yoga, Sans. One of the Brahmanical yoga systems, the most philosophical, and in fact the most secret of all, as its real tenets are never given out publicly. It is a purely intellectual and spiritual school of training. Tetragra.mma.tun, gr. The deity name in 4 letters, which are in their English form IHVH. It is a Kabbalistical term and corresponds on a more material plane to the sacred Pythagorean practice. Theodidactos, gr. The God taught, a title applied to Ammonius Saccas. Theogony. From the Greek theogonia, lit., the genesis of the gods. Theosophia, Gr. Lit. Divine wisdom or the wisdom of the gods. Therapeuti, or therapeutes, Gr. A school of Jewish mystic healers, or esotericists, wrongly referred to, by some, as a sect. They resided in and near Alexandria, and their doings and beliefs are to this day a mystery to the critics, as their philosophy seems a combination of Orphic, Pythagorean, Essenian and purely Kabbalistic practices. Theurgy. From the Greek diaurgia. Rites for bringing down to earth planetary and other spirits or gods. To arrive at the realization of such an object, the theurgist had to be absolutely pure and unselfish in his motives. The practice of theurgy is very undesirable and even dangerous in the present day. The world has become too corrupt and wicked for the practice of that which such holy and learned men as Ammonius, Plotinus, Porphyry, and Iamblichus, the most learned theurgist of all, could alone attempt with impunity. In our day theurgy or divine, beneficent magic is but too apt to become goetic, or in oilier words sorcery. Theurgy is the first of the three subdivisions of magic, which are theurgic, goetic, and natural magic. Thread soul. The same as Sutratma, which c. Thanios, gr. A Pythagorean and Platonic term, applied to an aspect of the human soul, to denote its passionate kamaripic condition. Almost equivalent to the Sanskrit word tamas, the quality of darkness, and probably derived from the latter. Timaeus of Locris. A Pythagorean philosopher, born at Locris. He differed somewhat from his teacher in the doctrine of metempsychosis. He wrote a treatise on the soul of the world and its nature and essence, which is in the Doric dialect and still extant. Triad or Trinity. In every religion and philosophy the three in one. Universal brotherhood. The subtitle of the Theosophical Society, and the first of the three objects professed by it. Upati, sans. Basis of something, substructure, as in occultism substance is the upati of spirit. Upanishad, sans. Lit. Esoteric doctrine. The third division of the Vedas, and classed with revelation, Shruti or revealed word. Some 150 or even 200 of the Upanishads still remain extant, though no more than about 12 can be fully relied upon as free from falsification. These 12 are all earlier than the 6th century BC. Like the Kabbalah, which interprets the esoteric sense of the Bible, so the Upanishads explain the mystic sense of the Vedas. Professor Cowell has two statements regarding the Upanishads as interesting as they are correct. Thus he says, 1. These works have one remarkable peculiarity, the total absence of any Brahmanical exclusiveness in their doctrine. They breathe an entirely different spirit, a freedom of thought unknown in any earlier work except the Rig Veda hymns themselves, and, 2. The great teachers of the higher knowledge, Guptavidya and Brahmins, are continually represented as going to Kshatriya kings to become their pupils. Clause. This shows conclusively that, a. The Upanishads were written before the enforcement of caste and Brahmanical power, and are thus only second in antiquity to the Vedas, and, b. That the occult sciences or the higher knowledge, as Cowell puts it, is far older than the Brahmins in India, or at any rate than the caste system. The Upanishads are, however, far later than Gupta Inda, or the secret science which is as old as human philosophical thought itself. Vivahan, sans. Vehicle, a synonym of Uptai. Valabhakaryas, sans. The sect of the Maharajas, a licentious phallic worshipping community, whose main branch is at Bombay. The object of the worship is the infant Krishna. The Anglo-Indian government has been compelled several times to interfere in order to put a stop to its rites and vile practices, and its governing Maharaja, a kind of high priest, was more than once imprisoned, and very justly so. It is one of the blackest spots of India. Vedanta, sans. Meaning literally, the end of all knowledge. Among the 6 darshanas or schools of philosophy, it is also called Uttaramim and Nsa, or the later Mimamsa. There are those who, unable to understand its esotericism, consider it atheistical, but this is not so, as Shankara Simraya, the great apostle of this school, and its popularizer was one of the greatest mystics and adepts of India. Vidya sans knowledge, or rather wisdom knowledge. Vinana, Pali. One of 5 Skandhas, meaning exoterically, mental powers. Wisdom religion. The same as Theosophy. The name given to the secret doctrine which underlies every exoteric scripture and religion. Why Yoga, sans. A school of philosophy founded by Patanjali, but which existed as a distinct teaching and system of life long before that sage. It is Yajnavalkya, a famous and very ancient sage, to whom the Yajurveda, the Shaipaha Brahmana and the Brihadaranyaka are attributed, and who lived in pre-Mahabharatian times, who is credited with inculcating the necessity and positive duty of religious meditation and retirement into the forests, and who, therefore, is believed to have originated the yoga doctrine. Professor Max Miller states that it is Yajnavalkya who prepared the world for the preaching of Buddha. Patanjali *s yoga, however, is more definite and precise as a philosophy, and embodies more of the occult sciences than any of the works attributed to Yajnavalkya. Yogi or Yogil, sans. A devotee, one who practices the yoga system. There are various grades and kind of yogis, and the term has now become in India a generic name to designate every kind of ascetic. Yogvi, sans. An age of the world of which there are 4, which follow each other in a series, namely, Krita, or Satya, Yuga the Golden Age, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and finally Kali Yuga, the Black Age in which we now are. Zenobia, the queen of Palmyra, defeated by the emperor Aurelianus. She had for her instructor Longinus, the famous critic and logician the 3rd century AD. Zivo, Kabar, or Yukabar. The name of one of the creative deities in the Nazarene Codex. Zohar, HCB. The Book of Splendor, a Kabbalistic work attributed to Simeon ben Iok, in the 1st century of our era. Zoroastrian. One who follows the religion of the Parsis, sun, or fire worshippers. Readers requiring fuller information about any particular term should consult the Theosophical Glossary.